We're at the end of a 25,625-year cycle. Can't go back to the old world. We're leaving Pisces, coming into Aquarius, which is a new change. And be grateful that you chose to incarnate at this time to observe and watch and experience what is happening, the big change in the world. People don't realize that. A lot of people who haven't reincarnated would love to be in your situation to witness this down here. You got a chance. Why am I here? What makes me happy? What is my bliss? What gives me joy? I know what makes me unhappy and miserable. What makes you happy and gives you bliss, and what would you like to do? Well, spend a little time thinking about that.
My queens, stand tall, your kings. I believe in you, just believe in me. Every day a test of time, it seems hard to breathe. I will not follow, cause I was born to lead. I was born to lead. I was born to lead. Don't rape my queens, but don't rape my queens. Stand tall, your kings. You were born to lead. Don't rape my queens, stand tall, your kings. I believe in you, just believe in me. Every day a test of time, it seems hard to breathe. I will not follow, cause I was born to lead. Like you're drowning, coming right out the gate. The world around me had me filled with dismay. I party to play the main part of the play. The part has been played by the boy who's been played with. And I don't know gayness, but the girl from the hood used to take it. And then later, in the days when I started playing, still is raping. He's 16, he like what she taking. The 13-year girl used to take it. And then later, and then make it. Feel amazing, feel amazing. Don't rape my queens, stand tall, your kings. I believe in you, just believe in me. Every day a test of time, it seems hard to breathe. I will not follow, cause I was born to lead. I was born to lead. I was born to lead. Don't rape my queens, but don't rape my queens. Stand tall, your kings. You were born to lead. Little girl, feel fright. See your mama, blurred line, drugs, deals in sight. Call her mama's boyfriends, feel me now. Cause a few dollars more, I could be around. Late night in the room, playing field around. Now she grown, can't keep a man, 3 kids down. Had a successful career in city, feel me now. And she can't stand me. Picture why. This some strange things for change. Now she in position. This some strange things for change. Now she in position. Young girl scared, don't have no one to listen. All because mama wanna exercise her pimpin'. Don't rape my queens, stand tall, your kings. I believe in you, just believe in me. Every day a test of time, it seems hard to breathe. I will not follow, cause I was born to lead. I was born to lead. I was born to lead. Don't rape my queens, but don't rape my queens. Stand tall, your kings. You were born to lead. Don't rape my queens. Stand tall, your kings. I believe in you, just believe in me. Every day a test of time, it seems hard to breathe. I will not follow, cause I was born to lead.
Welcome, 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 welcome. There we go. There we go. Welcome, everyone. I was having a little technical difficulties, but I'm back. I'm back. I am back. And we have a special program tonight that we want to discuss with all that's going on in the world today. Um, our our show tonight is a little deep. Um, Suitable discretion is advised. Um, and if the subject or the program and what we're going to be discussing is a little bit too much for you, then this may not be the show that you want to be attending tonight, but all is welcome. All is welcome. And I want to welcome you guys to to Sheron's Voice, Street Talk Daily, where we bring you the daily news here, and also where your truth matters, where your truth is sacred, and your voice matters, and your voice is heard and has power. Tonight's episode, Sins of the Fathers, Marital GRape, Exposed and Demonic Influences. We're going to dive deep into the dark legacies that have haunted families for generations. We're uncovering the spiritual roots of abuse, confronting the silence surrounded by marital GRape, and exposing the demonic forces that operate behind closed doors. This is a raw, necessary conversation, and it may be uncomfortable, but it's time. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Cassie, and what's going on with the Diddy trial, and Tory Lanez, Albie Shore. Even though everybody know how I feel about, and don't know, now you know how I feel about Miss Wright. And I really don't want to give her any power, but she was bold enough to show up at the Diddy case at the on Monday at the courthouse. That would have been something else if she would have been locked up with them 3 warrants, you know what I'm saying, on television. That would have been I reckon, something to see, you know what I'm saying? But, you can only shout her out because she bold enough to show up and make entertainment news. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. But yes. We're going to talk about it tonight. We're going to talk about it. So we got our special guest, and we know Sister OG Patrice going to show up a little later. However, we are going to be bringing Charlotte to the stage, to the platform with us. She's an artist of alternative healing, a vibrant soul inspired by beloved ones. She spreads healing vibes, encouraging personal growth and healing through vibration. She has a story to tell. A lot of us have a story to tell, which is our truth. And I feel that it's time for those that want to be free to talk about it. It's been taboo for so long for us to not talk about it and to kick things underneath the rug, but the times that we're living in, the truth matters. The truth really matters. Your truth matters. Okay, so we're going to touch on some news, what's going on in the world, what's going on in our culture. A lot of negativity going on in our culture. A lot of pain and suffering and trauma going on in our culture that we need to deal with and face. Our shadow. We have to come out of the shadow to face, to tell our truth and to speak our truth and to heal. So without ado, please welcome our special guest tonight, Sister Charlotte. How you doing,
Good
sister?
evening, everybody.
Your camera, it look like it's a little upside down there, but
Is
I see you. There you go. There you go,
here,
beautiful. I like.
here I.
Hey, how are you, my
Okay,
sister?
so
How
it's
are
a
you,
good
my beautiful
evening.
sister,
Thank you
today?
for welcoming me to
Yes,
Sheron's Voice.
yes.
Um, I'm happy to be here to discuss these worldly topics that we
Mm-hmm.
feel need to be discussed. There's a lot of distractions going on, that distract us from some of the more important topics I think that, should be focused on, geared toward, a healing, a healthier planet, a healthier planet for these younger generations, have some care and respect for the kind of world that we're passing on, for the generations to come. And I think that topics should be geared towards healing and wellness. And with that, we're going to be talking about mental health, which is a big topic. And, a lot of people are throwing around these accusations that people have mental health issues. But what are the solutions? That's what I like to focus on. I tell my babies, you know, you know, in this whole world of expanding, consciousness, we have all solutions, under the sun, and or we can create one. So let's talk about some of the solutions, some of the main issues that are causing these serious things like, marital rape, or the reasons why a man would think that a woman is his property for him to have to train, and where do these ideologies come from? And it's not just, you know, uh, in one sect of, you know, there's people say cultures. I have a different type of, ideology with that. I think cultures come in a petri dish, in a science experiment, and I don't see this human population should be as an experiment. So we're gonna touch on, where it starts in the home. you know why are these men feeling they can beat on their woman, or why in other countries are they starting to say that women are men's property now? Why, and what can we do about this? How can we raise consciousness? And the solution is the bottom line. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to you, beloved
Uh-huh.
goddess Sheron, and
Yes.
uh, see what you're going to add to this. This is your voice. And I just love your
So,
beautiful voice, and
thank
I'm
you,
here
my
to
love.
support that, whatever I can do.
Yes. So, when it comes to the topic of this sensitive marital grape and being uh, a survivor of it, so many women experience it and they don't even see that it's a grape. They've been told, oh, because we're married, that we're supposed to uh, do whatever we're told to do when it comes to the bedroom. A woman have no rights in her bedroom when she's married. Like she's a object, like she's an object. And no means no. And then,
No
yesterday,
means no.
no means no. And yesterday, reviewing the case with Diddy and Cassie, and I'm like, nobody's even talking about the fact that she didn't want to do what he wanted her to do.
Right.
In the beginning, because she was so naive and so vulnerable, she just wanted to love this man and do what she wanted to do with him to be loved. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
By
The
him
acceptance.
realizing that he was already who he was before she met him. She didn't just meet him and just all of a sudden, this is who I am, Cassie. No, no, no. I believe he chose her chose her in her innocent state, wanting to do her music. And when she did the 10 contract deal, here comes the shenanigans. I dodged a bullet. Thank God. When he was looking for me and asking who was I. When Tammy Regigilo signed a contract with P. Diddy and my vocals were still on all of my music. And he was asking who I was. So I know I dodged a bullet. Hanging out at Daddy's house with Sass back in the days. Rolling with Angie, stopping at the Hit Factory, stopping at all of the different studios with Angie Stone. So I dodged a serious silver bullet. Okay? But nobody talked about the fact that she didn't want to go through this. She didn't want to do it. What about her saying no to him? Isn't that a crime within itself? No, she wasn't married to him, but for the women that are married, there's still laws out here, y'all. There's still laws out here that say that your husband can beat you on the courthouse steps if he chooses to. There's still laws, 2025. In 2025, there's still laws allowing your husband to control you, to beat you, to harm you. It's crazy. And nobody's protesting. Nobody's trying to say, oh, let's change these laws. Because I don't think people even are aware, of what's really going on. There's so much going on. So much.
Yeah, so much going on that nobody's talking about. Nobody's addressing these issues, and these issues become vital issues because, people are passing on, and nobody's saying anything about this, so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come on and talk, because I think that a lot of people have gone through this, and it's like, a lot of people are embarrassed to speak on these things. It's an embarrassment, or they feel some type of shame, or, they feel like, it's their fault in some kind of way, because some of these men are very, narcissistic and gaslighting, as far as, making somebody think that it's their fault, or the view of thinking that, she's my property. I can do with her what I will. And she's just supposed to submit and comply with just, all matter of, debauchery. Because when a woman falls in love with a man, and I heard Sheron talking about this, Kathy and this stuff,
Your
a
phone, you're
woman
breaking
loves a man and they want to please a man, and they're,
up.
the man wants to do something, ask them just
Charlotte, you're breaking up really bad.
okay. Oh yes, I was going to
I
tell you
can't hear
too,
you.
sweetheart. Very well, volume's very low. I don't know how to.
Yeah, it's the reception is really bad. Like you were talking and you were faded out. Like we couldn't hardly hear what you were saying.
Okay, excuse me. Maybe it's because, do I need to speak up a bit? Because I know that
It's the
sometimes when
internet.
people
It's
speak
your internet.
loudly, it breaks up. Is that better?
I don't know. I don't know your
Because I can
reception.
barely hear you too.
Really? That sound low?
Yeah, you sound very far. Like it's a
Really?
distant, like,
How do I sound now?
it sounds very, very low. Like I'm straining to hear
Really?
what you're saying.
Oh wow. Maybe I need to go on my phone.
Yeah,
So
I'm putting the phone just kind of, yeah, I can barely hear. So I don't know if anybody can hear us.
I can hear
Is there
you.
any way you can turn up the volume?
I can hear you.
Can you
It's
hear
just
me
that
now? Maybe I need to speak up.
I can hear you. It's just your phone is chopping up like you have bad reception, but I can hear you fine.
Okay. So I'm in my bedroom. Maybe if I go somewhere else.
Yeah.
But the thing of it is, hold on. I was gonna go, and like I said, I was gonna needing to cook some chicken, but for the kids. But how's that? Is that better?
Yeah, you always sound clear. You just was breaking up. Yeah, I hear you now.
That's
Yeah.
just, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and you sound clear too, but it just the volume seems very low.
Oh, I got three screens, so maybe because I'm turned, my head is turned away.
Is
That could
there any
be.
way you can turn up? Because
No,
I
no, no.
don't see anything
I'm gonna
on
go on
this end.
another.
It just says microphone,
Yeah, I'm gonna
and
go
I
on another.
don't have any.
I'm gonna have to go on another device. You
Let me
know.
see more settings. Let me see if I can go in my settings and turn up audio. Look at yes here, baby. Maybe I can echo,
I'm just.
cancellation, automated. No,
Yeah. Put
volume,
it on.
adjust volume.
Let's see.
Uh, yes, I can adjust the volume, baby. Here I go. I found it. Woohoo!
Nothing's wrong with your
Okay.
volume. It's your reception.
Well, I turned the volume up so I could hear you better. So
Oh,
you
I see.
can't hear me still. It's not coming out good.
I always could hear you. You were chopping up and fading out.
Okay. So is it better now?
It's always been clear. It's just that, yeah, yeah, I can hear you. It's not chopping up at all now. But it's
Okay, good. Well, I fixed the volume in the back so I could hear you a little bit better. Can you go in your settings? And there's a thing in settings where it says on the bottom on your toolbar, it says more. And
my volume
then,
already.
and
My
you click
volume.
it, it'll click settings, and then you can click on audio, and then it'll show um, adjust microphone volume.
My volume is all the way up.
Oh, okay. Well, I did mine
But
too,
I'll
so
go
now
on
you
my.
sound.
I could go on my phone at any time. I'm just working, but I'll go on my phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you sound so much louder when you were talking with OG the other day, and now it's like I said,
Because I
I
was
was
on my
struggling
phone.
to hear.
Yeah. Because I was on my phone. But
Yeah.
I'm on my computer right now. One of them. I got three screens around me, so but it's all good. I just want to get back
Getting
to the
it done.
subject.
You're always working. That's what's up. You go
Mhm.
getter, you,
Yes, Miss Charlotte.
the boss.
Okay. You know your name say Charlotte on here. You need to change it to Charlotte. Hit the three little dots right there on the screen and change your name to what you want it to be. It has Charlotte
Let's see.
Charles on the screen.
That it has my full name, huh? My full.
You
Okay,
just hit the three dots.
settings.
Yeah, go it. Just hit the
I
three.
hit the three dots. I hit settings. It just says camera and audio.
No, you see where
It.
you were in the background? It says Charlotte Charles in the background where you was going on the
Oh.
stage. You hit
Oh,
the
hit
three
that
dots.
editing. Okay, I see
Three
it, baby.
dots and
I
edit
see it.
name. And then you can put your name what you want to be.
Yes.
We can
Okay.
work. Yes, yes, yes. And it's like that on Zoom as well. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have many names.
Yeah.
And I think we
Yeah.
all do, like we wear many hats. We women do. And I think, just a couple of days, there was a day that people honor mothers. And it's very interesting because I don't usually partake in that day because I just, every day is Mother's Day for me. And I think every day mothers should be honored, and um, we just, we need to, I think everybody in the world needs to raise the level of respect just for, humanity in and of itself. Have respect that we're still here right now. They're saying in, some years there won't be enough air for people to breathe. I just think that, you know, we have solution to these issues, and there's no need to bring fear to people for no reason. The false evidence appearing real is just running rampant, and we need to, speak on a lot of these topics. So I think that, like we were talking about earlier, um, a good place to start is in the home. In the home,
Mhm,
and what is this abuse going on in the home? Why
mhm,
is the man fighting with the woman? Why is the the man trying to have sex with the baby, or child or
mhm,
youth? Why is the incest? What is all this going on? And what so things all these things that happen, and they all have a place where they start, a core, the root, even like, sound frequency, one of my favorite topics in this world. It starts with the C, and which is the root and the foundation of it all, and then everything comes from there. So when we get to the root of
mhm,
what is the issue, then it's so much easier to create solutions, or choose one, because there's so many solutions. So in this age that we're in right now,
mhm,
um, where there's this alignment of planets, and some people say it's written in the stars, where this is the time where you know the thought where creation begins is so much easier, and the ascension, and we're even
mhm.
supposedly going through a cosmic change. But this is according to what I know and love, and that our bodies are actually changing physically within our DNA, and DNA strands are being added. So with that consciousness rising, we are held accountable for our actions as human beings, and and what type of vibration we're letting out into this existence that we all are creating together. So from what I know to be true, is that this all here is created by all of us. And the more people stand and move towards the positive vibration, you know, that negativity just really can't, you know, reach us, and we can, because this is from what I know, is it what is created in existence, it remains, and the energy only transfers and shifts, and you know transforms, like the ice, that water, and you throw ice and water in the pan, and it evaporates. People say it evaporates into nothing. But you know those that know everything is life, there's always something. There's always something, even when it seems to appear that there isn't, because there are things that others can see that others don't have the ability to see. So what my thing is connecting those things, so people can have the ability to see what is around them, to connect to nature, learn how to connect with nature. We don't really need, back in the day, Sheron, we didn't have these cell phones that connected us. When we wanted to connect with somebody we loved, it was a thought, and we focus on that one we love, and then the next thing you know, we're you know we're getting that call from that rotary phone, or we're getting a visit from that person, because we were big on visits. We were like, we'd spend time with each other and see each other. We wanted to look in our loved one's eyes, and feel that. So with that, like I said, everything starts, what's going on in the home? What's going on in the home? Why is there so much abuse going on in the home, in the marriage, and this incest? What is going on with it? What
I
are
mean,
your thoughts?
why? How does, when you meet someone, right, and it's like love at first sight, or it's like, okay, I'm gonna get to know this guy. Okay, I'm gonna wait a year. I'm gonna date, and then it's like, okay, now you got this person the same way. I tell people the same way that you got this person to be intimate with this person, it's the same way you should leave them. If you met somebody on peace, why leave in chaos? You know what I'm saying? Or if you meet
Right,
somebody in love, how does a love go twist and turn into hate?
right. How does it get so
How does it
bad?
turn into hate
Right,
so fast? Or you meet people that's been married 30, or you hear these stories where a person was married 30, 40, 50 years. Or I meet people that's been married 40, 50 years. I have people in my family that's been married 40, 50 years. I had two sets of cousins that was married 80 years because they died in their 100s.
Right.
They're kind of different because the women are very submissive. Okay. Now, when we're dealing with the generations, our generation or the generation after our generation, you be trying to figure out like what's going on, like why people break up so easy instead of them riding it out. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
really,
it's like 44% marriages fail. Why? Let's why?
what's going on? And
What's
so
going on?
what's going on that relationships are not lasting, marriages are not lasting. What is going on?
And like you said, how does
Oh,
the love you
you're
have, you've created another life, you have babies, how does a love go bad like that? You know? Why can't we just do part and say, okay, why gotta go? Why can't people just, part ways, figure out like, it's like people stay and it's like, it seems like they get addicted to abusing one another. Like they got, like that whole property thing, like, like you're entitled to, abuse somebody, you know. You're having a little echoing and a little feedback there,
yeah.
Sheron. Are you doing something with the audio, Mama? Are you there? Sheron, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There you go, baby. Yes,
Oh yeah,
there
yeah.
you are.
I'm working, so go ahead and keep talking. I'll be right back. Okay.
Oh yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
so this is what my thing is. Um
Mhm.
I've been I want to take it to a spiritual, because this is what my thing is in, healing and what I've learned in my experience in life. I'm having the ability to be one of those people that see things, you know, people have different names for it, shadows or, demons or whatever, just entities with that, because, they're not all bad, you know, like pain or some call anger, but my first experiences, were as far back as 4 years young. So throughout my life, I haven't really spoke on these certain topics, for many reasons, of being younger, fearing, what people will think, or think that I'm crazy, or, being, lived as long as I have on this planet, there's none of that anymore. I don't have any problem speaking on personal experiences, to help others understand certain situations maybe a little bit better, looking from a different perspective. We learn from each other, you know, through experiences. It's a problem when, people stop sharing the truth. And one of the things that I've seen is, you know, um, I used to be very religious. I have, been through some religious situations where, I kind of just turn away from that now, but I see that people are caught in this thing of, you know, it's like you look to something else rather than looking inside and learning what you are within. And I see that a lot of people don't feel comfortable with the skin that they're in. I think that this is how they allow themselves to be abused in these certain home situations and allow themselves to be treated as property. It comes from, you know, low self-esteem. You don't have confidence if you're with somebody that's continually telling you that you won't be nothing without them, or they're telling you you're fat, or you're ugly, nobody else is going to want to be with you, certain things like this and such. Even the most confident person, after hearing that, day in, day out, year, if you staying with this person for years or whatever, eventually, you know, it starts to, get in there, because your subconscious or your superconscious mind, it takes everything literally, you know. Um, so I think that these things come from, these men or even women, because men get abused by women too, and I it's very rare the men don't want to speak up and say they're getting beat by their women. It's kind of embarrassing, for men to say, like, hey, I'm getting beat by my woman's beating my ass, excuse my language, but it happens. And I don't, and people stay in these situations when they could leave at any time, but then there's this codependency thing going on. So it's like this whole web of chaos, and that it starts with one thing. It's kind of like, those people that make up stories, and then they gotta add something else to it, you know and then here it is, you add something else, and then you're in this whole thing that and it just keeps going. It's like a trap. You get stuck in a trap, and there's like you can't see your way out. It's like that person that fell in the pit. They're out. But to what? Go back to where it started. Where did it all begin? It started with the little bitty lie, and then here it goes. It gets all out of control, and so that is where I'm getting to, is beyond the person, on why person is successful. I don't even know why they're doing the things that they're doing. Like, why? I don't know why I'm beating. I was with a man, I don't want to name names, one of my husbands I was with, for a number of years, and I just have to say it wasn't my first husband, because my first husband never beat me physically. It's kind of was like you know, you get together with somebody when you're young, and then you don't really know yourself yet, and you kind of grow apart type of thing, but the second time around I ended up having, my babies, and when you have babies, then it's a whole nother thing. Here it is, you brought a whole human being into the world, and you you know with this other person, and and some people, like, well, it seemed to me, I'm just going to speak about my experience, it didn't seem to me that that other person cared like I cared about my babies, and it ended up resulting in, you know, some weird situations, because when people start getting abusive and physical contact ends up happening, then that opens the door for other people to come into your life and kind of take over, because you are showing that you have no control in your own home, in your own family, in your own life, in your own world, in your own universe. Excuse me, that was an alarm. Um, so what I learned when I was at a very young age, um, I'm going to just roll it back around to the things that I was able to see that other people can't see, and how I got myself into a certain situation. And this is a story that I'm going to start sharing stories that I really haven't told to any people because it's deep, and it could actually be dangerous for myself sharing these certain things. But I really have no fear anymore. I'm going to be 52 come 10/10 this year, and I'm just going to, truth be told, people that have lived here long enough need to start speaking out, and I'm going to try to inspire and encourage people to do so. Speak out, because the younger generations, that they don't know, they didn't see what we lived through, and when you've lived on this planet long enough, you learn certain things, that nobody teaches you, nobody tells you. And so I really think that that's a big problem now, is that from generation to generation, people have been so far away from the truth, and I'm talking about 3,000 generations, away from the truth, that or even 300 generations. We don't even got to go back that far. That people have been so far away from the truth that they just seem to have forgotten what it is, or how to even connect, how to ground, take off your shoes and go step on some grass and balance the energies inside of your body. So I'm going to take it back. I keep trying to go here, but I'm kind of avoiding it, because these are the things that I've held in, for a lifetime, not being able to share. So I was raised as a vegan. I was raised from the garden. I didn't eat meat until I was like 28, pregnant for the first time. So at 15, and I wasn't born in a hospital. So at 15, I was, wanted to get a job. And I did not want to work in a fast food restaurant, because the smell of meat would make me want to throw up. I just have to be honest. It would make me sick, and I just couldn't. So I ended up getting a job in a hospital, because I was curious about the hospital, because I wasn't born there. And my brother before me had passed away of sudden death, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. There you go. And so I was curious about the hospital, and I'm going to go get a good job. So I got a job as a medical records specialist in the hospital. I was thinking, like, once I got in and figured out what my duties, my responsibilities were, I was thinking that, wow, this is a lot of responsibility for, somebody that's 15. Like, these people, I didn't think that it was ethical. I really thought that it was not morally okay. They shouldn't have, allowed me that much responsibility, of what that job entailed. I would have to, you know, long story short, I'm not going to go through all of my, um, job duties, but, new charts, if it wasn't in, they were a new patient, new charts, um, pulling all the charts that all the departments of the hospital needed, filing them all back. If it was an old patient, I'd had to go down into the basement of the hospital. So this was the reason why, and I found out that they were hiring young adults to work in the basement, was because that um, they were saying that it was haunted and that people were getting hurt in the basement. And so these people that were working in the hospital, they were afraid. They were afraid to hire, whoever they were hiring, adults or whatever. They hired innocent people to go down there that weren't getting hurt. So, and they didn't tell us. They did not mention anything that they thought it was haunted, or that adults had been hurt down there, or anything like that. Nobody told me anything about that. So here I am. I start, doing the job. I'm in the basement, pulling old files of people that haven't been seen, and I start seeing shadows, just zipping by, at the corner of my eye. And I'm just, I'm used to this, you know. Like I said, I'd seen things since I was 4, and even in my grandmama's house, and there was, the faucet would, get turned on by something, and my grandpa could never figure out, like, why is this faucet keep leaking, and he was a very good handyman, fixed things well, but it wasn't about a leaking faucet. It was about there was an entity that would go and turn on the faucet at night, you know, and, they can't see that. People that aren't spiritually awake can't see certain things that other people that are connected in a different way can. And I'm going to say at almost 52, the reason why I think that I was able to see things that others can't is because I wasn't born in a hospital, and I was able to use other parts of my brain. I really think that those shots, they cause certain disconnections. I've been able to use both of my hands, ambidextrous, use both parts of my brain, and use a larger amount of my brain because I did not have those shots right when I was born. The ones that literally I say murdered my brother. I don't give a damn what anybody says or thinks. Sudden infant death syndrome, I say, comes from the government shooting up your baby with a bunch of shots and shit that it don't need. And I'm just going to leave that right there because that's a whole different topic that I'm very passionate about. I don't have my brother, and there's so many other people that have suffered from, that they don't give no reason why your baby died. Your baby's just gone, and it's just, SIDS. Okay. And that's it. So maybe we can, talk about that somewhere else and some other time.
Let me ask you a question,
I'm
Charlotte.
going to be doing my a show, a podcast. I've been, saying I'm going to do it, kind of avoiding because, media and talking is really not my thing. I'm more on the meditative. I like to, you know, create sound frequencies with my bowls and create a healing vibe that's going to heal the planet, not only the planet, the people on it. And I just want to encourage others to do the same. So we need to get to these solutions because we have every solution to whatever issue it is. I don't care if it's a worldly issue, if it's they're talking about climate issues, whatever issue it is, there are solutions. And, or we can create solutions, better solutions. And there's been many solutions that have been created that have been shoved under the rug because, of money. People want money. And so we now at this point in time with that cosmic change that people are going through, where actual DNA is being added. In the DNA is actually the code of truth, and we have all information that was from the beginning of our creation. So if we just look inside and learn what we are and learn how to look inside, this is what I encourage, then we don't have no need to be looking around and to others who are selling, a false education, that people get into debt for, who it's an arm, a leg, and I used to say a pussy, excuse me, for a false education when the truth is free. Okay. And people need to start speaking it out and embracing it. And it seems to me that, when people start hearing some truth, they start getting a little bit uncomfortable and want to turn away from it. So back to the topic at hand, these spirits that are behind the people, that the person that sometimes people do know that they have an entourage that's surrounding them, that some people don't. But some people can see it and some people can't. But the whole thing of it is people need to be aware that the things on this planet, this physical planet, is only a result of spiritual realms that are far beyond this. So what the bottom line is that the spiritual body that people have, so it's like gross neglect. They are neglecting the spiritual aspect of it, you know, of, and we don't even have to go spiritual, just basic anatomy. What is your body? What are your body parts? How do they work? How do they function? Why are we going to practice somebody to practice on us when we should know our own anatomy? We should know how are we going to go to somebody to guess about what we did to ourselves? You know what I mean? So these spirits that are surrounding people
Mhm.
that some aren't even aware of, their only purpose is to get full control of your anatomy and to be able to operate the vehicle of your body. If you don't have enough love and you don't fill your own temple, which I call my body my temple. If I don't fill my own temple with enough spirit of love, well, then that makes there room for other things that are unseen. There's no room in my temple for that. The other people that don't want to, that can't see these things, well, let's get them healthy. Let's give them supplements, vitamins, stuff that their body has been deprived of. Clean them from them heavy toxins and metals. Maybe if they got a shot, you can't boost your immune system by shots. You got to be healthy. So, and we are what we eat. This is what causes these diseases. What is the disease? They're all government patents that they make money off of. So if it's a patent, then this disease, it's something that somebody created. So what can we do about this? We have solutions. We figure out what we did to our own body. Why are we doing these things? What spiritual attachments are leading us to destroy ourselves? That's what I'm saying. What's the root of the problem? The root of the problem that I see from a spiritual perspective, which is what I do, is what is moving this person. Some people, they get into habit. You do something for 21 days, it's a habit. Doesn't matter if it's good, doesn't matter if it's a negative thing. We start to do that. You start to get into that habit. Why are we doing that?
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
And I
let me
really
go
feel
into
that it is those entities beyond the person.
Mhm.
Sharon, are you done doing
I'm
what
back.
you're doing, sweetheart? Are you
Can you
ready
hear
for
me?
your,
Yeah, I want to get
are you
into the
there?
statistics. Can you hear me?
Because you just told me to start talking, so I just ran with it. So,
It's
baby,
okay. It's
you
okay.
hear?
But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Okay,
now.
so I'm going to get into the statistics of the topic before I go into the news that's going on in
Yes,
the world.
baby.
So, when it comes to marital rape, it's still perfectly legal in about 38 countries. It's legal to rape your wife and not go to jail for it. Is prevalent in America as well. Approximately 10% to 14% of married women in the United States report being raped by their husbands. Unwanted sex. Around 34% of women report having unwanted sex with their partners, often due to marital obligation rather than overt force. And then legal status as far as marital rape became a crime in all 40 states only just since 1993. So prior to
Wow.
93, it was not a crime. However, enforcement and legal definitions still vary by state. So as we watch this case, this Cassie case, and I want to get a little bit into the case. Let me just play a little bit of this case. Um Charlotte that everybody is talking about on their channels, because this is the third day that Cassie been on the stand, and it's horrible. What was done to this young lady is disturbing, and for all the women out here that are going through it, you got to love yourself first, and you have to get to
Right.
a good place. You have to prepare. If you're in a domestic violence situation, me being a survivor, you know, surviving a narcissistic manipulative marriage, um being a teenage, having a baby at 14 by a 28-year-old man, um, being marital great, being through surviving so much at the hands of a man. Why? Because of the sins of my father. Because of the sins of my father. You know, um, being raised by a single mom, predominantly most of our lives, mom did what she could. You have to hold your parents accountable, but you can forgive them and heal from um, not having your dad in your life to set the role model for what a man should be, how he should treat you,
Absolutely.
how he should respect you, how he should love you,
Mm-hmm.
how he should give to you. It's not about money. It's not about material gain. It's just about the simple, small things, like what matters to me. I've always told men in my past, it's never been about the things, the Gucci bags, the clothes. I don't want that from a man. I want you to open up that door for me and make me feel special. Sometimes I want you to, feed me some fruit, baby. Run my bath water. It's the little things. It's not about what he can do for you materially. It's about him loving himself first, because he can't give you the love and the respect and the honor if he don't love himself, and vice versa. How can you give a man love when you don't love yourself?
Mm-hmm.
How can you give a man anything? And then we as women always try to give them, and they don't even want. Men are so simple. They don't even want. We trying to give them steak and potato, and they want peanut butter and jelly sandwich. They want a bologna sandwich. You feel me? And we always try to buy them and give to them and try to impress them. Just be yourself. If you just be yourself, that right man you'll attract that right man. When you fix you first, when you align you, your body, your mind, your spirit, you become whole. You can't give a man a half, because you're not even whole. You can't come to a man with half of you. You gotta come to a man with all of you. So if you come to a man, a brother that with all of you whole and you respect yourself, men treat us the way we want to be treated. You feel me?
Mm.
Men treat us how we treat ourselves. If you come off to a brother as like a McDonald's chick, you know what I'm saying, and not a 43 chick, he gonna take you to McDonald's. He gonna treat you like McDonald's. He's not gonna treat you like the worth that you are, because men not stupid. They see how we treat ourselves. They see how we treat our families. They see how we treat our children. They pay attention. Now back to this marital grape and these demonic influences that cause these men to mistreat us and take advantage of us and treat us as the sex object that we don't want to be.
Mm-hmm.
I just gave you the statistics on it. Intimate partner violence. So globally, about 27% of every partner woman aged 15 to 49 have experienced physical or sexual intimate partner violence. In India, 86% of sexual violence survivors were assaulted by their spouses. In Turkey, 35.6% of women have experienced marital rape, with 16.3% of reporting frequent occurrences. In Tajikistan, 47% of married women reported being forced to have sex by their husbands. Think about the underreporting and legal challenges. It's really underreported due to factors like societal stigma, fear of not being believed, and legal hurdles, legal loopholes. In some region, laws still provide exemptions or lesser penalties for marital rape, complicating prosecution efforts. You see what I'm saying? So we as women, a lot of the good men, we think they gay because they're so in tune with us. our feminine side. Not all feminine men that act feminine or that know or understand a woman are gay. So the good ones, we kick them by the wayside and throw them away. But the bad boys, the good girls, always want the bad guys. Why? Why do we always want to settle for the bad ones? And I know everybody uses the word narcissist all the time. That word to me is so overrated. And when I started researching it, when I was in a horrible relationship, I started calling it spirit killer, the word spirit killer, because I got sick learning so much about it. It was beating me down just to know what it was and what I suffered from. Stockholm syndrome. What is Stockholm syndrome? Cassie suffers from, nobody's talking about the fact that this woman has suffered from Stockholm syndrome. She didn't leave him. Nobody's talking about the effects of the abuse that Diddy did to her and how he treated her like dog. He treated her worse than they treat dogs, animals. From everything I've been hearing all week long. Let's talk about Stockholm syndrome and what it is and why women stay with their captor. Why they stay with the man that keep them hostage, hold them hostage. And for the men too, it's not just women. It's not just men doing this to women. It's women too that are doing this to men. So the definition of Stockholm syndrome is a coping mechanism in which a victim of abuse, trauma, or captivity begins to identify with, care for, or even defend the person harming them. Is most often seen in situations involving domestic violence, abusive relationships, human trafficking, kidnappings, or hostage scenarios, cults, or manipulative religious groups. I'm so concerned with Cassie because the woman with the Epstein case, Virginia, the main sister that spoke out against sex trafficking when she was on Epstein Island, and then knowing her background with her father, her mother, and how she was 12, how she was so young, caught up in the system and just out there, and to meet these wicked, demonic influences of Epstein and the woman that groomed them girls. Okay, so she just passed away, and I just found out about 4 other women on the Epstein case passed away. This woman said, if I die, I'm not suicidal. And then I found out that her husband was not with her. She didn't even have custody of her children at the time that she died, if I'm not mistaken. The children were with the husband. So if this woman says she was not suicidal and now she's deceased, was in a car accident, only had a couple of days to live, and then all of a sudden they said she suicided herself. No. So Cassie is having a baby right now, right? In the next month. She's with child. And I pray and I meditate and I send positive energy her way that her husband understand the severity of her speaking out on that stand. Lord, be with her on that stand and after that stand, because who knows what demonic influences are out there waiting in the shadows. So I just send positive energy and light her way. Just knowing recently what happened to the other woman that just lost her life from speaking out. So how does Stockholm syndrome develop? These are the survival instincts. The victim subconsciously believes forming a bond may help them survive. Intimate kindness. The abuser may alternate cruelty with small acts of kindness, confusing the victim. Isolation and control. The victim may be isolated from outside support, making the abuser their only point of contact or safety. And they're really cowards. Anyone, any man, any woman that are narcissistic, they're cowards. They're cowards. They're really deep down inside are cowards. Over time, the victim may begin to believe the abuse is deserved or rationalized. So you go through so many mixed emotions. You become isolated at some point. They hate your family. They hate anything you love. They hate. They want to tear it down. Anything positive that you want to do, they hate it. Anything positive that you like, they hate it. They come with gifts. Most of them are highly intelligent, very attractive, and they prey on you, they study you, and they give you everything that that man or that woman did not give you to trick you into believing that they're normal when they've been traumatized deep, deep down inside. They've been through so much that they choose to screw over people because they have a choice. And I do believe that you can heal from the trauma. And you can heal from hurting other people in that way, where you just use them for resources. And you don't care how they feel about you. They love bomb you. They drop the love bomb on you. They disappear. They prepare. They pack. You go in the shower. I would go in the shower. He gone. Wake up. He gone. Not realizing he done meditated and prepared for the whole week, packed up the cup, everything, didn't even realize it, not even paying attention. Because we be so wanting to please them, wanting them to love us because we love them. They don't love us. They don't give a darn about us. They only want us for resources. But when you break that bond, you break that soul tie, you break the umbilical cord, you know, and you become free from your captor that holds you hostage. It's the best feeling in the world to be free from that stronghold. You can't have sex with them because every time you have sex with them, be intimate with them, they pull you back in. And then you got to start all over of how you could get this man out of your mind, how you could get this man's spirit out of your body, or get this woman's spirit out of your body. I lived it. It was the worst thing I ever felt. It was the most hurting thing I ever been through, you know. And I've been free from it for 4 years. I don't wish it on my worst enemy. Being in a relationship with a person of that character, and then you sleep with the enemy. You sleeping with the enemy. You wake up, and it's like you lose your soul. You lose yourself. You lose yourself, and it's like, how do I get myself back? I know this not right. I mean, you know. So if anyone's going through it, there is help. There is help. There is help. There is hope. So it's not an official diagnosis, according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, but it's widely recognized in psychology and trauma-informed care. Okay. So in the context of marital GRape, spiritual abuse, or generational trauma, it may look like this: the victim protecting or excusing their partner's actions, refusing to report abuse, or insisting it's not that bad. Even though I knew it was that bad, I didn't call the police ever. But it got so bad that I could not fight physically because I was being harassed. I was being stalked. I was being offered off to be murdered by these women that stalked me for my husband. And when I said no more, I had to protect myself with weapons because they had weapons. Okay. That's how obsessed they was with him. And when I asked them why they coming for me, what did I do? he told me the same thing that he did to me is what he did to them. You know what I'm saying? He admitted it. And I'm like, why are they coming for me? What did you tell them about me for them to want to kill me over you? You know, I had to go to the DA, not because of what I was afraid, because that's what kept me alive. Fear, not having fear, kept me alive because I used to talk to his demons. Okay, I used to talk to this man's demons. That's what kept me alive. Not being afraid kept me alive. You know, Cassie trying to escape. I don't think she was afraid. I just feel like she was going through the symptoms of Stockholm syndrome or going through it. It could be identified now what she was going through. When she wouldn't leave him, she'll try to leave, but he'll pull her back. We saw it in the hallway. We saw him at the hotel, pulling her back. Then she'll just stay because it's like, where I'm gonna go? I'm gonna die. This is the way I'm gonna live my life till I leave this earth. You know what I'm saying? So that abuse that we suffer or have suffered, people can't understand. They just say, why she didn't leave. I heard them in the courtroom yesterday, why she didn't leave. They're asking her why. She even laughed like, that's a good question. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, stand in a harmful dynamic out of fear, obligation, or perceived love. I believe not being fearful kept me alive. Not being fearful kept me alive. And there's so much I want to say that I can't. I won't say. It's deeper. It gets deeper and deeper and deeper. I can only say what the Spirit is allowing me to say about the situation. However, being marital raped by my husband, it's disgusting. It's a horrible feeling to have your underwear cut when you're sleeping, and when you wake up, ejaculation is all over you often. It's horrible. The feeling is horrible, to be with a person sick like that, to marry someone sick like that, to take my body at a will, to put a knife to my throat, rape me where I'm unconscious, and when I wake up, to call the police. He turned himself in. You see what I'm saying? I've been through it. How I be strong? Forgiveness, forgiving myself for having the free will to not love myself, to not know myself, to choose to stay with men like that, and then give them children, then have children with these predators, and then have to bury them. Because the two that really beat me are deceased now. Okay. I thought I would never, ever witness them in a casket. Okay. So karma is real. I did a lot of suffering in silence because I never called the police. Everybody else was calling the police for my safety because everybody knew what I was going through in the community so young and as an adult, that they was afraid for my safety because the abuse was in the streets. It was in the streets. It was so toxic. It was in the streets. From New Jersey to New York to North Carolina to Georgia to Texas. I lived it. I'm free though. 4 years free. And if I could be free, sisters, you could be free. Brothers, you could free yourself from abuse. So we do have a domestic violence and sexual assault hotline, 800-799-SAFE. Rape and Abuse Incest National Network, 800-656-HOPE. I'll post those in the description. That way people can get the help that they need. Strong Hearts Native Helpline. Also for any Native American or Alaskan Native, 844-762-8483. North Carolina resources as well for my North Carolina people. Um, there's hope as well for you through the North Carolina Coalition Against Domestic Violence, since that law still exists. No one deserved to be beat on their courthouse steps. This is crazy. This is crazy. But anyway, so I just want to get that out. And thank you so much, Charlotte. Thank you so much. Hey, Sister Patrice. I don't know
Hey,
what happened to Charlotte, but I guess she'll be back up. Um,
hey, how you doing, sis?
oh,
Can
she
you?
did. Hey, there goes Sister Charlotte. She's with us right now. But thank you, Patrice, for joining us. Me and Charlotte done opened up and spoke. I don't know if you want to add anything to the topic before I go into these videos or what's going on in these YouTube streets and the world streets with Cassie and Tory Lanez and all the new evidence coming out. I do have the Albie Shore video. I know I'm a little late. I know we got it early, but I just wanted to let people know what was going on.
Well, I do apologize for being tardy to the party, but I was on an important call. But if you can just kind of give me a short synopsis or scenario of what you ladies were talking about. I see the title, but
Yeah.
um,
Well, we were
yeah.
just going into sharing. Charlotte was sharing some, healing points and going a little bit into her background. And I shared with them some of my story to know what Stockholm syndrome is and how to avoid, being in an abusive relationship. Because we have some people that open up today and they're listening in because they're in situations.
Oh, okay.
And they need to know that they don't deserve to be going through a relationship where they're not feeling loved, and they need to love themselves. If somebody are not meeting your standards, and if you have boundaries for yourself, you need to write them down. And if that person, whoever that person is, don't fit those standards, and it's more bad than good, then you need to get rid of that person politely. And if they don't respect your space when you tell them to go, then you know you need to take it to the next level.
Oh, okay. So you know, this whole thing since the trial, right? This whole Diddy and Cassie situation has come out, from the time where, the tape, dropped. Well, even actually go back before that when she filed the lawsuit and accused Diddy of domestic violence. And he, of course, denied it. And then the video dropped, and then he had to come out with a fake apology.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so we see that, oh God, this thing has divided a lot of people, right? The opinions of if, Cassie was a victim or a willing participant. I listened to a strong opinion and view of a female that absolutely believes that she was a willing participant and she helps Diddy walk and she, so it's so divided, strongly. There is, however, such thing of real domestic violent cases and situations where there's a trauma bond and there is Stockholm syndrome, as well. We know that statistics shows that women or men that are in physically abusive relationships tend to go back several times before they leave for good if they don't lose their life, in the process of the back and forth. Sometimes order protections doesn't help. I've seen people lose their lives and they got order protections. So, going down, doing the right thing, filling out paperwork and all of that, against your offender sometimes further angers that offender. And then they end up hurting you even worse. Or like I, said many a times, they send you to meet your maker. A lot of that is happening. So this whole situation is really divided. I'm noticing on social media with people that think that that Cassie is 100% a willing participant, and then some thinks total victim. And, it can become convoluted, in these conversations when we do have real victims out here. And I'm not saying that Cassie is not a victim, but I know real victims. I've known them in my life and spaces, relatives, friends, whatever. And I know what that looks like. As well as I know sometimes it's hard to decipher between the victim and the willing participant when you have things like drugs and alcohol involved, when you have the situation of the balance or the unbalance thereof of power dynamics in a relationship. So when you look at a Cassie and Diddy, he's the one with all the power because number one, he was a boss first before he even became her man in a personal relationship with her. So it's the power dynamic is always on the person that holds the most power financially, resources, whether they're male or female, because I've seen females be in that position and they hold the power. They have the power to, stop your career. They have the power to fire you. They have the power to, stop resources or things from coming your way. And we saw that Diddy held that over Cassie's head. First of all, he put her in a bogus 10-year contract. I've never known in a record industry ever in a 10-year contract. Normally it's 3 to 5, but not 10. That's a long time. So there was grooming early on. I think we saw that.
Of course, they were showing videos of him grooming her. I was like, they're actually showing videos of Diddy looking at Cassidy, like, you know what I'm saying? This is the video. This is the one right here where he was grooming her. I mean, like, it was crazy. It was crazy when they first locked them up. It was so much going on, so many videos out. But we can get into some of the videos if y'all ready to get into some of these videos. Since we're a little late with Albie Shore, I think I want to play his first. Is that okay? Is that okay, sisters?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Our next guest was a New Jack Swing superstar in the 80s. Now, Albie Shore is using his second chance at life to fight for health equity.
After surviving a coma and liver transplant, he's an advocate pushing for real healthcare change. He's also exposing shocking truths about the music industry and recording artist Diddy in his upcoming tell-all, Do You Believe Me Now? It comes out this fall. Albie Shore, though, is joining us this morning. Good to see you.
So good to see you.
You look
as well.
good. You feeling good?
I am so blessed. We woke up this morning. We don't call it a comeback like LL says, right? Mm-hmm. This is updating my software. And I'm truly grateful to be here. And Roseanne.
Al, the last time you were here, you could barely walk up the step to sit down here. Barely.
You were my first interview with Cristal, right?
Yes.
When I was released from the hospital, and it was just, what an amazing journey it's been. I figure, look, when you get lemons, make Arnold Palmer.
So what are you doing now? How are you getting the word out?
Well, it's been an amazing journey. I get the call from my co-founder, Ms. Rachel Nordlinger. We started the Health Equity and Transplantation Coalition, and we are advocating in Congress, fighting for equal access to quality health care, just focused, and my focus, obviously, standing in Congress and speaking in front of Congress, I've made it very clear. I am not here for the politics. I'm not here for the next election. I'm simply here to save lives of transplant patients. So, so there's a focus there. We've had some success in Congress related to having people come across the aisle, because I made that clear. So this is a real life mission. There's no marketing in my life. Roseanne, this is the best time of my life.
You look good.
This is not, there's no hustle, there's no marketing, I'm living my truth, and it's time.
So you were in that coma in 2022. You had the liver transplant, you had the tracheotomy, all that stuff that went on.
Multi-system organ failure.
Yeah, right.
60.
Have they figured out what happened yet?
We will.
No, I mean, have the doctors medically, what happened to you?
Yeah, what happened? So,
because you just collapsed, right?
Yeah, so, just mysteriously out of the blue, which we do talk about in the book.
Yes,
what that,
I want to get into that.
What that process is. But so it's been quite a journey. And as I said, even as it relates to writing the book, I went through many, almost, more than a decade of being scrutinized and clowned by law enforcement, them telling me, you need some help. Sex trafficking, really? What's wrong with you? No way, just what, not realizing that they were also working for the situation.
Because you were hinting, saying,
posting,
Yeah.
I get calls, take it down or else, so on and so forth.
but this is about Diddy, so let's be clear for everybody that doesn't know.
Diddy, who's about to, his trial's about
Starts on
to
Monday.
start. Yeah,
Yes.
they're selecting a jury.
But you were on this train years ago.
Yes, many, many years ago, I posted some information that was, basically trying to save my life. And thank goodness to my ex, the wonderful Kim Porter, the late Kim Porter, who, kind of warned me all along the way to, just kind of watch your back, so on and so forth. And I didn't understand why.
Because of Diddy.
Basically.
Do you believe that she died of pneumonia?
Absolutely not.
Why? What evidence do you have?
She was in the best of health. We just saw each other prior to her passing. We were actually celebrating our son's new Netflix Christmas special, and she was doing just fine. In fact, we were all at the event together at Netflix in the lobby. Sean, myself, the children, all having a great time, and I'm, grabbing Sean like, what? And she's in the back going, stop, So it was a really festive opportunity just for all of us to be together, because it's nothing like the circus that's out here. So it was a lot of the stuff, came to surprise, but a lot of the stuff will be revealed because, and that's why I thought it would be a good idea to finally tell my story. Every network came to me, participate and so on, but I said, listen, I have no interest in speaking about another man.
But you are in the book.
Yeah, right. But this, I will speak about where our paths cross and what's most relevant. It's something I've been trying to say for many, many years. And unfortunately, Roseanne, even with Sean being incarcerated, that's not a celebration. There's no celebration in it. First and foremost, there's way too much collateral damage, and in many, many ways. Many people's lives are affected. And in fact, a genre of music that I grew up in is ruined right now.
You're blaming Diddy for that?
I'm blaming this entire industry and the way it's gone. And, there's no one person that's in charge, but this level and this magnitude of a story, of detriment, of diabolical, just heinous, whatever's really going on, it's unfortunate.
Is Diddy suing you or threatening to sue you?
No.
No?
I have the truth.
But one thing is, you have volunteered to testify at the trial, correct?
Not as of yet. Actually, I was subpoenaed.
Okay.
So my attorneys worked something out. So I believe when the time is right, I'm going to discuss it with my attorneys.
But you're willing to?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I am. And again, there's no, like I said, this is not marketing for me. I'm living this life. And
So
the
let me
only
ask-
reason I wanted to tell the story, Kurt, was very specifically because I was ignored. There was the most expensive PR campaign against me to shut me down. If you actually knew what they did to me, there was a bounty on my head. There was a bunch of stuff.
So do you think specifically then that Sean Diddy Combs or people affiliated with him did something to you that caused you to have multi-organ failure?
I believe this to be the case, yes. Absolutely.
Wow.
My first time saying it.
Are you concerned that he still has power outside of incarceration?
Remember, I'm the only one who spoke up, and I'm the only one left alive. So this is not about a scared thing, It's just time to reveal the truth. I mean, it is what it is. I went through many, many years of scrutiny and being dragged face first on the concrete, being called delusional and things of that nature. When I said sex trafficking and all the things that I said, because my job was not, listen, I don't want to take down your business if that's what you're doing. Just stay out of my backyard. Stay out of what I'm doing. I'm focused, How did we start this, Kurt, from Mount Vernon, writing love songs, to a case, arguably bigger than OJ, in 2025. It doesn't make any sense. We're not supposed to be here. Like I said, there's no celebration in any of this.
Do you feel because you're not supposed to be here, that gives you the freedom to talk now? Because you survived?
Yes, I believe so. I believe so. Listen, my faith serves me so well. You know, I'm in prayer every single day, multiple times a day, just saying, you know, just let's get this right. And when you think about it, for me, I don't even wish him harm. I don't wish him, you know, I don't want to be here. I would love for us to all be, you know, riding in the sunset. We sold millions of records. We've affected the culture. We celebrated our genre of music that we came from, hip hop. You know, this is supposed to be a celebration. This shouldn't be a national court case. So there's no anger with me. I don't produce anger, jealousy. That just doesn't come from me.
Listen, I can't wait to read the new memoir. It's called Do You Believe Me Now? It's out September 9th. But in the meantime, if people want to know more about transplants and organ donation, they can go to transplantsforall.com.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're doing such amazing work. You know, Live On New York, you know, we're partnering with transplant organizations who are really doing the work on the ground. You know, we have some interesting meetings. It's like, this has been such a godsend as it relates to, this is why I'm not angry at any individual. That's why we're here now. And I'm here to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate properly. And, you know, right now, the industry is corny. We need a reset. So this is the time for the great reset.
Keep turning those lemons into Arnold Palmer,
That's right.
as you like to say. I see you got your Knicks hat on.
Come on now, listen.
Can you afford tickets to those games? They're crazy right now.
Listen, the tickets are crazy, but I kept something in the shoebox. Listen, I'm from the era of Patrick Ewing, John Starks,
The last time they were
Charles
in the finals.
Oakley, right?
Yeah.
The last time they were, so I was on the floor then, and it's been a long time because there was this guy named Michael Jordan in the league.
Yeah.
But listen, these guys are doing their thing. Now imagine taking two in Boston.
I know.
Do you know I'm from Boston?
Oh.
I was
We're
born
not
in
talking
Kansas,
about that, Albie.
but I grew up in Mount
Knicks
Vernon.
We
fan.
love you. We're so happy
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
So good to see you.
All right.
And I'm watching that football. You already know.
I'll be there, exactly. Stay healthy.
All right.
Patrice,
I'm here.
would you like to say anything and add anything to your friend, Albie Shore, the great, handsome? I mean, we loved him. We loved him in the 90s growing up, you know. I always get him mixed up with Christopher. I'd be like, Christopher Williams. They'd be like, no, that ain't Christopher Williams. That's Albie Shore.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that was like, he said it so well. I think he spoke so well.
yeah, he did. I'm just glad to see that brother and see he's alive.
Yes.
And to see that, you know, he's on his healing journey. First and foremost, that's the first thing I want to say. And he's looking pretty good. Last time I saw him, you know, he was looking good and healthy, and
Yeah.
we talked. We were in the same place, this place he frequents that I would sing at in Vegas, and he asked my girlfriend who owns that club about me, and
Yeah.
she gave a good word, and he walked over and said, "How would you like the background sing for me on the 80s 90s tour with Salt and Pepper Kid and Play, etc., in Vegas at the Paris or Bally's album, I forget which one." And I was just flabbergasted. And,
Lord, right? Yes.
you know, to know that he was like, "You ain't worry about it, you got the gig." So I guess him hearing me sing in person was like my audition, and so I didn't need to audition, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
Then the next thing I know, they said he was in a hospital fighting for his life, and I could not believe. I was like, "What?" It's like you literally see somebody 1 week, and the next, I'm looking online, he got hooked up to all these machines in a medical induced coma. And I was like, no, it was mind blowing to me. So to see that brother right now, blessing. It's a blessing.
Yes. And then it makes you think, like, why did he survive and nobody else survived out of Uptown Records. Because I put two and two together. I was like, yo, the way they was dropping, and it just come to me. Andre Harrell's gone. It would just come to me. I'm like, yo, Heavy D passed. The way they just be dropping like flies. And I'm like, yo, something ain't right. Something's going on. It's just like you could be that demonic and that wicked and that evil.
Well,
I mean,
when you
everybody don't die from Illuminati or everybody not being assassinated. You know when somebody died natural causes.
when you think
From their
about
lifestyle, but then when everybody
when
get taken out,
well, when you think about the originals that started right with Uptown, there was Andre Harrell, there was Kim Porter, who was the
assistant to Andre Harrell.
to Andre Harrell. You had Diddy, you had I'll Be Sure. Was it 4 or 5?
Was it Jodeci and Mary?
And then they came along later, right? That with the star, right? Absolutely. And but I'm talking about that spearheaded it as the main ones on
Started
the team, right? Exactly. And yeah, he is the only living one that's left, and he almost lost his life. And listen, who am I? This is his story
to
that
tell.
he's telling. He's been for a long time sending subliminal messages on his Instagram. Everybody been seeing it. Everybody been reading it.
Yeah.
And it's been going on for years. And I didn't know he was dealing with all of that behind the scenes that he said he was dealing with going to authorities.
And yes, I heard him. I'm like, whoa,
that's crazy. So nobody.
What is this with his son? Like the obsession was shown. Like it had to put the rumor out that this man was a deadbeat. No, there's no way that this man gave up on his son like that.
Well, the story that I got from Keena Porter, which was the first cousin of Kim Porter. I never knew Kim, never met her, none of that, but I did meet her first cousin. And the story that I got from her, was that that Al was being told and warned by Kim to stay away because allegedly some threats was being made. He was being made to look like he was not a father that wanted to be in Quincy's life. So it was all designed and set up that way.
For an image to play in Hollywood, they go through that depth to play an image, a role for the cameras.
Well, no, it was more so for Diddy's image, for him to look like
he went to that extent for his image.
Look how long Diddy been protected as a
30 years
person in an image. How many times every time he's overcome trouble, he should have been gotten in trouble a long time ago since the college incident. Like let's be real there, right? Like, but some kind of way he always escaped the law and been able to reinvent himself, change his name from
Jennifer Lopez, Shine.
So
I get it. He was being protected. He was being protected for 30 whole years.
Yeah, and to have Al, to be made to look like the scapegoat, the bad guy, the deadbeat father, the this and that, when people really don't know the backstory. So I would tend to believe something that came out of the mouth of a person that was there. And Keena Porter was there. She was first cousins with Kim. She was right in the industry herself. For many years. Since she passed away several months after Kim did, with her own battle with her illness. But she was in that limelight, they're living it and knowing it. So I would rather take the word of her or somebody that was there than than what's being rumored by people that wasn't there. You know what I mean? And so now to hear him, come out telling his truth, his story, his book in a book because people wouldn't listen to him. And see, and this is the thing, people are saying, well, he just want to, make a come up and make money. Well, he was going to authorities. He said he was going to people, and people wasn't listening to him. They were saying he was. They were this. They were saying. So then they did the documentary on the Uptown documentary, and I don't know if people didn't even realize that they did not include Al B. Sure in that, because somebody behind that and making sure that he didn't even. How do you get someone that was a part of the original foundation of Uptown Records and you exclude him from the documentary? Ain't nobody talking about that.
Yeah.
So then nobody wanted to hear what Al had to say. So Al said, okay, you don't want to hear it? I'm going to put it in a book. And now people got a problem with that.
They got a problem with it. There they go. That's their problem. Because there's 9 billion people on the planet, Al, and you're going to get some millions to read it. Okay? It's crazy, bro. That is really crazy.
I'm just great.
He seems like a stand-up good guy. You know what I'm saying? His energy just come off as a humbled, good guy. And I just compassion for what he been through. When I saw him connected to those tubes, oh my God. I had a friend that I grew up with that was she was on a induced coma. She was and I was the only one that went to go see her at that hospital. I drove hours, and when I saw her, I couldn't believe what I saw. And when I saw Al, it triggered me with her, and we lost her. She just passed away last year. She was like a distant cousin, friend that I grew up with from childhood. And we were named the Lady Invaders, so she's the only one that's gone out of the Lady Invaders. We had sets. You know how we grew up in the 90s and the 80s, and we had groups. We would do Michael Jackson in the street when Thriller came out in the 80s. I was 12, 13 years old, girl, doing Michael Jackson in 87, 65.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the loss of your girlfriend, and
and my dude, his hubby's grandfather died today. So he went to work. So I had to, at least I saw him. He just looked like he was resting. He looked so peaceful, OG, resting, and he's out of here. So, but he was a quiet dude. And I always wonder why, like when me and my dude go out, he be so quiet. And I'll be like, babe, why are you so quiet? His granddaddy, he had his grandfather's spirit. His granddaddy was real quiet. And I'm gonna send you a video of him, his 90th birthday party. He passed at 93 today. So we did a 90th birthday party for him. It was so lit in New York, girl. It was lit. It was lit.
Well, God bless his soul. May he rest in peace, and he lived a long life.
Yes.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, thank you so much. But we good. He's good. He went to work, so he's strong. He didn't take off. He took his butt to work, but he will be going to New York for his granddaddy's funeral. I don't know. I'll think about it because I want to go up there anyway, but I'll think about it. But okay, so you want to get into this Corey Lane, or you want to let me play this video right quick? This man. So since we're on the Cassie situation, so what did you get anything caught up today? Any news on Cassie testifying today?
Well, the only thing that I had heard was the newest from today is they dig deeper, and she went more into detail. Everybody is pretty much saying that, Cassie really sealed the deal with, driving that nail in that hole.
Yeah, I heard. They said the prosecutors tore him up today. They said the prosecutors did dirty today. So we shall see. The sex trafficking.
So from the situation, I heard that she did identify Jonathan Audi. She did confirm. She confirmed the story was true, and from what I'm understanding, there was some form of conversation from Cassie that everybody is saying is painting a picture of
that trafficking.
Because she made the statement of how she will be the one that would make the call to have them have them travel to come, and they could have been in another state. For so if you're doing that for the purpose of equal, whether you buying it or whether it's free, you giving it, it's still against the law. So, but the thing is, if it had been trial for Cassie and Diddy, they both would have probably been facing these charges because she's the one that made the call, but she's not the one that got the money that paid for the services. So that's where it comes in for him, where I think the prosecution is going to drive that in, and she made the call, but guess what? Cassie, and what everybody's forgetting, that is saying she's a willing participant, she's not a victim, and that's your opinion, and that may be true to some extent, right? But Cassie's not on trial, Diddy is, and that's what people forget. Cassie,
they know who the mastermind. They want the mastermind behind it all. That's what
Cassie probably signed a proffer. Cassie probably has immunity, right? So it's okay that she's facing a lot of shame within herself and being, victimized all over again. Of course, I heard that some people was really saying some ugly things on her Instagram about having the golden shower in her mouth, and all that. Like,
that's horrible.
People can be very, very evil, but it's supposedly the nail was in the coffin with that that statement and that proof of receipt. Because if they can trace any of that, or if any of those traffickers say, yes, Diddy was the one that paid me, even if it was in cash, if they paid for the travel, or that person traveled for the for trafficking from one state to another, that is under the law considered sex trafficking, and that's where they may get them at. So we'll see.
They know what they're doing. They said the prosecutor she wasn't that good yesterday, but they said she was on fire today, and she tore them up today. And, she was being held captive. So, she wasn't paying. I don't think she was paying for anything. What she was going to pay for? Because it wasn't supposed to be KK just like in the
he had the money. Diddy had all the money. And then you got to.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, well, let's get into Adi. Let's see what Adi talking about, okay? Let's see.
So in May of 2018, a man named Jonathan Odie opened fire at Donald Trump's Miami golf course and was shot and arrested by police. Now, Odie said that he was in the middle of a bipolar episode. That's where it gets interesting. Later, while being questioned by Florida authorities, Odie brought up something totally unexpected. He claimed that he'd been a sex slave for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura. This video is courtesy of Real World Media. Take a look.
I had sex with Cassie and Sheron. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sheron talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave.
So at the time, Odie's story seemed too far-fetched to believe, but not anymore. And now, in an exclusive interview, Odie opens up to News Nation senior producer Allison Weiner about his claims, beginning with why he's agreed to talk now. Listen to this.
I felt bad because I got along well with her, and I think she's a decent person. And unfortunately, I had a suspicion that she was in a situation that she was in, but I wasn't sure. And now I understand what was going on in my life and what was happening. And him beating her up in the hotel shows me the type of individual he is, and confirms that everything that happened to me was true and correct and in line with his personality.
So he's speaking to us from a Miami jail now. Here is how Odie says it all began for him.
I was a male Chippendale, a model Chippendale, you could say. And they called me for a show they called the agency that I work for to do a show. And then I went out to the show, and things led to them offering me more money to perform sexual acts. And that's it. That's how I basically got started. I get dressed like a police officer at the show, and they'll strip down. And then, they offer me some more money. They offer me some more money to do some extra stuff.
So Odie did get specific about the extra stuff that he says Diddy wanted from him, and these specifics were consistent with what he told law enforcement during the 2014 interrogation. Here is how he describes the atmosphere and how frequently it happened.
Candles, sensual atmosphere, lights off. He would sit in a corner in a sofa, watch and masturbate, and he'd say, he'd tell her, give her instructions what to do to me. Perform oral sex, rub baby oil, then he'd tell me rub baby on her, perform oral sex, and then have sex.
How many times did you have sex with Cassie?
Probably like 15 sessions.
And what did you get paid? How much?
It would be like 800 each time. Each act. But sometimes they'll call me twice. I'll leave, and then 3 hours later, they would call me, come back.
And so Odie claimed that the sessions were drug-fueled, and that his concern for both Cassie and himself led him to get one of their sessions on video. Listen to what he says about that.
Why did you decide to record or video?
Because after she passed out, I decided to record that. So in the event anything worse happened, like if she died, or anybody died, it will be on camera, it will be on video, what happened. So I wouldn't be responsible for any of that.
So you were beginning to worry about her doing drugs. I mean, like about her dying or him dying or somebody dying from the drugs, and that you would be held responsible. So you brought a video. You brought your phone?
No, I had a USB video memory stick done like a spy shot, and I put it in a wallet on the table, in the living room table of the hotel upstairs. I filmed it, and it had everything I described, and it had her threatening me, but he was telling her what to say. We had an argument. When I left, I knew they were paranoid. So I wanted to guarantee my safety. So I texted him. I said, "Hey, if anything happens to me, I got evidence on being with you." At the settlement table, there was a lot of irregularities. Okay. Mm-hmm. It was my first settlement. So they brought me in, and Diddy had a T-shirt with 2 men in ski masks pointing, making gun signs, okay? Mm-hmm. And it was black and white, and it had a red frame, okay? But that's the way he operates. He communicates, threatening you, like saying, I'm going to have you killed.
So Odie says to prevent the recording from going public, that's what he was just talking about, Diddy had him sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, in exchange for $5 million in hush money. This was in 2014. The Daily Mail ran a screenshot of what appears to be a signature page signed by Sean Combs and Odie. We have not been able to obtain the document or verify its contents or authenticity, nor have we been able to verify the existence of the video that you heard him talking about. Now, according to Daily Mail's report, the timing coincided with a spending spree by Odie of Florida real estate, and it also coincided with Odie's divorce. His ex-wife tells the Daily Mail that she found out about his windfall only after their split.
Basically, the day the incidents happened at Trump National Doral, I had to take medication, and I'd been diagnosed bipolar, but I wasn't sure I was bipolar, and I had an episode, and basically, I've been taking medication every day. I've been stable. I had no issues in jail. I've done excellent behavior in jail. Yeah, I'm ready to come out to society and be a productive member of society.
All right, so Odie remains locked up in a Florida jail, still awaiting trial on charges of attempted murder, armed burglary, aggravated assault, and armed grand theft. Regarding the sex slave claims, we've reached out to Sean Diddy Combs' team for comment and have yet to hear back. And thank you to Allison Weiner for that interview. We'll continue to investigate all of that.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Oh, Lord. That was wow. And a lot of people didn't believe his story. A lot of people thought he was crazy, huh?
I mean, if you think about it, it sounds crazy, don't it? Like,
not to me.
no,
yeah, we know they're into some things in Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? Hollyweird.
Yeah, but he didn't come from Hollywood. He was a man
that was a stripper.
Exactly, but he went into the Doral and shot up, right? The place, and the police shoot him in the leg to stop him. And he's been in jail since what? I think that happened in 2017. And I'm just why the man ain't even stood trial yet. Like that's a long time.
And that's the part
to even go to trial.
That's the part that puzzled a lot of the YouTubers. They were trying to figure out. They were saying the man was dead. He was from South Africa. They had all kinds of stories trying to figure out what happened to this Odie guy. You know what I'm saying? And look, here he is.
Yeah, well, he was from South Africa, but he was not deceased as
Tista said.
As that content creator that likes to copy other smaller content creators. But anyway, So my question is this though, because it made me think when they first talked about him suing Diddy, it was alleged that it was being said because Diddy had gave him the herpes.
Yeah.
And now he's saying it was because he had the video of Cassie falling out on record, and that's why he blackmailed Diddy and got the $5 million, and Diddy made him sign an NDA.
Because with the type of energy they probably knew he was and the capabilities, he didn't want to go to jail for her. If anything would have happened to her, you know, he didn't want to go down for her murder because they would have framed that man. So he was smart.
I understand that, but I'm saying, see how misinformation, because they were saying he sued because Diddy gave him the herbs. You see what I'm saying? And it's not that now.
No, it's because he didn't want to be liable for Cassie.
Right. He wanted to have some type of proof.
Yeah.
You know, I don't blame him, you know, going around them people. He would have been the fall guy if something would have happened.
So he was smart enough. He was smart enough to record it.
Yeah, it was alleged that she had passed out a few times, you know, from possible ODing off of that stuff, doing those freak offs, you know. So, but that's crazy. But it's good that he is alive, and I wonder if he's going to be called as a protective witness for the prosecution. Because
there you go.
Identified him and backed up the story. So
wow, Cassie mentioned this man's name. Lord.
He was number, I think, 264 as far as the evidence.
Whoa.
Yeah, she's definitely said Jonathan. She called him by Jonathan.
Why is his daughters in that courtroom? Why is Diddy mom? Y'all must know this man is guilty. Because there's no way you can sit in that courtroom and hear all of this stuff and be a woman and know that Cassie is a woman. And then she's pregnant. I feel bad. I wish she would have had her baby, because now her baby is going to feel all of this in her stomach, in her womb. This is disturbing to me.
Yeah, I know the twins had got up. They said a couple of times the twins had get up and walk away. It's got to be a hell of a thing to.
And there's no way. Yeah, but there's no way that you can keep hearing that my father killed my mother. They probably looking for answers, and they want to be there. And it's going to be like she said, the last 2 years of my life. The twins said the last 2 years of their life been rough. So yes, and they want to know if this man murdered their mom. I know they want to know, because I would want to know. Like, did my dad take my mama out? I keep hearing this. I keep seeing this in the streets, all over social media, that my dad took my mom out. Nah, man. And then they're going to read the book in September when Albie Shore dropped the book. Why wouldn't they read the book? Why wouldn't they want to read the book? I would want to read the book because if my dad had something to do with my mother passing, then my dad deserved what's coming to him. Straight like that. This is some twisted, yo. This is like the ultimate sister. And then, girl, this crazy. Because old girl popped up at that thing. Old girl, when I saw that girl in E-News, I said, no. I saw when she was talking to them, but I didn't know they were going to give her a little part in the news. She up there acting like she is so innocent, knowing that she's implemented in this shit too. And get her ass too. But she ain't gonna stand. She ain't going on that stand. You know that, right? She ain't going. I ain't seen her since what, Monday? Oh my goodness. They got out the 15-minute hotel surveillance video, the full unedited version of this hotel. I do not want. Oh, he's just dragging her through the hallway. The security guard is walking through the hallway, and as every time the security guard disappears, he's just dragging her through the hallway, y'all. This is crazy. Well, anything you want to add, Charlotte, OG, to this Diddy third day trial?
Is Charlotte there?
Charlotte?
I'm here. I'm just listening. I'm listening to the whole situation. I just, it triggers. There's a lot of triggers, because, when Sheron read out the statistics, most of us have been through, a similar type story, and most of us, we don't like to talk about these things, most people aren't healed. I mean, I don't mind even speaking all the details of my stories, but, this is not about me. I think this is about all of us women in general. We've had enough of this. We don't want to be exploited. We don't want to be looked at as a sex object. When we get into these relationships, it's really real. People talk about, why didn't they leave? But it's a very, very real, like, what about the part where they're afraid to leave? What about that? There's a lot of different things, that comes into play, a whole spectrum of, possibilities and, I think it's really affects all of us, it touches us, in places which, that still need healing. I think it kind of takes off scabs off of, wounds that we thought were healed. Some people think they're healed. Now I really like I'm healed because, hearing these types of things used to piss me off. It used to make me want to go hunt down my ex and, and give him some of the beat downs I took. And I said, well, I didn't have to take that. I could have left, and I didn't have to let him beat me down. When I finally, fought back after 15 years, he was the one that ran off to get stitches. But like, I think that we should walk away before it
Yeah.
gets to the point where we want to, fight back, and if we're there and it's just this gotten to this physical, like Sheron before you came on, OG, was talking about, how does a relationship get so bad? Because we were talking about sins of the father and, and about this marital rape, and why do men think that women are their property for them to control or train or train, not even a dog should be treated like that. How do they think they can train us as women, to serve them some type of way? It's that misogynistic, narcissistic, sociopath, psychopath. My ex had all the plus signs to all of those, um, you know, whatever you call them. I just think that it's excuses that people make to act outside of themselves. You know what I mean? Because what the narcissist, the sociopath, so these are ideologies that other people make up, and then people embody those things, just like the pharmaceutical drugs or diseases. They're all patented, they're government patents. So if a disease is a government patent, like, that's not really a disease. You know what I mean? There's cures to all these things, and like I said, it's not the people. From the type of person that I am, I look on the person, the spirits that are moving, the unseen spirits that are moving those people, and how do we get people to see, right?
Charlotte, you have a really bad connection, sweetie. It's wiry and it's choppy. I just want
heard it earlier.
Okay. Yeah, that was another reason why I was kind of kicking back and just listening, because you guys know a lot about these people, in this trial and stuff. And I'm not in that realm of Hollywood and those people. But what I do know is I'm very familiar with the spirits in those people. And that's what I want to focus on, is what are the solutions? Why are these people acting this way? And what is the root of it? And how do we cure these people from these mental illnesses, or being moved by these entities that most people don't even see or are aware that they're being surrounded with?
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Thank you, Charlotte. Patrice. We're gonna move on. Wow. They were talking about Kirk Burroughs. Did you ever meet Kirk Burroughs, OG?
No, I'm trying to think, have I ever met anybody from Bad Boy? No, I don't think I have.
Yeah,
No.
I
I
did. I worked with him on my Mary song. He was with me the
You
whole.
work with Kurt?
I worked with Kurt. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew of him from that era and that day, from the start of Bad Boy, but I've never known him. I never met him personally or anything of that nature, but I knew that he was the president? Wasn't he the president or vice
Bad
president?
Boy. CEO of Bad Boy. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And I had two sisters, Mary and another lady, recorded my song. I had two people doing my song. And I guess whoever came up with the best version bought into it,
Oh.
That's how I met Kurt, from placement, being in the music industry, in the hip hop sector. Um
Well, Kurt has
Yeah, something's going on with Kurt. That's why I'm like, I want to know what's going on with Kurt.
Kurt has his own lawsuit against
Yeah,
Disney. That right?
yeah, that's what I was about to play. But Too Strong
Okay.
was trying to break down. Let me see what Too Strong talking about, because I like Too Strong.
I like Too Strong too.
Let me see what he talking about, Kurt Burroughs. Let's go. Let go. Let me see. It's a little long. It's only 20 minutes. Let me see. Kurt Burroughs. What we talk about? Too Strong. got Too Strong. Was you on Too Strong? Who was on Too Strong that we know? Somebody was on Too Strong.
Yeah, Too Strong interviewed me.
Interview you. That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay, great. And I know Suge spoke. He thinking Diddy. He feel that Diddy's gonna get away with this, but he didn't even speak on the fact that Diddy ran out the daggone. They was trying to come and do something to you. He ain't even talk about that.
I think he did earlier on his podcast, like earlier last year or something. He spoke on that.
Oh, he responded. So that story that Cassie told about them running out to go when they found out Suge was out there, down the hill, and they went to go look for Suge. Okay, I thought that was something that.
Yeah, it was talked about when Cassie first filed her case and it became public. Suge spoke on it on his podcast then. That was what, almost 2 years ago?
Oh, okay. So it came out before. Yeah, I heard that story before. That's not a new story, but she did tell it on the stand this week. That's crazy. Oh wow, it's a lot going on. That's all I know, sis. It's a lot going on. Okay, so let go. Let me see what this talking about. What Kirk talking about. All right. Let's see.
The Diddy case has taken all kinds of odd turns and twists, and since the beginning of it, we've heard all kinds of stories. Everything from 1,000 bottles of baby oil to oil that's been laced with GHB to drinks that have been laced with GHB to guns and all kinds of paraphernalia and a RICO charge and all kinds of stuff is happening. And now the case is finally going in. Everyone's going to talk about it. The case is going forward. Diddy's on trial, except there's something odd going on. All the talks that we heard before about the guns and the drugs and the RICO, they're not being talked about. It's kind of weird. So we decided to do our Too Strong thing, which was what? Start speculating, because when we speculate, we find some stuff. And guess what? We speculated a little bit, and we found something that we want to flesh out for y'all, okay? We'll call this the Too Strong conspiracy theory about the P. Diddy case and all the conspirators, okay? All right, that's a little bit long, but that's the best we can come up with. So here's what our conspiracy theory is. We had originally thought that maybe somebody like, say, Oprah, that was intentionally trying to bring down black men, or maybe somebody else on the inside was really behind the whole, Diddy coming down thing. At some point, people thought Jay-Z did it or somebody else. Well, there is one person that no one was talking about, and I mean nobody was talking about this guy. In fact, the last time you kind of heard from him was about 2 years ago during an interview. Now, during this interview, he said he was bringing a lawsuit against Diddy. The lawsuit entailed coercion and using a bunch of stuff against this guy by taking 25% of the company from him. Now, this guy was the co-founder of Bad Boy Records, a man by the name of Kirk Burroughs. Now, Kirk Burroughs filed these lawsuits back a little bit ago, about 2 years, maybe 2.5 years ago. And then he filed a more recent one this year against Sean's mother.
Damn.
Along with some other people, Jane Does and John Does and the such. The problem is that what he alleges is kind of telling. At the same time, it's eye-opening, because what we're assuming is this. The reason that Diddy got raided at the time he got raided might possibly have been at this guy's doing. We'll let you hear his interview a little bit, and then we'll break down why we think what we think and why it is that you're not seeing anybody else being brought forward on these RICO charges. We think we might be onto something, so take a listen, and we'll see where this ends up by the end of it.
What went wrong between you and Puffy? Because if I'm not mistaken, he made you give up your ownership in Bad Boy, right? And they had you in the room and they had bets and they made you give over your percentage.
Art, I would love to be able to answer that. Like I said, the evolution of the company started like you and I sitting like we are right now. If in a way it's like you're there and I'm across from you. That's the way we started Bad Boy.
Something interesting he just said, and we'll come back to it after we finish what he said. He said, I would love to. Now, he doesn't give a whole lot of info, but he gives enough. But he said he would love to break this down for you, which tells me he may not be able to, and will tell you might be why he can't be doing the full breakdown.
I would come over to the Uptown office, my notebooks, writing down everything I need to do that day. Oh, let's get the LLC together. Oh, call Kenny. We need the employment agreement. Oh, let's do this. Oh, we got this session to do. Oh, mostly it was productions with the producers, because we were uniquely situated as Bad Boy Productions to do productions on Uptown artists' productions, and we were paid through Uptown paying Bad Boy to do tracks for like Heavy D, Mary J, things of that sort. So we were very active in that, and that kept us very busy.
Now, his breakdown of the company is very good. We're telling you what exactly happened and how it all flew together and all that stuff. But with that breakdown, it'll give you a good insight as to why this hurt him so much. This is where we're going to get into our conversation.
In that time to do that. And what happened along the way, we had a lot of success, got fired from Uptown. I was there helping him to build back up again. Loyal, no betrayal, no stealing, family, his son's godfather. We were renegotiating Bad Boy. We had gotten over CCNY. It looked like the coast was clear. We were renegotiating with Arista. We were about to get a step up in the money. I had 25% of the company.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know why he needed to get that back from me and then give it back to me again. I didn't understand that. That's like a trick. Like, okay, here, I gave it to you, now give it back, and don't worry, I'm gonna give it right back to you. I didn't want to give it up. So he came into my office one day unexpected, him and Kenny Marsalis, they had it planned out. Kenny had the briefcase with all the stock certificates in it, and Diddy had the bat. Not like I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with the bat, but he had the bat like, man, we got to do this. This has to happen.
I'm gonna pause it right there. And I'm gonna leave it right there for a very specific reason. Because the rest of the interview kinda goes a little bit more into a personal beef issue kind of thing, but not necessarily that will flesh out what our theory is on it. Now, him being a partner since the inception of Bad Boy and having this problem of him trying to, take from him his 25%, I think fully left him absolutely upset. Now, when he did file his lawsuit, it wasn't a couple of years later after this emergence, like 2003, I think is when he finally filed his lawsuit against Diddy, claiming all these things. And it's still in litigation, by the way. If you look at what had happened and transpired with this Diddy case, we had started hearing rumbles about Diddy a while now, especially with the parties and people coming forward. The Justin Bieber thing came out. The Odell Beckham thing came out, and then slowly these people started to come to the front, and people started leaking information, and Bad Boy Records was in kind of upheaval for a while there. Fast forward to 2024, and the raid happens, and all of a sudden, Diddy is a wall number one. Everybody's saying, wow, they're talking about Diddy. This individual is the only person that stand to benefit from Diddy going down, at least in the public, okay? There are many other people that you can say, well, didn't agree with how Diddy operated, but what could they do? Nothing really. They didn't really have the insight. They didn't have the clout, nor did they have the reason. Kirk does. Kirk was there at the very beginning and saw the kinds of stuff that Diddy could do to people to get what he wanted. He was a victim of it. And I think what eventually took place, was Kirk set in motion the things to get Diddy erased from the plan of Bad Boy Records and quite possibly work himself back into it. It might explain why during the court case now and the trial of Diddy that the family members are so quiet and not showing up when they are, you would think they'd be there. Our second premonition about this was, what would happen and or rather, why would it happen that the prosecutor at the time when came forward with the information would harp on so many things that would paint Diddy in such an atrocious light? I'm not saying he didn't do the things, but the amount of information they dropped, they sure don't think to have them now for the case that they're dealing with, like the baby oil, or even the idea that the baby oil was laced. That was one of the biggest things that got dropped. And why the number 1,000? You see, because even the lawyer came, I don't think it was 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Who buys 1,000 bottles of baby oil? But even if it was 1,000 bottles of baby oil, why are you upset about 1,000 bottles of baby oil? People are thinking, well, because it's 1,000 bottles of baby oil, who would have such a thing? But why does that matter when you hear that the man had guns and he was trafficking and there's a RICO charge, but no one got charged in the RICO charges? You see, we think that there's a deal that was made, which is why Puffy did not sign a plea bargain. What may have happened is that a lot of the people that Kirk is familiar with that has to do with the company, they all signed a Proffer 11. You see, they can come forward, tell everybody what happened, how did he operated business, which is why they had as much info as they did on that initial charge. With all the info that they had video, they had guns, they had this, they had that, all kinds of info. And how long were they looking into it? The only possible way they could have known all of that is somebody on the inside told them. That's the only real way. Somebody threw Diddy under the bus. We believe Kirk was that person at the onset, which is why you hear Diddy not wanting to sign, because he himself wants to know who it was that threw him under the bus. He is just as in the dark as anybody else as to how for so long he kept this covered, how for so long nobody, even though people went to the white parties and they went to the Diddy parties and the freak-offs and never spoke a word. And all of a sudden, information starts coming out about it. And then my whole empire just goes kaplooey. How? This had to be an inside job. You see now that there's a reason why Diddy wants this to go to trial. We thought maybe he wanted to go to trial because they didn't have tapes, or the tapes were by consent. And that was the deal that he's bringing forward all these cases about, oh man, I was under the influence, so you can't really hold that against me. He doesn't know where to start with this because he never expected it to go to court. This is why Diddy doesn't really have as a concrete defense for his situation. He doesn't have a concrete defense because there is nothing to defend, because he did not expect anybody to know what he was doing. He had them under blackmail because I have videotapes of you can't do nothing against me. And even if somebody crazy comes forward talking about it, they have no proof. But what if somebody from the inside came out with the proof and could tell everybody where to go, what to find, how to do it? It'd be this guy. And nobody's talking about him. He's quietly bringing lawsuits against these people for the same reasons as Diddy apparently is under trial for, and no one's talking about what he's doing. Even to the point where now Al B. Shore is coming in to talk about stuff that could have possibly happened to him at the hands of Diddy after the whole him and his Kim Porter's debacle. What if Al B. is also on the same length of getting Diddy removed, but for different reasons? What if Al B. is doing it for the opposite of he ended Kim's life, and I have to make sure that whatever happens to him, he goes down hard? He's testifying, but not Kirk. Kirk just brought information. He's also doing his own lawsuit, so he doesn't necessarily have to testify. He gave up all the goods. He gave locations. He gave what's in there, all of it. Now, what if the family now is being made aware that Diddy could do the same thing to them, and that's why they're not showing up to these cases? What if they know that if they just let him go by the wayside, they can still get their cut, they can still be protected, but they won't have to worry about a backstabbing by Diddy? I'm not saying that's what will happen. I'm not saying that is what happened. But people find it strange that his family is not there. Even at the jury selection, they weren't there. And it's really scarce that they're not even saying anything to defend him. The last time they said anything was at the raid. His sons were there. His son said stuff about it just right after it happened, but nothing since. What if this was the reason why? What if this is the reason why? Now, the other one that he filed against Diddy's mother was filed in 2025. Actually, it was very recently. Let me find the exact date here. So February of this year, he filed this one against mother. He also had the federal side of things dismissed, but he still has the state side going for the other one that he filed in 2003. This thing is a very convoluted thing. It's very, very deep, and it may be a lot of speculations. I get it. But the thing about it is that it happened so sudden. There had to be a rat. Had to. The only way anybody could know is somebody told. It wasn't Diddy, obviously. And all the people that could possibly have been, and mind you, the original case when that attorney Johnson, I think it was, he finally resigned, when he came forward and read off all these charges and mentioned the baby oil having some possible lacing in it, that's never mentioned again. There's no drug thing popping up now. And then all of a sudden you hear about the gun charge. You're not hearing about that either. All of it in an effort to get into the raid and to pull things. And now all of a sudden, all the casings that's going on has to do specifically with just Diddy. Why are there nobody else filing the RICO charges? Because they probably already filed their Proffer 11. They threw him out. As soon as this kicked off, they realized this is my way to get out from Diddy and not have to worry about him stabbing me in the back. Can you imagine if you witnessed for years, Diddy would sign somebody, coerce them into taking their money, and then rob them right in broad daylight of what they were possessing? Can you imagine that everybody within the confines of Bad Boy Records witnessing a new artist come, up and comer, makes a lot of money, but in their contracting, Diddy just robs them blind? And he does it with executives too. Wouldn't you be concerned that you might be one of those that gets bamboozled? What if someone came to you and said, man, we have a way that we can put this guy away, never have to worry about losing our interest in this company ever again. Join me on it. Go ahead and sign that Proffer 11, talk to the feds, give up the information you got, and we'll get the raid going. Because it was a surprise. Everybody did not expect this to happen. It came out of the blue when Diddy got arrested. Now, people will say, well, he got arrested because we saw this video of him beating girls, but that's not what's going on right now. Oddly enough, they're using that video to prove their case against him that has nothing to do with what happened in the video. Did you know that? Ain't that kind of weird? They're using it as a character painter. The same way they didn't want the jury pool tainted by people who could look at sexual exploits as bad. This entire thing, I'm not saying that Diddy was not responsible for doing what he did and Diddy did not do anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the catalyst, the jump starter for them even looking into Diddy might have been behind this guy's statements. He might have been the linchpin for them all. And if that is the case, the reason you're not hearing anything more about RICO people is because they have been saying, I'll say whatever you want, tell you whatever you want, just let me do my life after all of this. I'll rat for the exchange of freedom. All right, bet. Here you go. RICO charges, and that's why you never hear charges brought for them. They've already squealed. Now, is it going to leave room for Diddy to make another plea deal? Probably not. Probably not. They're probably not going to open one up because at the end of the day, the goal is to get back from him what he stole initially. This guy might be out for blood. Again, he went after the parents. He's hedging all his bets. He got the Diddy lawsuit. Now that it's in court, what does he do? Hedges bets by going after the mom and any other body that he could think of that could possibly come back after him. He's covering all his bets. This is just our theory, our conspiracy theory about how Diddy's fall actually happened. We know, yes, there are tons of people that did not like him. There are tons of people who have been scorned by Diddy. And it could have been anybody else. But when you look at the active roster of people, he's the only one that brought something forward for theft, and he was the original founder with Diddy. If anybody has a lot or a big chip on his shoulder, it'd be Kirk. If anybody would want back what he lost, and he could have probably been at 50-50 now, or probably even 70-30 by now, and he's upset about it, for Diddy to go to him and tell him sign it off with a bat in his hand, that would be something I need to get back at you for. You threatened me, man. You just held my life hostage, even though you didn't say it out loud, just to get my share and rob me of my future. Oh, best believe I'm going to make sure I report you. Watch. This might be something that we're onto that's 100% true. It might not be. But if we are right, You will never see Diddy walk free again. You won't see him walk free. What you will end up seeing is this man getting what he wants because he has proof now of stuff that nobody else talked about. He gave up all the information, and they may have more things than we ever know about in their evidence cabinet. This man could have brought records that we are never going to be privy to, and all of it could be linked to some kind of secret RICO charge that they're going to bring eventually after they get this preliminary part over with. So for all intents and purposes, the sexual stuff, he might get away with that because it would have been consensual. But the business aspect of it, that might be a whole nother kettle of fish that Diddy ain't ready for. If that happens, you can say goodbye to the Diddy empire altogether. And the bad boy records that we knew of the past will be exactly that, a thing of the past.
Training athletes, build leaders, changing communities.
Are you on mute if you're talking? If you're talking, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
So what you think about his point of view?
He had some good points. The only problem with some of his main points is that Kurt Burns is long gone.
Long gone.
So, as is, Albie Shore wasn't in spaces like that with Diddy.
Yeah.
And Al had long gone from his relationship with Kim Porter. So Al wasn't around like that to know or have that type of access, or Kurt was not in close proximity to Diddy in decades. So that's the reason why they wouldn't be a mole as to a person that would, say, he got this going on, he got that in his house, he got this going on. But I agree. I do believe it's an inside job from someone that possibly
it's the liquor company
went to. Well, I believe that I doubt it, and I know everybody uses that analysis. Now, I believe if there was an involvement with the liquor company, they probably coerced or got somebody that they knew would be in a compromising position to say, "Hey, we'll offer you to sign a proffer, or we'll offer you immunity, but you got to turn them in. You got to tell them everything you know, or you know what I mean, or else you're gonna go down with them." That's a possibility, but that's someone that's been in close proximity with Diddy for the last probably 20 plus years. And Kurt nor Albie Shore is either one of those people. So yeah, and just to say this, it was well known in the industry that Kurt Barrels and Diddy was in a relationship.
Girl.
So,
Ooh, Lord, Diddy. Ooh, Lord.
I will say that I thought that, Kurt was trying to make light of the fact that Diddy and the other guy came to his office with the
bats.
The signature, but Diddy had the bat, but he said, but he didn't come at me in a way like, if you don't sign this, I'm gonna beat you with this bat. He came at nobody comes to a meeting with a bat unless they like where they doing that at? You know what I mean? Where they that's some goon gangster, type of stuff. It's
like Gene Deal say, same gang.
Yeah, it's like you better sign this or else I'm gonna use this bat on you. So for Kurt, he kind of said as a matter of factly, oh, he didn't come at me with the bat like I'm a beat you. No, he kind of did.
Yeah, he did. Ain't nobody come with no bat.
And we don't go to meetings with bats for you.
Meetings with no bats. Come on.
Kurt.
I kind of like how CNN broke everything down with the Cassie case. And then we can move on to Tony Lane. Let me see. I want to move on to that with I got something interesting too. How they breaking down the case. It's about 8 minutes, but let me just see what the sister talking about with this. Give me 1 second.
Today, I was in court for Cassie Ventura's second day of disturbing testimony against Sean Diddy Combs. And inside courtroom 26A in Lower Manhattan, the jury saw for the first time direct material from these so-called freak-offs that she says she was forced to endure. In just a moment, we'll go through everything that happened with my team of legal experts and court insiders. But first, let me bring you inside of this courthouse. You know what it feels like. I mean, the jury had a whole night to process the disturbing details of these freak-offs that were laid out yesterday with the eyes of Cassie Ventura. The graphic details, the alleged abuse, the drug abuse. Today, they didn't have to use their imagination, though. It got real in that courtroom today when the jurors, not the public, not the press, when the jurors saw still screenshots from these freak-offs. There was something so uncomfortable about the moment. Watching the jurors see something so raw and so personal in a courtroom full of eyes and full of opinions. Cassie was the most emotional we've seen her. At times, even reflecting when she heard the words come out of her mouth, saying things like, "I can't believe I dealt with that." And you gotta understand, these aren't gigantic courtrooms. Cassie and Diddy are not at opposite ends of a football field. They are feet from one another. And the only thing between them really are their lawyers. And even though all eyes were on each of them, I don't think they ever looked directly at each other. Not when she walked by him, not when she was testifying, not when at times she broke down sobbing, remembering how she loved him and just wanted him to say sorry for the things that he had done. Now, when she talked about not wanting to live anymore, or her opioid addiction, or lying to her mother about the abuse or when it started or the extent of it, the audience was shifting uncomfortably. And sometimes so did she. Sometimes so did Diddy. Much of Cassie's testimony today described the extent of the abuse she went through. She testified about having to hide under a toilet to get away from Diddy. She revealed getting a gash by her eyebrow after he threw it into a bed frame in front of her friends. She said she got stomped in the face on the floor of Diddy's Escalade for the duration of a ride home. And she claimed throughout their time together that she felt, well, powerless to make the choice to escape. Now, to make her point, Cassie talked about going to a hotel when Diddy beat her after a party in Los Angeles. She said she didn't want to stay, but felt she couldn't leave. She testified, quote, "It was not safe. I didn't have the resources I needed to get out and move, to get out and not have anybody stop me." You know, Cassie went on to say, I understood Sean's capabilities, his access to guns, and the threats that he made prior to that. Cassie clarified her testimony from yesterday as well, saying that there were times that she did try to fight back or even initiated violence. She testified she did so earlier on in their relationship, but she quickly found out it could backfire, telling the prosecutors, quote, that it could escalate the fight more and make it worse for myself. When the prosecutor asked what she meant by that, Cassie said, quote, "Just make him more violent, make him stronger, want to push me harder in that situation." You know, Cassie also described the leverage, that's the word she used, leverage Diddy had over her. She said that leverage came in the form of blackmail, those videos specifically of the freak-offs. She testified that Diddy threatened to release them when he got angry. Cassie said, quote, "One time I dated someone else, and that is what it was all about. I'm going to put out 2 embarrassing videos of you. He just wanted to hurt me." Now, Cassie's direct testimony is actually now over. The defense, though, they're going to get their chance to cross-examine her and go into the details again tomorrow morning. I want to begin with CNN entertainment correspondent Elizabeth Wagmeister, who you and I have been bosom buddies in this court. We've been sitting next to each other, watching it all go down, and you have a unique perspective on all this and the coverage you've been doing. Talk to me, though, about the scope and of the violence and the intimidation that she laid out in court today.
Yeah, Laura, so as you said, her first day of testimony yesterday really focused on these freak-offs. Today focused on the physical abuse, the domestic violence. This was the first time that the jury saw photographic evidence of the injuries. You mentioned this gash on her eyebrow. We saw bruises all over her body, a black eye, a fat lip. I want to walk you through just some of the instances that Cassie brought up when she testified today. One time she said that she and her girlfriends, they went to Prince's party. Yes, the musician Prince. Diddy was there. He didn't know she was going to be there. He got angry and she said, quote, "He beat me up." She said that after they broke up in 2018, that he raped her in her living room at her home. She also said that it wasn't just her, that one time he held one of her friends over the balcony on the 17th floor of her apartment in Los Angeles and hit another one of her friends with a wooden hanger.
And she lost that friendship. That was a best friend of 17 years she described, and then they don't communicate any longer. I'm curious to see how the prosecution might develop those connections a little bit more fulsomely. But also, she was dating somebody who we know, in the music world is Kid Cudi. He came up today.
He did. So Kid Cudi, he is a rapper, and him and Cassie dated about 15 years ago. It's when her and Diddy were in a rough patch of their long-term relationship. Now, this actually first came up in Cassie's lawsuit. You remember she filed back in November 2023. That's what started this domino effect of the civil allegations against Sean Combs. Now, in her lawsuit, she alleged this, incident that she said where Sean Combs found out that she was dating Kid Cudi. He got jealous, told her that he was not happy about it, said he wanted to hurt both of them, and that he wanted to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Well, according to the lawsuit, and now according to her testimony today, we heard it from her for the first time, his car did blow up. And I have to tell you, around the time that our lawsuit came out, Kid Cudi actually confirmed this to the New York Times, saying it's all true.
I mean, the expanse of what we heard today, what the jury is hearing today, this is before the cross-examination. But one thing that they ended on in her testimony, and direct, of course, the prosecution wanted to get out, why she was choosing to testify. And I tell you, people were leaning in at that moment to see what she would say. Why?
This was a really powerful moment, Laura. As you said, she cried today more than she ever had. Cassie revealed towards the end of her testimony that she was suicidal, that years after her breakup with Sean Combs, that the relationship was just clouding her mind. She got flashbacks and she wanted to take her own life. Thankfully, her husband stepped in and helped her. She said in February of 2023, she went to trauma therapy. And this is what she said about why she chose to take part in the criminal trial. I want to read you her exact testimony, Laura. She said, quote, "I can't carry this anymore. I can't carry the shame, the guilt. The way I was guided to treat people like they were disposable." She's referring to the male escorts there, Laura. She continued to say, "What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, and I'm here to do the right thing." That's how her testimony ended today. So a very powerful note. And to your point, you said this just a few moments ago, now the jury went home. They are sleeping on that final note before cross-examination starts tomorrow.
We have breaking news in the federal sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors have finished direct examination of Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. At one point today, Ms. Ventura became tearful, describing how alleged abuse at the hands of Combs nearly led to her suicide. Also today, prosecutors showed the jury explicit photos of the alleged drug and sex-filled so-called freak-offs. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Back with us tonight is CNN anchor and chief legal analyst Laura Coates and criminal defense attorney Arthur Adala. Is it clear? I mean, how did the jury react to all this? What was it like?
Oh, there was one point in time when a juror touched her chest and took a deep breath when she saw the still photos of these purported freak-offs, as they were called. A male juror looked quickly and then darted his eyes away. Another was taking notes as well.
So they were shown still images?
They were shown just images. This was not to the public, by the way. This was one of the fights they had one of the days of the early discussions about how they're going to approach the explicit nature and graphic nature of it. There was a binder that was shown. Sean Diddy Combs had the binder. He was kind of hunched over looking through the images and then didn't have much more interest in setting them aside. But this was what Cassie had feared most of all. She did not want anyone to see what Diddy was purported to say, iPads full of skeletons. This was her fear to have it exposed. And there it was for the jurors to see. And it was graphic. We knew what they were talking about. They described these freak-offs, and then she talked about what was in them. Corroborating testimony of somebody who was a sex worker talking about it before, candles in the room, different lubricants visible, the lighting that was seen as well. It was all there for these jurors to see.
Arthur, how damaging was it, do you think?
I mean, I don't think that part of the corroboration is so damaging to the defense. Their defense is not that it didn't happen, it's that everybody was okay with it happening. I think the damaging part is she talks about an experience, I believe it on a plane, come the film festival, where he sits next to her, even though she tries to move seats, and shows her videos that she thought were deleted on his computer of these freak-offs. And she said, oh my God, he's blackmailing me, telling me if I go to the police, if I open my mouth, he's going to show these things out, which will ruin my life because they're so explicitly horrible. On the flip side, she talks about the two of them going to dinner together, making love together. The nature of their relationship was loving and caring. She said, I think at one point, something like, I couldn't quit him. Our relationship was so close, it wasn't easy to break apart. Obviously, that's what the defense has to highlight tomorrow.
Yeah, they also described that she says that he raped her and that she also had consensual sex afterwards. They also had a moment when she was describing how when she got word that someone knew about videos in the ether, she told Sean Diddy Combs while they were still together, and he too was surprised and then had security go to try to intimidate this person to find out what they knew and when. So there was a little bit of two discussions, one on which she was fearful and the other where he had people who he was trying to contain it and saying to her, don't let that person out of your sight. Make sure he knows this is your life we're talking about. So there's a little bit of interesting notion of, was he threatening her and coercing and intimidating, or was he too also protective to keep for blackmail or other reasons?
Tomorrow, and it's tomorrow. They just have to come out of the box. I'm assuming.
Is she still on the stand?
She's on the stand. I believe. I should have checked. I'm sorry, because I know Mark Ignifilo. He's the lead lawyer. I'm assuming he's doing this cross-examination.
It'll be a woman doing the cross-examination, and cross will happen tomorrow.
Okay. If I'm starting off as the defense attorney, I am leading off with as much evidence that we have about all the positive things of their relationship. Here's a picture of you and Sean in Cannes. Here's a picture of you and Sean on the Empire State Building. Here's the car he bought you. Here's the yacht he bought you. Here's the plane he bought you. Let's talk about your contract. When you met him, you were worth $100,000. Now you're worth $50 million, not based on the lawsuit against him, but based on your music career. You did this with him. You went there with him. He took care of this. All the positive parts of their relationship, and obviously focusing on 11 years they were together. 11 years, and all the opportunities you had to leave, all the opportunities you had to get out of this.
There is a danger, though, in going after her.
There is a danger not only for the optics, for victim blaming, but also because some ideas of, well, why'd you stay, can be read as very archaic to some jurors and thinking you don't know anything about why people and the whole reason that they do so. But I'll tell you, she was very emotional today. In fact, she was reflective in a way that she hadn't been before. At different points in time, she would say, I can't believe I did that, or I can't believe I experienced that, talking about the physical toll, the hell it took on her body, speaking about infections that couldn't be cured by antibiotics that no longer worked, talking about having to take days to recover, talking about even a Father's Day text where she talked about her love for him and that she wished they could have a baby of their own. And you could see sort of the jurors watching this woman in real time in this moment, reflecting on the breadth of what happened.
Breaking news, the jury today visibly reacting to testimony from Sean Diddy Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, on the stand for a second day. The jury's shown multiple X-rated drug-fueled sex party freak-off images, explicit images hidden from the public. Elizabeth Wagmeister is inside the courtroom again today, and she is out front.
Cassie Ventura, looking glamorous at a Hollywood premiere, but she says the public couldn't see her mental and physical pain. Bruises, a black eye, a fat lip, all from this, an assault by Sean Diddy Combs just 2 days earlier in March of 2016. Ventura testifying for a second day. I had bruises on my body that weren't completely covered by the makeup, she said. I had quite a bit of makeup on my face. The injuries, the result of Combs kicking and dragging her, she said, after she tried to escape a so-called freak-off, a drug-fueled sex session with a male escort, orchestrated by Combs. It allegedly happened the day after this.
So this is my first real, film.
Ventura promoting her new film on CNN, addressing her racy sex scene in the movie.
I was aware that the sex scene was, or the sex scenes were going to be a little bit much, but, I was asked if I was comfortable. I was very prepared. And it is an uncomfortable thing at the end of the day.
Days later, Ventura says she was dealing with the fallout from her assault in the hotel. When Combs contacted her, she texted, "You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done. Please stay far away from me." But when a friend saw the wounds and called the police, Ventura wouldn't name Combs. In that moment, I just didn't want to hurt him that way. It was just too much going on, Ventura testified, adding she wasn't ready to turn him in. The couple attended the premiere together, with this photo snapped of Ventura showing what appears to be a scar above her right eye. In court today, Ventura showed the jury a permanent scar near her eyebrow from a different alleged attack by Combs in 2013. "He threw me down. I had a pretty significant gash. I cover it with makeup," she testified. After he sent her to a plastic surgeon, she says she texted him a photo of her wound, "So you can remember." Combs' response? "You don't know when to stop. You have pushed it too far and continue to push. Sad." While admitting she sometimes initiated physical fights with Combs, but she says she never saw him injured. In the freak-offs continued, she said, as she felt controlled by Combs. "I feared for my career. I feared for my family. It's horrible. It's disgusting." Ventura testified that her physical health was also affected by the sex sessions, many of which lasted for days. Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, was in the courtroom for some of her grueling testimony, which comes as she's roughly 8 months pregnant, which Combs' attorneys believed could endear her to the jury. The defense tried to prevent Ventura from being paraded by the jurors, a source close to Combs tells me. The judge denied that request.
Aaron, this testimony was horrific, to say the least. Now, Cassie Ventura, for the first time ever, she actually revealed in front of the jury that she was suicidal in the years after her breakup with Combs. She said that she was getting flashbacks to this relationship. When the prosecutor asked her, "Why are you here today? Why are you here at this trial?" I want to read you what she said. She said, "I can't carry this anymore. I can't carry the shame, the guilt. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. I'm here to do the right thing." She was crying at the end of her testimony, and tomorrow she'll take the stand for a third day for cross-examination.
Cassie Ventura continued her testimony against Sean Diddy Combs today. The star witness and former girlfriend of Combs testified about the alleged abuse she endured and the freak-offs that Combs allegedly orchestrated. Combs has denied the allegations and pleaded not guilty. CNN anchor-in-chief legal analyst Laura Coates joins us now from outside court in New York. And Laura, Cassie Ventura back on the stand for a second day of testimony. Tell us what happened.
So much happened today. This was a day, in many respects, that Cassie Ventura has feared. She has lived under a cloud of fear and anxiety about the release of images or the videos of those so-called freak-offs, these days-long drug-fueled sexual encounters with paid male escorts, the basis of which the prosecution is suggesting that there was a racketeering enterprise, sex trafficking, and prostitution. Well, today, the jurors were able to see still images of these explicit photos, so much so that when Cassie Ventura was going through the binder that was set out before her to ensure that only the jurors herself and the parties, not the public, could see, she sort of rolled her shoulders in discomfort for a moment. A juror grabbed her chest and let out a deep sigh. Another male juror looked quickly and looked away. Another one drew notes. It was quite a moment of this culmination of her fear. But she also described violence at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs and violence towards other people, including some that she initiated. She described an opioid addiction, Jake. She described, even shocking to so many people in the room, she described a suicide attempt where she came home about 2 years ago after feeling triggered, having worked on a video shoot, and having all sorts of flashbacks, goes to her home with her now husband, her 2 children inside, and says to him, "You've got this, you don't need me," and tries to walk into oncoming traffic, prompting her to not only go into rehab for an opioid addiction, but also trauma addiction, trauma awareness and trauma therapy.
The defense agreed that Combs committed domestic violence. He's not on trial for that. He's facing racketeering conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution, and sex trafficking charges. Is the prosecution making their case when it comes to those charges?
This is no cakewalk for the prosecution. On day 1 of opening statement, the prosecution said, we're going to give you a lot of information that might not come in chronologically. They're going to come at the end and try to piece it all together. But so far, here's how the prosecution has tried. They have tried to create the impression of an enterprise, the inner circle of Sean Diddy Combs, comprised of his high-level executives, his trusted assistants, his security guards, who are all working together, they say, to engage in criminal activity, namely facilitating these freak-offs involving interstate transport and escorts and paid prostitution for sex trafficking. They've tried to put those pieces together, and they have talked about the payments that were made. They've shown photos of the escorts, almost a series of sort of headshots of people, dozens that they have shown already, and they're trying to put that together. What we're still waiting to hear more from, including through the cross-examination, which they will definitely try to undermine, is to what extent Cassie herself was forced, coerced, threatened into sex trafficking, which must include her non-consent.
Combs' team will begin their cross-examination of Cassie Ventura tomorrow, which I'm sure she is dreading. What are you expecting from their cross?
They're going to have a strategy that takes into consideration optics. One of the things the defense didn't even want to do, they didn't want her to even walk down that center hallway as she passed by the jurors, visibly pregnant, to sit down and describe her life before she was a married woman with now 3 children expected, 2 already here with her. They're going to have to adapt in the sense of being straightforward, direct, but not allowing these jurors to conflate the yesterday Cassie Ventura with today. But I'll tell you, they have a hard task ahead of them in that sense, because as she was describing, Jake, the abuse at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs, including at one point saying that she had been kicked in the back, she moved her body to almost mimic that. The optics were real.
Take us inside the courtroom, Laura. What was Diddy Combs' demeanor while Cassie was testifying? Because I'm sure his attorneys told him to behave a certain way. Don't scowl at her. Don't be angry. What did he do?
Oh, every defense counsel knows that every eye in that courtroom is on the defendant, trying to read every emotion, interpret every single look and glance. He kept his eyes trained on her throughout the testimony, often writing notes, however, to his counsel, leaning over, shifting in his seat, crossing and then recrossing his legs, and finally landing on a position where he held his hands, fingers intertwined, on his lap before adjusting again. Meanwhile, of course, when she would walk past him, he would follow to see her walk out of the courtroom. She would not look his way, but she certainly knew that she was being watched, including by the jury.
All right, a live look at that federal courthouse in New York City. We have been seeing a lot of it. Day 3 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial just wrapped. Combs' ex-girlfriend and accuser, Cassie Ventura, took the stand for a second day. CNN anchor and chief legal analyst Laura Coates is live outside the courthouse. We're also joined by CNN legal analyst Ellie Honig and Joey Jackson. Laura, let me start with you. You were able to watch the proceedings from inside the overflow room in the courthouse. What could you make out about Diddy's demeanor as Cassie? I mean, these details were just so incredibly graphic, and it wasn't even just about what happened to her.
No, we had a front row seat, having her in front of us on this feed, able to see every single emotion, also to see the reaction of Sean Diddy Combs, a man that she says violently abused her and exploited her over a period of a decade. And prosecutors say he was a sex trafficker, of course, a racketeer, and also somebody involved in prostitution. What we saw today, if I could describe it in a phrase, this woman was under a constant threat, a constant feeling of anxiety that between her deepest, darkest secrets, or as Sean Diddy Combs described it, iPads full of skeletons would be revealed. These so-called freak-offs, days-long, drug-fueled sexual encounters with escorts for money that she says she never wanted to participate in. She talked about the violence, not only to her herself, but also to other people, describing one of her friends being dangled off of the balcony, another friend being hit in the head with a wooden hanger, a man that she was dating, a man we know by the name of Kid Cudi, who is a hip hop artist as well, who was threatened. And she broke off relationships with him out of fear for her and their safety. We also heard about her desire to go to her mother, that she wanted, after a severe beating, to go home to her mother. Instead, security guards and assistants brought her ice cream. And then there was a very emotional moment as she described her opioid addiction, for which she later received rehab and trauma therapy, that she one day came home from filming a video shoot, had a particularly triggering experience, turned to her husband in the home with their children and said, "You don't need me. I don't want to be here anymore. You got this without me." And tries to walk out into the street and like incoming traffic to commit suicide. Her husband wouldn't let her. They then talked about that all-important civil settlement for $20 million following her desire for Sean Diddy Combs to just read chapters of a book that she drafted about her experience. Casey, why?
Oh, okay.
Because she said after all that
Let
time,
me
she
stop
just
it.
wanted him to know how he'd made her feel.
Really, I mean, it's honestly difficult for me to listen to you lay it all out there. Joey Jackson, the attorney for Sean Combs, says that the defense has to adjust the strategy because this testimony from Cassie is going differently than they expected. What do you take away from that?
Well, I take away from that, Casey, is that they have a lot of work to do. And certainly this is a relationship that was extraordinarily complicated. It appears that he was abusive, he was broken, he was shameful. Should be humiliating to him. And it appears that crimes were absolutely committed as it relates to his conduct, with Cassie. Assault, aggravated assault, menacing, right, threatening, all these things. The issue, I think, is that in their cross-examination is you're going to have to hone in whether or not they were federal crimes. And if they're federal crimes, it's one thing. If it's state crimes, then it's quite another.
Yeah. Ellie, as a former federal prosecutor, do you think the prosecution got the most out of this testimony?
Oh, for sure. I think Cassie Ventura came through as the perfect witness, given that, especially that she's the star witness. I mean, based on Laura's description and what others who are inside the courtroom have said, she gave testimony that was credible, that was believable. She painted a sympathetic figure. It doesn't hurt, by the way, that she's extremely pregnant. And also, importantly, her testimony was backed up, was corroborated by video, by text, by emails. That's exactly what you want in your star witness as a prosecutor.
Really, really tough stuff. Laura Coates, Ellie Honig, Joey Jackson, thank you all very much.
Oof. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was a lot, right? Woo. It humbles you. It really humbles you, you know, Patrice? Do you think you could go, sister? I think we need to end it there. That's a lot. That's a lot. Wow. What's up, Kim Sherrill? Hater. Well, she was paid off. Do you guys think it's fair that they're showing the videotape with him and Cassie, even though this isn't a domestic violence case? I think they're just trying to paint the narrative of a story before they get to the juicy part. We do know that Albie Shore is going to be, he's been subpoenaed, so it's about to get juicy. They got her belly out the way. She about to be delivering very, very soon. So, they had to get out the way. And who knows, this may trigger her to go into delivery. This shit is terrible. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing for hip hop. It's a sad day. It's a sad day.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know what happened. My volume went out. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot with this
A
case.
lot, sis. That's a lot. Just watching all of that. Oh, it's a lot. It's heavy. It's demonic. It's heavy. It's very, very, very demonic. The portals opening up, all that sex and drugging and out of body and IVs and body fluids and diseases and and his daughter. I mean, I understand why Kim Porter's father is outraged at those girls being in that daggone courtroom. They shouldn't be in that courtroom. Now his mama, if it's true, or it's Amy, whoever this woman is, Janice to him, raised him up in this type of behavior, then I'm sure she probably been entertained by the shit. You know what I'm saying? If that's how she raised him up in this type of lifestyle. I mean, I know he took it to the next level, but it's no way that he loved this woman. It's no way that you could love Cassie and let another man sleep with your woman. That's how you know there was no love there at all. None whatsoever. And then the beat her, the way he beat her, and you start after a while beating them up back, because we don't just initially start beating on brothers. A man can actually take us out because they're stronger than us. But she probably got tired of him beating on her, and she just started beating, learned behavior. You know what I'm saying? 10 years, Patrice, almost 11. That long? That's a long time. That's a long time. That's a long time. So I was answering his question, Patrice, and Charlotte. He said, "Do you guys think it's fair that they're showing the videotape with him and Cassie, even though this isn't a domestic violence case and that she was already paid off?"
First of all, are you done talking? You want me to answer now?
Yeah, I'm done talking because I answered already.
Okay, so I think it's fair as far as what the prosecution is doing, because this is actually setting a tone for his character. This is what they're doing. They want everybody to see his character, and that's going to speak volumes as to the trial progressing, right? And as we see each day, they dropping more napalm bombs, more intense of they're showing you his character. Now tomorrow's gonna be probably some more napalm bombs dropped. That's what I think they're building the case, and then there is eventually probably going to be the cream of the cream. But right now, this is what the prosecution is doing. They're setting the tone so that the jurors and everybody can see that this is the type of man that we're dealing with. It's all fair, love, and war in that courtroom. And now the defense is going to come harder on Cassie tomorrow, as far as saying you were a willing participant. You enjoyed all the luxury, all the flights, the clothes, the this, that. They're going to come at her as a willing participant. So it's going to be all fair in love and war in that courtroom, just like they're setting the tone for the type of person Diddy is. They're going to set the tone for the type of person, the defense, as to what they think Cassie is. And that's the opportunist. That's the person that could have walked away. They're going to paint that whole narrative. But the only difference in this, and I keep saying it, is Cassie is not on trial. Diddy is. So it doesn't matter that Cassie can walk away being called everything but a child of God. She got her $20 million, and at the end of the day, she's free. He's the one that's fighting for his life. So the just got to prove that he is innocent of the charge that he's alleged, because he's not on trial for domestic violence. He's not on trial for for the things that they're paying, the pictures with the videotapes and all the stuff they say. I'm not on trial for none of that. He's on. They prove without a reasonable doubt the sex trafficking, the RICO, the coercion, and all of that. Things that's gonna have to stick with receipts, as we call them on these YouTube streets, right? With genuine receipts. And from what they're starting to see these receipts via text, via email, via, and things of that nature. So it's setting the tone for his character.
She's right.
If she benefited real good from that lifestyle, I'm not saying that what he did was right at all, but she got paid millions. She was able to enjoy the lifestyle. Why the hell are you in court complaining? No, baby, she was subpoenaed. Okay. Also,
right,
those millions that she got in about 23 hours can't pay for what she went through, sweetie. She just tried to kill herself. Okay. So the money don't mean nothing to Cassie. It was a point that she proved. And so did Odie. Odie got 5 million. Cassie got what, 20 million? Shit. And who was the mastermind behind it all? That's how they're looking at it, racketeering. Sex trafficking. It's crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. It's deep, man. It's deep. This is real.
So I would definitely say that both sides are going to argue, that they both were in it together. They both are guilty of some things. However, Diddy is not on trial for domestic violence. He's not on trial for being a horrible human being. He's not on trial for being a sexual deviant. He's not on trial for all the awful things they saw him do to her in that tape. But the prosecution is, like I said, they're setting the tone for this is the person we're dealing with, and we're going to see more down as this trial progresses. He's done worse because we got other witnesses that's going to come and testify too. So
they got more witnesses. Ooh. That's trial's supposed to be 2 weeks.
I don't know if you guys have heard, just today, another lawsuit of GRape from somebody is, Diddy has another one. I mean, another one, a brand new one as of today.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, what you say? That's just 2 weeks.
Wow.
Well, we can easily find that out. That ain't even hard to figure out. I can pull that right now.
But you were right though, OG. You were right though about what you said. She's not the one that's on trial, because it's going to be about her tomorrow, and how she enjoyed that life, and and for how many years, you know what I'm saying, and how she benefited. They're going to try to make it like there was some type of benefit. And
I don't think that. So what do y'all think the outcome's going to be? I don't think it's going to work. I really think they're gonna see him. They're gonna find him. I kind of got mixed feelings. What he's being charged with, until I see the evidence of that. I mean, if Adi testify, and if all these people start testifying, let's see who they got as witnesses to testify.
Well, that's what I was saying, that if they end up bringing in Jonathan Audi, and Audi said on that tape that he was witness to hearing business conversations go down with Diddy, and he actually said that he tried out some of the liquid cocaine that Diddy was allegedly putting in those bottles, those liquor bottles. So now you have an eyewitness that says, I was there, I heard this, And I even tried the liquid cocaine that I know that they were transporting in his rock bottles or whatever, right? And I heard conversations of this person talking to this person about transporting the liquid cocaine from A to B. If they did Jonathan, I would say, yeah, they sent for me, to call for my services. They may have been in New York and they flew me in from Miami or vice versa, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, Cassie could have made the call, but Diddy is the one that paid for the services. There may be some actual victims that say, yeah, he took me from point A to point B, from one state to another for the purposes of illicit escapades. Then if it's proven and that witness said, yeah, because it was me that he did it to, then that's breaking the law. Those are the things that they're going to have to prove, what the charges are, not the fact that he beat Cassie up, not the fact that he was verbally abusive, a horrible human being, none of that. He's on trial for the things he's on trial for, and which is the RICO, the racketeering, the sex trafficking. What I don't understand is why the gun charges weren't in there. Because the gun charges is 5 to 15 by themselves. The guns,
they found guns, but why he not being charged with everything? Could this be a gimmick? Could this be a teach him a lesson type thing where he may get off? Like what?
Serial numbers were scratched off, which means when they do scratch the serial numbers off,
can't charge them.
A lot of times these guns were involved in some criminal activity, possibly, allegedly. So for him to have guns, which they say they found in his bedroom with serial broken down, with serial numbers scratched off, that's sus. What if these guns could be traced back to a crime? Specifically a murking. If it could be traced back to a murking. A lot of people think that he had something to do with Tupac's unalivement. Had something to do with Biggie's unalivement. There's an alleged rumor of this $1 million check was supposed to have been for the unalivement of Tupac. Listen, all they got to do, if it literally is a check can be traced through the bank. I don't care how many years it go back. It's a check. It's paper. It's a receipt. They can trace that check back. Did it come from out of Diddy's at one of his business accounts or personal accounts and go to a particular person for the unalivement of Pop? Can this possibly bring up a whole lot of other can of worms that people been talking about over the years? It's a lot that could possibly go with this case, but I think the main thing is they want to get him on the RICO. They want to get him on the sex trafficking. They want to get him on the racketeering, and they have to prove that without a shadow of a doubt. And that's receipts, witnesses, timestamps, dates, texts, like anything that's concrete proof to say you are a ex-trafficker.
Okay, so we have a letter by Sheron Combs addressed to Judge Subaranian from Alexander A.E. Shapiro, and that is Young Thug's former lawyer that's representing him. So this was entered on the 13th. Then we have another letter by victim one as to Sheron Combs. Opposition to defense request to limit witness communication with counsel, documented filed by victim one. That's interesting to open up. Order as to Sheron Combs receipt of a motion, because I can get I put in to get the transcripts before the deadline, so I could pull the transcripts, right? on the testimonies, and we could show that maybe on this weekend coming up, because it'd be a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? I got to upload all this stuff. Order as to Sheron Combs, the court is in receipt of a motion to quash, or is that swash, the subpoena. Who is Clayton Howard, y'all? Oh, OG, who Clayton Howard? Subpoena.
I heard that name before, but I can't.
Subpoenaed Clayton Howard. Do we need to be looking at that motion and Combs responsibility?
Oh, Clayton Howard, I believe, is a ex-worker. I believe he was an ex-worker.
What? Girl, they got to tomorrow.
I believe.
They got to tomorrow.
I believe that's
the subpoenaed materials to the court for in-camera review. Let me read. Let's go. I think we might need to look at this one. Let me pull this case. This file, and I'm at this file. Letter by USS request for victim 4. Pseudonym document. Girl, this is juicy information right here. These are all of so I'm looking at everything that was filed in court on the 13th. And this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 filings that was filed on the 13th. Okay. So Sheron Combs got a letter from the prosecution or the government, the United States, because it's federal, so the United States. Defense request for victim 4 Rule 17 subpoena. Document filed. Oh yeah, let's go into some of these documents, baby. Let me pull some of these documents up. Let me look at some of this. Let's see. But that Howard one, I think we need to really look at that. Let's see. Oh, this is deep. This serious, sis. This is this is a lot. Oh my goodness, Patrice. Ooh, Lord have mercy. This is a lot. Let's see who this Howard person is. Okay, let's see. This is a lot. And Tory Lanez, that's cold. Patrice, why is they talking about this girl shot? We been knew she shot Megan. We been knew that Tory didn't do this. So now all of a sudden she coming forward saying that she shot Megan after this man been stabbed 14 times?
Now, I will say about the Tory Lanez case, I didn't follow it all the way through 100%. I knew bits and pieces, so I can't really speak so much as to the whole substance of that case. I do know that they said that it was some undetermined DNA on the weapon, and then I thought someone said it was both Tory's and Kelsey's DNA on the weapon as well. So I think what sealed the deal for Tory was Meg's testimony as saying he was the one that powwowed her allegedly. But now it's looking like from, I guess, new statements or evidence that they're saying somebody came forward. I think it was the limo driver or something came forward.
Yeah.
Actually Kelsey. So this is going to take a turn.
So many turns and twists with this hip hop.
It's crazy.
Hip hop empire and power is at its finest. That's all I'm going to say.
So for him to be seriously injured, having 2 collapsed lungs, being stabbed 14 times. Yeah. Somebody definitely was trying to send him to meet his maker for sure.
For sure, yeah.
I don't know a lot about Tory. I've heard he had a violent past and he did a lot of things to people, hurt himself. So sometimes
little old short mini Tory. What?
He probably has the Napoleon complex, right? So when you look at anger issues, the bullying complex. They named several people that had some involvement in them being pop out or either beat up. Everybody know him and his goons jumped on August Alsina. That was a couple of years ago, 2, 3, 4 years ago or something. Backstage. So he has a history, a violent history. So now they say he was in there popping off and talking, trying to sling his money around or whatever. I heard it was gang related. I heard so many different things. I don't know, but I just know that somebody wanted that man to leave this earth, and they wasn't playing with it. So if he has this second chance, and he really did not pow Megan, and he gets this second trial and get a chance to get out, hopefully he'll be a changed human being.
Wow.
So that's all I have to say.
You live by the gun, you die by it. I mean, if you live that type of life of harming others and powing people and jumping and beating up people,
and if
I'm pregnant at 16.
If she really did do this crime, she need to do the time. I'm not even saying this because she a woman. If she's the one that allegedly powed Megan, then she needs to do that time too. She needs to face the music. I think it was alleged that both of them both of them sleeping with him or something, or him. What was it, Meg and Kylie Jenner, or was it Kelsey and him? I don't know. Did he sleep with all three of them? I don't know. I just know it's a lot, and I know somebody's lying, and that was a big to do too. That was a big deal. It was divided on both sides. A lot of people were on Tory Lane's side and said he was innocent of this, and a lot of people was on Meg's side. So I don't know. But if he's innocent of this crime, then yeah, he needs to, they need to set the record straight. And if Kelsey really is guilty, she needs to do the time.
Well, I'm pulling these documents and they're like one page, all one pages, nothing juicy, no new. I don't see no new filings. Not filed in this court. Not filed in the New York Southern District, United States Attorney Southern District Court. Okay.
So, and I just want to say, speaking of that incident with the Cassie and the kid Cuddy and the blowing up of the car, did y'all see where 50 Cent tweeted that Diddy and Jay-Z is the one that
50
blew up?
50 just confirming and everything.
Listen, yeah, 50 Cent is he is the king of trolls now. He's so petty. He is always picking on Jay-Z. Like he had a thing. I guess Jay-Z and Diddy really did some backhanded stuff with trying to blackball him along with Irv.
Yeah.
And block him, but I guess that's why he got a long vendetta with them, because they tried to block that man. They truly did.
This is crazy. So this document is coming from a request to be filed under seal by email. Okay, so this is filed today. Okay, the government filed the 13th file. The government is in receipt of the defendant's April 15th request for a Rule 17 subpoena for materials from victim 4 and respectfully request to respond by April the 18th. In making this request, the government notes that the proposed subpoena is inconsistent with the guidance provided by the court at the April 14th conference in this matter. At that conference, the court advised defense counsel that a broad request for materials from victim 4 would present issues and that counsel should therefore be rifle shot about what you are asking for and point to specific items of relevance that you believe exist and have not been turned over and are not in Mr. Combs' possession, and confer with the government to see if they can assist in any way in getting you access to some of those materials. Despite this clear guidance, the defendant made no attempts to confer with the government, instead submitting a broad request that on its face is the exact kind of general fishing expedition prohibited by Rule 17, United States versus Nixon, denying broad proposed Rule 17 subpoena because, among other reasons, the defendant was engaging in a fishing expedition. As a result, the government respectfully seeks an opportunity to respond prior to the issuance of any subpoena. Girl, this thing. Wow. You understand what I just read? And this is probably why he got him a new lawyer. And this is why he just got that lawyer, that lady attorney out of Georgia. You feel me?
So is this a Tory Lane case?
No, baby, that was still the Diddy. I'm in the Diddy. I'm looking at the documents that they filed. I'm looking
That's
at
what I want to be sure.
Okay, well, let me go into Tory Lanes. Okay, we're gonna go into Tory Lanes. Let me see.
I was going to say, I think that was a part of, like, they trying to coerce, like, that's illegal. You can't do that. You're trying to, you can't coerce or want to talk to the Cassie or Diddy at this point in the game. Like, no, that's illegal. You can't do that.
And that said victim 4. Okay, and Cassie the only one. What? 2 people spoke. Some people scared to speak. You know what I'm saying? Some people running off, not speaking. Not the prosecutor can't make them speak. They running off. So it's a lot going on behind closed doors. It's a lot. But you know, Albie Shore was subpoenaed. So this thing here about to get juicy. OJ is about to really get every day. When I wake up, I'll be like, you know, when I get off work, I'm like, oh Lord, it's 6 o'clock. What happened with the case? You know what I'm saying? Because I got to work now. I got to get to the bag. This is like, whoo. I know, Charlotte. We love you, Charlotte. We love you, Charlotte, because Charlotte is not into this at all after what she experienced in Hollywood. I don't blame you, baby, but you went through Hollywood. I wouldn't want to.
I'm listening when I get up. I'm
Hollywood
listening.
don't know me. Hollywood don't know me. I wasn't going to be no blood in the sand. Nope.
Okay. Oh, yeah, share with us. Can you please share with OG and people what happened with the movie when they was trying
No, this is not about me. No. We want to know. We want to see our topic. I'll share my stories later, but the whole thing of it is no. There's so much going on in this world, you know, these topics, these men that are trying to, you know, use people like this. And there's women too doing the same thing, you know. I just want to get to what is the solutions? What are we going to do about this? How are we going to fix this? How are we going to get closer to healing, you know, these people? Because most people are just walking around broken, you know.
Damaged. There's no soul.
Damage, and they don't even realize how damaged they are. They're holding in this hurt, right? Never talk to nobody about it. Some people are embarrassed. They feel shamed. And then, you know, some people like this woman, Cassie, she's wanting to, you know, take herself out of this life because she's thinking about these things that, you know, that she did while she was with this person, you know, just to be loved or to be accepted or whatever, you know.
It'd be a stronghold because I know when Jay-Z and Beyonce created that song On the Run, I was really on the run with mine, and I got him from Atlanta to New York, and girl, the things that he was doing, and he had me caught up in it. And when he said, if I go down, you going down with me, I was like, okay, I need to get my ass back to
my
the
bad.
South.
I didn't mean to laugh. My ex told me some crazy like that too.
Yes, he said, if I go down, I said, I got this man. Well, I'm on the road with this man. I lost everything. I lost my baby, passed away. I lost everything that I worked hard for. Everything gone, yo, behind a man. I was like, yo, I can't believe that I'm on the run. They pulled out guns on me looking for him. I gave up my place in Atlanta, over 2,000 books, over 500 documentaries to go and take this man to New York because they said to get him out of there and he should be fine within 1 year. And this man lied, took out a warrant on me, girl. Told the state of New Jersey that I was trying to kill him. Thank God COVID hit because I didn't have to go to court. I had to recall that warrant. So my daughter went, paid the warrant, the bond. I went on the screen during COVID. The judge dismissed it. Go to get my passport. I can't get my passport. The lady was like, I was like, okay, I need to book me a flight to Canada or to another country, to Jamaica, to get my passport expedited so I could go down there and find out what happened. Now, mind you, prior to this passport incident, the police is pulling me and the man over. We in the car together in Atlanta and in Texas. They pull us over and they told me I had a warrant out for my arrest. Now, this man, this is the narcissist, okay? So I'm like, you took a warrant out on me? Because they was like, it's not expeditable. We can't take you back up there because it's not. We're not spending our taxpayer money to take you back up there. So they just let me know, like, you got a warrant. So y'all, I'm searching, I'm calling. Only place I can think of is New Jersey. And that's when I was told that I didn't have a warrant. So I'm like, yo, the police is pulling me over. I have a warrant. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to find this warrant so I can find out. And I kind of knew that he did it because of the circumstances as to what happened in New Jersey. So I'm like, okay. Finds the warrant. Go to court. Get the warrant discharged. But still, for some reason, when I went to go do my third passport, because I need to go and see the world at my age, I never left the country. I'm on my third passport. So God is so good. The Most High is so good. So I calls up the courts. I didn't know that the judge, that's how the spirit worked. When I didn't call the police. I suffered in silence. And I'm not telling people not to call the police, but my suffering in silence and being abused by a narcissist for the years, almost 10 years of my life, being in a marriage with a narcissist, the judge expunged the records of all the lies that he told on me to take out the warrant on me because of his shame, his embarrassment, and what I caught him with. Okay? So she sealed the record. She sealed everything. So just last month, I reached out to the Department of State. The Department of State called me while I was working and told me I can get my passport. So I left that shit alone for 3 years. And now 3 years later, I just ride things out. Some things like that deep, I just leave it alone. So I didn't only just have the charges dismissed. The judge went on and sealed the case for me. Hallelujah. And now I can get my passport. So I missed my appointment yesterday to get it. So I rescheduled it for June the 14th. So hopefully we could go on a nice little girls cruise or something, OG and Charlotte. We could take a cruise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, take a cruise. We're going on them cruises.
For my man.
Okay.
For my man.
All right, and check this out. I was drunk. I was 19 years old, and my homegirl brought some bloods from California. She in Atlantic City, New Jersey, done met some bloods. Brought the bloods to our hometown. I'm like 19, and she, they was cool. The Chronic just dropped Dr. Dre. Y'all know we're into this the early 90s, 91. Dr. Dre and them just dropped the Chronic. I was always the one that was in and out of town that did the dudes out of town. So all my homegirls that I grew up with and my sister, they was dating dudes in town. I felt like they were my brothers. So I had to go get me a dude from Philly or a dude from New York. So got caught up with her, and I caught up with her, got caught up with them, found out everybody had one, so I had to get one. So my dude was from Belize, but he was from Cali. They was all bloods, okay, gangsters. And I was drunk one day. I woke up, took the GED test because I thought I made it to the 10th grade. I mean, to the 9th grade. I made it to the 10th grade in high school, right? So I go, and this is my testimony. I go and take the GED test, miss it by 2 points, right? So I used to throw reggae parties in North Jersey. I was raised and grew up in South Jersey, so I used to throw reggae parties. And what's her name? Miss McGee. That lady is my inspiration, and I never was able to thank that woman because she told me, you ain't gonna be throwing no parties, ma'am. I have to go to sleep. I just graduated from college as a nurse. And do you know what financial aid is? And I was like, no, ma'am. Because I didn't know. I only made it to the 10th grade, failed the GED test by 2 points. Okay, so this is in 94? I took that GED test. So I went to a community college. I listened to Miss McCree. That was her name, Miss McCree. I listened to Miss McCree. She told me to go to college, do something with my life. You got a little daughter, you need to do something with your life. So I went to college. I filled out the financial aid form. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew I was always smart. I just was into boys, and they were my demise. Okay. And I listened to her. So I took a GED equivalent test. Didn't know that that was the same thing as passing my GED. So last month, for the first time in my life, 30 years later, from me graduating with my associates, graduating with my bachelor's degree, I just got my high school diploma last month. It took me 30 years to get a copy of that state-endorsed high school diploma. So I just want to let y'all know that I'm so proud of myself. It's not even about the colleges, because we know we don't be learning shit. I ain't learned shit in college. I ain't gonna lie, I'm keeping 100. You know what I'm saying? But I do have my college degrees. Because I look at college different now. It's just debt. It's just a place to lock your ass in and lie to your ass and put your ass in debt. That's what that did for me. And I just feel good. I don't know. That piece of paper, that little GED feels so much better than them college degrees to me. I don't know what it is, but I waited 30 years to get it last month. So I wake up so excited just to be getting my passport to go and travel and see the world, to be free of domestic violence for 4 years. Like, I feel so free, y'all. I could fly with my wings. I'm so happy. I could tap my heels, because to be in an abusive relationship from the age of 14 to 40 plus years, that's a long time. And the reason why I really quit smoking marijuana is because when I counted from how old I was when I started to when I stopped, really, because I really don't smoke. I don't know how I was able to support a marijuana habit every single day. Only when I would get pregnant, I would quit smoking. But I was like, yo, I've been smoking weed every single day. Like, wow. It was crazy how, money come from wherever. I don't even know. Even when I didn't have a job, I had marijuana. I had a joint. I had a blunt. You know what I'm saying? So I just know I come a long way. And those that know me know I come a long way. I know people on Facebook that know me from my childhood, probably watching, listening in. They know I come a long way. And I've been through so much abuse and trauma with men that they tell me the stories, the people that I grew up with, and they be like, you don't remember when he was doing that? You don't remember when he beat you so bad? We didn't know what to do to help you. You don't remember that? So when Cassie when I watched Diddy drag her through that hallway, that do, Charlotte, I agree, that is a trigger for me. But I'm in control of the trigger. Thinking about, the abuse that I suffered. Even being 16 years old in shackles, being kicked out of a city from cutting my baby daddy. I understand what Cassie said. She was gonna kill Diddy that day, cause I tried to kill mine and I cut him. I cut him up because he beat me with a bat 6 months pregnant. And I told my mother that I was gonna kill him, Mom. When I get off these crutches and I get this cast off my arm, I'm gonna kill him. And I did. And I tried. I ain't do it, but I tried. But he's gone. He's gone. I'm not proud of the fact that I cut him, but when you get tired, you get tired. You snap. You snap. You get tired of being abused. You know. And my son father, he used to just smother me with pillows. Like I'll just be laying in the bed, not the blue. This man just trying to take my life, like take my breath. Like, and I'm trying to figure out like why are you like this? You know? Then I found out his mother told me things about him when he was young that he used to do. And I'm like, damn, why you could at least told me this. I got a baby with this man. I feel connected with this man somehow. And to be honest, they're our reflection. They're our reflection. It's something in us that we need to fix, that we attract those type of men into our life and we settle and we accept it. You know what I'm saying? So I just had I don't know, I talked to my cousin the other day, and it's a lot of things that I didn't know. I just found out just asking my mom, because I grew up and I never really asked questions, you know. But what I wouldn't do, something as serious as what Megan did, if she didn't know who shot her, she should have just came out and told the truth. You know, you don't revenge a person because karma real. And I'm sad. It's sad that it took this man 14 stabbings for this truth to come out. It's not a coincidence that the next day Megan Thee Stallion is supposed to have been shot by her friend. Like, but they discussed this back in the day because my spirit had already told me that man ain't shoot her. It was deeper. And then listening to Tory Lanez talking about the blockchain and being the first one to secure artists' music on the blockchain. So there you go.
Yes, the NFTs, I believe that's the name of it, the NFTs. And sister, congratulations on getting your GED and congratulations on
get my high school diploma.
Yeah. Oh, your high school. Congratulations.
I'm in school. I'm working on my master's now, so I'm good. I'm gonna get my PhD. I'm working on things. I should have had my PhD 2 years ago when my friends got theirs, so I'll get it. I'm good. This is something that I need to have and establish with all my friends. I'm in a group of doctors.
I mean, I've never been in a physically abusive relationship, but I know of it. I know what it looks like. I've had my sister, aunties, and girlfriends, you know, so when you are there while somebody is going through it, you are actually going through that different trauma.
And it's horrible. Yeah, you don't wish that on your family members, your friends, because they're dealing with it. You run people away. I ran people away, talking about the man, talking. You talk about them so much, you cry. You talk about them, you cry. Sister, I'm living my best life ever. That's why now I can easily just block people, cut them off. I'll hurt, I'll cry, but listen, I'm crying more tears of joy that I ain't got to deal with toxic people. We ain't got to deal with toxic people. Like you said, we're supposed to be family. We're supposed to be love. You know what I'm saying? Why we got to be going through all this with each other? It's enough hate in the world. So when I say I'm going to have me a banging summer, girl, I'm going to live in the best summer of my life. Okay? This summer, right here. All right? And for my Earth Strong, I'll probably go to Jamaica. I don't know. My better half, he want to go to Hawaii, so I don't know where we gonna go. You know what I'm saying? But for my Earth Strong, I want to be up out of this country, okay? But let's get into this Corey Lane so we can get up off of here. We've been on here for hours and hours. How this song goes, Patrice? And hours and hours. That song.
We do know the alleged attacker. More information here. This courtesy of TMZ, saying the guy who allegedly attacked and stabbed Tory Lanez in prison is serving a life sentence for a murder charge. And this wasn't his first violent incident behind bars. The alleged attacker was identified by authorities as 42-year-old Santino Casio. Prison officials say he's serving a life sentence for second-degree murder and was previously convicted for an in-prison assault with a deadly weapon. So we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox, and we're also learning more information about new evidence being brought forward in this case involving Tory Lanez. We watched it here on Wednesday as the legal team sought justice in the case of Tory Lanez. They presented new evidence that suggests he never fired the weapon the night Megan Thee Stallion was shot in the Hollywood Hills. Lanez is currently serving a 10-year sentence for the shooting. The legal team alleges she lied about what happened the night she was lost. So let's take you right now out to some of these details here on Live Now from Fox from Los Angeles earlier on today about this new evidence being presented. We'll see if it has any legs in the courts. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
Here, some really, really compelling new evidence that you've never heard before. Our legal team will explain all of that to you. We will have updates on Tory Lanez, Mr. Peterson, on how he's doing. It's really sad to see the situation that he's in. And we think it's time, enough is enough. It's time to bring the brother home. So with that, I would like to bring up our lead consultant, Mr. Walter Roberts.
Good morning. We are here today to bring to your attention some information Unite the People believes is exculpatory in Mr. Daystar Peterson's case, professionally known as Tory Lanez. Recently, we've been made aware that a member of the media, Mr. Gianno Caldwell, was working on an op-ed for the New York Post regarding Mr. Peterson's innocence. During his work on that op-ed, he became aware of some information in Unite the People's possession regarding a statement that was given to Unite the People by someone with information relevant to that case. The New York Post recently reached out to the prior district attorney, George Gascon, Megan Pete and her representatives, and Kelsey Harris and her representatives. The only party that responded last week was Megan Pete's representatives with a request for more information. A few days later, Mr. Peterson's brutally attacked in his jail cell. Unite the People represents Daystar Peterson in his appellate process. We filed an appellate brief and a writ of habeas corpus on his behalf. The district attorney's office has already responded. The case is fully briefed. We're just waiting for the appellate court's decision. We were willing to wait for the appellate process to play out, but given that brutal, unprovoked attack, we felt it necessary to come here today to provide you with this information. It is our intention to make a request to the governor to either pardon or commute the sentence of Mr. Peterson, so that when he recovers from this attack, he's not returned to a jail cell, but that he's allowed to go home and recover. Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Ms. Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial. As such, he was in close proximity and he had privy to conversations she was having with her husband and others. Mr. James informed us he was not under a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement and was free to speak with Unite the People, and that he was doing it because his conscience would not let him not speak and leave a man in prison for something he did not do. Mr. James informed Unite the People that he was a witness to the conversation Ms. Harris had, where she stated she had the gun, she fired it 3 times, Mr. Peterson grabbed her arm and knocked it down, and the gun fired 2 more times. In essence, Mr. Peterson never shot anybody, never even touched that gun, never fired the gun. This statement aligns with the statement of the only non-party witness to the case, Mr. Sean Kelly, who at trial testified he saw two women fighting, two men break up the fight, one man grabbed the other one's arm. Gunshots came from the passenger side. Passenger side is where Miss Harris was sitting. This further iterates that Mr. Peterson did not shoot Miss Pete, did not shoot at Miss Pete, or did not assault Miss Pete. It's just another irregularity in a list of irregularities in this case. For example, there were 3 potential suspects in the car that night, and yet the only DNA sample was taken of Mr. Peterson, even though unknown DNA was found on the gun. Why wasn't Miss Harris's DNA taken? Or was it taken and the information simply never given to the defense? Why wasn't the driver of the car, Mr. Jaquan Smith's DNA taken? Or was it taken and again, simply not given to the defense? We don't know. It should have been taken. It is Unite the People's understanding, regular LAPD practice at a crime scene like that, anybody who's there, the DNA is taken. Another irregularity. Why, at Ms. Harris's police interview, was a non-lawyer, non-family member record company executive allowed to participate? Highly irregular situation. Normally, we see cases, strangers are not allowed in these things, but it was in this case. All of these things point to the highly irregular nature of his trial and his conviction. It is our contention that he was wrongly convicted. And while we at first were willing to let the process play out, it is our contention now that if he is not pardoned or released promptly, he may never come out. And that would be the ultimate injustice, is that he gets killed in prison for something he did not do. At this time, I'd like to bring up Mr. Gianno Caldwell, the media member who was working on that op-ed for the New York Post. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Good morning. Thank you for coming today. My name is Gianno Caldwell. That is spelled Gianno, Caldwell, Caldwell. I am the founder of the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety at caldwellinstitute.org. I am also a member of the press for almost a decade now. I've been looking into Daystar Peterson's case for almost 6 months now, professionally known as Tory Lanez. And after reviewing the evidence, the reporting, and the legal analysis, I've come to the conclusion that Tory Lanez was railroaded by the former district attorney, George Gascon. He was also wrongly convicted. I believe if Jesus Christ was Tory Lanez's attorney, George Gascon would do whatever in his power to ensure that Tory Lanez lost that case. Tory Lanez's defense team have alleged the withholding of exculpatory evidence, prosecutorial misconduct, among other issues that I was compelled to write an opinion piece for the New York Post. It is true that last week, the New York Post editors reached out to 3 parties, one being George Gascon, Megan Peake's team, and Kelsey Harris. It is also true that Megan's team was the only ones that responded back for that request for comment. I had some glaring questions, and that was the reason for this op-ed. Things didn't make any sense to me, many issues in this case, and I was shocked by the lack of interest from the media to ask very simple questions. There were multiple people with gunshot residue on their hands that night. Why didn't all individuals have the residue tested, their DNA tested on the weapon? That's a legitimate question. According to the prosecution, Tory was excluded from the clip of the gun. And according to Tory's defense team, they said DNA analysis showed that there was a 0.01% chance that Tory touched the actual gun itself. Another piece that stood out to me, the call that the prosecution alleged Tory made confessing to a crime. I listened to that call. I'm sure many of you have as well. I didn't hear a confession. But what really shocked me about it is if my best friend was shot maliciously by someone just 2 to 3 hours before, I wouldn't have answered the call, or if I did, I wouldn't calmly have a conversation with the individual of it. And certainly I would ask, why did you shoot my friend? And more importantly, I would never have given you my current location out of fear of you finishing the job. That was something that stood out to me. I also, in my op-ed, discussed Kelsey Harris pleading the Fifth Amendment. She wasn't accused of anything by Megan Pete or the police, and to my knowledge, she wasn't under any investigation. So why plead the Fifth? What also shocked me is the prosecution gave her immunity. For what? What did she do? Is there an allegation of her doing something? I'm not aware of that. Maybe some of you can answer that question today. During the time of trial, George Gascon, just to take you back to where we were at that particular point, he had just barely won a recall attempt. He lost support in many key demographics of voters. Crime was up in Los Angeles County. And this case would have been a silver bullet for him potentially winning. His policies obviously were bad and people were harmed. So that didn't happen, and thank God it didn't happen. At the heart of this injustice is the misuse of gun enhancement charges, a sentencing tool intended for the most dangerous and violent offenders. In Tory Lane's case, these enhancements were not supported by evidence. But George Gascon, interestingly enough, who is someone who regularly would drop enhancements or not recommend them, chose to provide enhancements to Tory. And in his case, in any given situation, according to legal analysts I've spoken with, he would do 1 or 3 years if he did it without the enhancement. That's interesting. Why did George Gascon choose to pursue these enhancements? You know, there's cases I've been looking through which George Gascon has pursued, many in which he utilized these enhancements. A couple come to mind that I would like to reference here. One, Raymond Danger Gonzalez, a Mexican mafia gang member involved in a premeditated murder of 2 young men in 2017. Despite the brutality of the crime, Gascon didn't recommend enhancements. You premeditated murdered a teenager and another individual, brutal crime. Why would you recommend enhancements, but you would recommend them for Tory? That doesn't make a lot of sense. He also didn't pursue sentencing enhancements for the senseless murder of General Hospital actor Johnny Whitker in Los Angeles in 2024. There's a lot of issues with this case. Many, I think, that the media should be pursuing all angles of it. We should not allow there to be unanswered questions. We should pursue open questions without fear or favor to anyone. That includes Mr. Tory Lanez. In his letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. Martin Luther King wrote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If we take those words seriously, we must act when injustice is allowed to fester in plain sight." I founded the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety after my innocent teenage brother was murdered in Chicago on June 24, 2022. I stand firmly for public safety, for victims' rights, and for holding criminals accountable. But justice also demands that we protect the innocent and stand against politically motivated prosecutions. This is what I believe to happen here. When we imprison the innocent while violent offenders walk free, which is what George Gascon has often done, we undermine the very foundation of our legal system. Mr. Peterson was never given a fair trial, free from bias, political interference, and media-driven pressure. His continued incarceration erodes public trust and diverts focus from the real work of keeping our community safe. Further, while incarcerated, Mr. Peterson was recently stabbed in prison, as many of you know, a tragic incident that underscores the urgency of this situation and the risk to his life while this case remains unaddressed. Governor Newsom, I respectfully urge you to issue a pardon for Daystar Peterson, known as Tory Lanez, in a full and impartial review of his case. California must not be a state where justice is driven by headlines instead of evidence. And in the case of George Gascon, that was often the case. So I encourage everyone here to go to caldwellinstitute.org, CALDWELL, Institute, INSTITUTE.org, and sign the petition. This petition asks for the governor to pardon Tory Lanez. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I know there's a lot of noise in the media going on with other stories, but I think that this is one of the most important stories happening right now today regarding our Justice Department. My name is Diana London. I'm the CEO of the Secret Weapon Agency, which is a crisis communication firm. And I'm also the CEO of a company called London Global Strategies. I am a member of the media as well. I'm a commentator on a few networks. And I also serve as an advisor for Giano's Institute and also another company called Promising People that is fighting to reduce the recidivism rate in this country and also to correct our criminal justice laws. As a woman who has worked in Congress on criminal justice reform, I deeply believe in law and order. I've worked alongside law enforcement. I've drafted policy to reduce violent crime. I've seen what accountability should look like. But I also know the legal system without integrity is no justice at all. When we get it wrong, when our courts fail the people they're meant to protect, we don't just ruin lives. We erode trust in the rule of law itself. That's why I'm speaking out today for Daystar Peterson, better known to the world as Tory Lanez. This isn't about fame. It isn't about celebrity. It's about fairness. Tory Lanez doesn't want special treatment. He's demanding equal treatment. And if we Americans still believe in a system where guilty must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then we must admit this case raises serious concerns. Because the truth is, Tory Lanez is serving a 10-year sentence for a crime that evidence, which laid out here today, overwhelmingly suggests he did not commit. Let's go back to the night in question, just like Gianna was just talking about in the attorneys. As the attorneys laid out here today, the prosecution failed to produce a single shred of forensic evidence tying Tory to the actual gun. His fingerprints weren't on it. His DNA was later found to be 100% nearly excluded from the gun, as shown in the worksheet that was provided to the defense late on the eve of the actual trial, after making a request for that very document. After trial, looking at this evidence, there is a 0.01% chance Tory's DNA was on the firearm. That's a difficult statistic to equate with the story as told by the prosecution, which may be why this was not present in trial. In fact, there were 3 people that night at the scene who tested positive for gunshot residues. One of those was Kelsey Harris, as Giano mentioned, the assistant to Megan Pete. According to multiple sworn testaments that you've heard today, including one from the bodyguard and driver with Harris on the 2 days of the trial, Harris admitted to firing the weapon during an emotional outburst. Tory intervened to de-escalate, not to harm. It is important to note, the police did not fingerprint anyone else who had gunshot residue on them that night, only Tory. Why? Even more troubling, the investigation itself was a disaster. Bullet fragments disappeared. The gun's serial number was sealed, a move that blocked the defense from investigating ownership. Police failed to follow standard procedures. Why? Didn't mark shell casings on the road and didn't test others involved that night with DNA. This wasn't justice. It was a rush to judgment. Worse still, the prosecution knew the case was thin. So what did they do? They tacked on gun enhancements, just like they spoke about. The charges, these gun enhancements are meant for gang shootouts and armed robberies to inflate the charges and turn a flimsy accusation into a decade-long prison sentence. Enhancements are a powerful tool against violent offenders, but using them in a case with no forensic evidence, murky testimony, and a defendant with no criminal history, that's very important to point out. He had no criminal history. That's not justice. That's a political stunt. Let's be blunt. This prosecution had everything to do with headlines and very little to do with truth. It was about symbolism, not substance. And that should concern every single one of you here today and in this country. Because when the facts take a back seat to identity, when due process is sacrificed for public spectacle, we all lose. Just yesterday, a Los Angeles court ruled the Menendez brothers, who brutally murdered their parents, are now eligible for parole after serving 35 years. They admitted to the crime. Tory Lanez, who killed no one and has still remained his innocent today, whose case is riddled with inconsistencies.
All right, just listening in there to this out of Los Angeles as we're continuing to follow the latest. As you can see, exteriors outside of the courtroom in New York City, day 3 of the Diddy trial ramping up. Family members for Sean Diddy Combs exiting the courthouse. Let's just listen in briefly here on Live Now.
Hey, Cassie Ventura, what do you want to say? Guys, keep your head up, man. Keep your head up. Mom, is you okay? I seen one of them paparazzi try to push you on that.
All right, just listening in there to this, as you can see, several members of his family's sons, his daughters not in attendance today, but they're getting in this black van, as we've seen over the last several days, get in there in New York City on a rainy day in the Big Apple. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A live look one more time there in New York City, day 3 of the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex trafficking racketeering trial. It wrapped up for the day. We did see members of his family depart.
That was deep.
Yeah. Wow. It does appear that that young man was railroaded. I mean, the lack of evidence and no prints on the weapon. I didn't know. See, I didn't follow his case that deep. You know, I know it was a lot of people was divided, and a lot of people was believing in his innocent. And from what I'm hearing, it definitely appears that he was railroaded, and he could very well be innocent. And why did Kelsey plead the 5th if she was so innocent? The 5th means you don't want to incriminate yourself in something. So yeah, I mean, I'm starting to agree with what they're saying. Like, it sounds like he was definitely railroaded, and he should, have another trial or either be pardoned or something. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, he cut into the industry's income. And when you cut into the record label's income, this is what they do to you. So basically, we're gonna get you spanked, we're gonna get you shacked up, and then we're gonna let you go because we're living in the age of truth. Lies not gonna hold up.
I heard him say something about a music executive was able to have a say-so in something, and the only person I can think they could be talking about is Jay-Z.
I'm trying to tell you, that's what happened, man. Did you see when he was found convicted when his father spoke?
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, we been knew Tory was innocent. I knew that.
But I didn't know the depth. Like I told you, I did not know the depth, but it absolutely seems like
the women.
Innocent.
The women that followed Megan, the support that she got was out of this world. And now I would love to see what these women have to say now, because the women didn't just go along with the evidence. They didn't even look at the case. They just went along with the fact that she was
along with her. And then she did that interview with Gayle King, and they I didn't see the interview, but a lot of people were saying they could tell she was lying. She had changed story and stuff like that. I was like, oh, okay. Like I said, I didn't get in depth with that case that much. That's the younger generation, and I was like, okay, they out there wilding, doing crazy, and they getting in trouble left and right. So I didn't look into the case, but yeah, he does not deserve this. He's been guilty of a lot of things and done a lot of nefarious things.
That's crazy, right?
In prison for a crime he didn't commit. He's not on trial for those things he done to other people. You know what I mean? He's on trial for allegedly shooting that girl in her foot, and if he is innocent, he definitely deserves a new trial or to be pardoned, for sure.
There's just so much going on. It's so low, so much low vibrational shit. You know what I'm saying? It's low vibrational. So she was crying on Gayle King. So she was lying to Gayle.
Liars cry real crocodile tears. Don't you know that?
Let's revisit that interview. Let me see. This shit crazy. Ooh, this is crazy. This world.
Yeah, I didn't see that interview, but yeah, they was really talking about how she was lying and how she changed her story, and I was like, wow, I don't know. So I didn't watch it, and I was, they kept saying, and this is the thing. They kept saying it was 3 people residue on that gun. One they couldn't find. One was, I think, Kelsey's, and the other one was somebody else's. But Tory's wasn't on there at all. I'm like, how can you?
It wasn't.
How can you convict this man and all the holes in the case from the district attorney? It looks like he was just had it out for this young man. And I'm not a fan of Tory because, like I said, I heard him know.
You didn't hear the last album he did? Girl, that last album he did was slacking.
No, I haven't. I can't even tell you one song he's done. I think he's done some features with stuff I may have heard, but I can't tell you a song he's done.
Yeah, he has some fire.
But I know that was a smart thing. They was talking about how he made so much money off NFTs, putting his music on there, and he was trying to tell other artists how to do it. And it's alleged that he pissed off, Jay-Z and Rock Nation because he wouldn't sign with them. And now I'm hearing some music exec had something to do with the case. I'm like, that, and the guy was like, where that happened? That doesn't happen. Like, yeah, so no, it definitely sounded like he was railroaded in this case, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to play it right quick. I want to see what this is all about.
Girl, I hope this interview ain't forever long, because
it's only 9 minutes long.
How long?
9 minutes.
Oh, okay.
8 minutes, 9 minutes. I just want to see right quick. I forgot all about it. I remember she was doing interviews, but.
So what happened that night? It starts, you're at a party at Kylie Jenner's house.
I had went there and we were just hanging out, and I was ready to go because I had been there all day.
So you guys end up in a car. You, Tory Lanez, your friend at the time, Kelsey, and his driver / security. Tory Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson, is a Grammy-nominated rapper and singer from Canada. Kelsey Harris was one of Megan Thee Stallion's best friends from Houston. There was an argument, and you get out of the car, right?
At that point, the argument wasn't even with me. Like, the argument was with the 2 people in the backseat. So I asked the driver to pull the car over, like, I'm done with this. And I should have stayed out of the car. Like, I should have not got back in the car.
Mm-hmm.
And they was like, Megan, just get back in the car. We almost there. Like, just get back in.
Mm-hmm.
So I get back in the car. It's like it's getting worse.
The arguing in the car.
The arguing in the car is getting worse. And I don't want to be in this car no more. Like, because I see it's getting crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I get out the car and it's like everything happens so fast. Yes. And all I hear is this man screaming. He said, dance. And he started shooting. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, he shot a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And I
so
was so
is he
scared.
in the car shooting from the car, Megan?
He is standing up over the window, shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even want to move. I didn't want to move too quick. Like, because I'm like, oh my God, if I take the wrong step, I don't know if he can shoot something that's like super important. I don't know if he could shoot me and kill me. Like,
were you afraid for your life at that time?
I was really scared because I had never been shot at before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I looked down at my feet because I wasn't even, the adrenaline is pumping so hard. I'm not sure if he hit me. Like, I feel it, but I don't understand what's happening. So I look down at my feet and I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm really bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
So I like drop down and I crawl in somebody's driveway. Mm-hmm. Like, I can't believe you shot me.
And what is he saying, Tory Lane saying
He's
after
apologizing. He's, I'm so sorry. Please don't tell nobody. I'll give y'all $1 million if y'all don't say nothing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you offering me money right now? Help me. Like, and if you sorry, just help me. Like,
but at that moment,
we didn't even make it to the house. Like, somebody had already called the police, and it was like so many of them. It was helicopters. I was like, oh my God, we all about to die. Like, the George Floyd incident had just happened. The police are definitely very much shoot first, ask questions after. So I'm like, it's a hot gun in the car. I'm bleeding. I've been shot. They about to kill somebody. Like, something bad is about to happen.
Mm-hmm. So somebody hears the gunshots, they call the police. The police come and they say what to you?
They tell everybody to get out
of the car. TMZ obtained video from that night.
And then you can see the footage of me in the swimsuit, limping backwards, feet bleeding.
And they say to you, what happened here?
I don't remember everything they said to me, but I remember them asking me what's happening, what happened to you. And I didn't want them to kill any of us or shoot any of us. So I just said I stepped on glass because I didn't.
Why did you say that? Why didn't you say he shot me?
I didn't. For some reason, I was just trying to protect all of us because I didn't want them to kill us. Like, even though this person just did this to me, my first reaction still was to try to save us. Like, I didn't want to see anybody die. So I just said, I stepped on glass. So when I see people trying to use that against me, like trying to act like I'm lying, oh, she stepped on glass, she never got shot. I'm the one who said I stepped on glass. I was lying to protect all of us. And sometimes I wish I really would have never said that.
You wish you would have just told the truth.
I wish I would have told the truth, but if it saved all of us from dying, then that's just probably what it was meant to be.
So when you told the police you stepped on glass, did they believe you?
I don't know.
So how did you go from the glass? Did you go to the hospital?
So they took me straight to the hospital. And the police questioned me. And I said it was just glass.
You still stuck with that
story? I stuck with it. It was glass. And right as the officers were like, okay, we done with this, we leaving, the doctor came in and he was like, you know, you got bullets in both of your feet. Like, you got fragments in this foot and it's like right on the back of your Achilles. And I'm like,
there is a medical report that says that there were that you had been shot. And the medical report also says that to this day, you still have
bullet fragments
in your
my
foot.
feet.
And there are still many people as we sit here today, Megan, that don't even believe you were shot.
There's a hot gun in the car.
Yeah.
What else what happened?
In text messages obtained by CBS News, Kelsey Harris, the other woman in the car, texted Megan's security guard saying, "Help, Tory shot Meg."
I really thought that we were all friends. And sometimes I feel like I put the blame on myself because when my mom passed, I just felt like I was looking for some type of family environment, and I was letting so many people in, and I didn't care who it was. I just wanted to feel like I got family and I got people that care about me, and just I could hang out with everybody, and I was just going through it.
What was the nature of your relationship with Tory Lanez? Because he has led people to believe that it was a sexual relationship, that it was that you two were dating. What was the nature?
We were not dating. We were really close. We were friends. We hung out like every day, and his mom passed too. So when I felt like we were bonding over that.
Mm-hmm.
And
did you have an intimate relationship with him?
Like sexual?
Yeah. Did you, Megan, did you have a sexual relationship with Tory Lanez? Yes, that's my question.
I didn't have a sexual relationship with Tory.
So why do you think he's putting out the story that the two of you had a relationship and that you're making the whole thing up?
I think that he is trying to deflect from the fact that he committed a crime.
Tory Lanez pleaded not guilty to assault and weapons charges related to the shooting. We asked his attorney about Megan's allegations in this story. She responded that they look forward to addressing Ms. Pete's claims, including her inconsistencies, discrepancies, and omissions when his case goes to trial later this year. How has your life changed since you were shot?
I feel like my anxiety is worse. I feel like my relationship with people it's gotten very cold because I'm not as trusting as I used to be.
I was going to ask you, is it hard for you to trust people?
Like, I've got this wall and I don't want to make any friends, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can to everybody. But new people, I probably don't even hold a conversation longer than 30 minutes because I feel like every time I'm talking, I'm like on the verge of tears, and I don't want to have to explain to strangers why I'm crying.
Yeah.
Half the time I just want to pick up the phone and call my mama and be like, what do I do? Like, it's too much. I feel crazy. I'm sad, and I feel like I have to hold it in because I have to be strong for so many people.
What do you say to people that still don't believe that you were actually shot?
I don't think any of this is for them. Like, it's for me. Like, I know this happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd rather it play out in court and the facts come out and everything comes out than me having to plead my case. And I'm a victim. Like, I'm the victim. Like, I'm not defending myself against anything. Like, something happened to me.
I think she's a great actress. That was like, did you see that?
Well, this is the thing. If he looks like she's saying he stuck himself out of the window or the top of the thing where they have the sunroof or whatever, I don't know, and start saying dance or something and shooting, wouldn't his fingerprints be on the gun? There was no none of his DNA on the gun. That part I don't understand. Make me understand that part. If he say he reached out the window, it was like pow, 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 dance or something, and shooting down, like his fingerprints his DNA would be all over the weapon. Gun residue would be on his hands and on his clothing. And
girl, it look like glass. That shit look like some glass on her foot, her skin. That shit don't look like nobody was shot. That's just
the medical records say she was shot. So it says bullet fragments is still in there. The doctor has no reason to lie and doctor up medical records. So I believe that part is true. She was shot, but the evidence does not prove that it was Tory that shot her.
Dude, the autopsy men lied. The autopsy people that have been coming up, deceased, that's on all these major cases, like the Michael Jackson coroners and
this doctor did. That's the doctor's note. The doctor said his bullet fragment is still in her. So
Okay, so her friend shot it. Okay, either the story is
Somebody
fabricated.
shot it.
It
I'm
showed
just
the
saying,
picture. It showed the image. It showed the image of the fragments still in her ankle.
exactly from the doctor and the doctor's statement.
All I'm
I'm
saying is believe none
evidence
of what
does
you
not
see and
show.
half what they say. Believe none of what you hear and half of what you see.
The
I can't
evidence.
believe none of this shit with motherfucking Hollywood. If I
You
was
can say that, but when there's evidence, though, that
The medical
really
records
can't.
the evidence does not show that Corey is the shooter. He no DNA on the gun, but she said he grabs the gun out the window and go pop out, dance, be dance. That don't make it don't add.
why do you think she lied?
Somebody lying.
Why? Why do you think?
And the way the evidence is showing it, it definitely looked like Megan is lying for sure.
So how do you think this gonna play out for Megan the Stallion? That's not really in the news. They said her album is not selling. She's flopping. Do you think she's gonna do the wop wop floppity wop? Because do you think she'll be able to wop herself out of this with all the women supporting her that the truth is coming out? If they
I think Tory Lanez deserves a retrial, or he deserves to be pardoned. That evidence, everything that they're saying, holes in the case, all of that looks like he was definitely railroaded for sure.
And if you think about it, from patterns of them saying that the diddler and the other brother that was in on Biggie's and Tupac's demise, Tory Lanez album is the shit. You need to listen to that album, OG. You're gonna be like, damn, this
No,
is
I ain't gotta listen to this album to stick with the young man and his innocence. The way these loopholes, like I'm not into that type of rap, in my,
Neither am I, but I know a good album. But I'm saying this to say that when you only want to be the only two, you're gonna take out everybody that's hot because there is no competition when it comes to these two sick men. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Then he said, I can only call him Sheron.
Jay-Z.
I can only call him Sheron. Yeah, they so competitive. They don't want nobody else to compete with them to be number one. So think about this. I'll give you something to think about. Why? I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to make sense of all of this and why they would do this to an innocent man.
Well, listen.
Who's pulling the strings behind this?
Well, now it starts to make sense when you heard that man at that podium say, "Why is a music executive has a statement or something to do with this case?" We've never had that's like letting a stranger come in and say something to a case he supposed to have nothing to do with. They got to be talking about Jay-Z.
They are talking about him. His dad spoke about him. His father spoke about him.
I knew when his dad went in outside that courtroom.
Dad went in and he called out Jay-Z for doing it.
He sure did. So again,
we know who's behind it, and I'm just saying this is the reason why.
For sure, it looked like he was railroaded because he wouldn't sign the right merchant, and he found out a way to sell his music and make millions through NFTs, and that's exactly what he did. And it seems like, he was definitely railroaded and set up.
That's it. So now I'm glad that the truth. It's sad it took him to get stabbed up, but the truth has finally come to light because we've been knew he was innocent.
Yeah, he been
he was innocent.
Has he been in there like 2 years or something now? He served like 2 of the 10 years. Didn't he get 10 years?
Yeah, he was sentenced 10 years. It was just heartbreaking to know. I don't know the negative side of him. I just know that I'm into crypto and NFTs. So with Charlotte's we're into crypto heavy, sis. So when it happened, and knowing that this is a way for us to do our music on the blockchain, we was excited. Corey broke the internet with it, and then next thing you know,
he was teaching other people how to do it. Yeah, he was teaching. Allegedly, he was teaching other people how to do it, and the record industry was mad at him for that.
course. That's why they took him down. Tory told us this is why they put me in jail, because I turned the world on to how to secure the bag where you don't even need the industry to secure your
Yep.
album. Yep, that's exactly what happened. That's
Wow.
exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking that way. The math ain't math, and it's suspect.
Yeah, and it's gonna be somebody else tomorrow. You know what I'm saying, with a story, because this breaking news shit. Oh Lord,
It's
how much
something.
how much time R. Kelly got?
I think 30.
Are you serious?
Because I believe he got to face charges. I know New York, and I believe back in Atlanta or something like that. I believe.
He not done with court?
Don't quote me on that. No, he's been, but I believe he have a certain amount of time to serve. In New York, you know, kind of time he got, I believe, from a case in Atlanta or something like that. Don't get me started there, but I think it's something like 30 years.
Do you think he was railroaded?
I think probably certain things in his case probably wasn't fair. Because I don't think I'm not sure if they ever really, the charge of RICO, I'm not sure if that was really proven.
It was the enablers. That's what I'm saying. How was they able to put this man that could not read in jail?
Yeah, he was the only one, and it was a bunch of people around him, enablers, just like they are with Diddy, right?
Like
So
Diddy is the same situation.
unless they bring up to Diddy's case with RICO, I never saw nobody else involved with
R. Kelly said
R. Kelly's, but I know
Jay-Z.
they got him for trafficking,
R.
right?
Kelly said Jay-Z is behind all of this, as well as Tory
I didn't hear that out of R. Kelly's mouth, so I can't say
I'll
he
play
said
it tomorrow. I'll play it tomorrow. The next time we go live, I'll play it so you can hear R. Kelly say who set him up. He said Jay-Z. You know, R. Kelly was suing Jay-Z.
Well, he had sued and won already. He had won.
Okay, so
from the incident that happened.
Did you know that Jay-Z funded the sexual
I heard. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so you
I'm hearing rumors of that because I know that him and Dream Hampton were friends or whatever. I heard rumors of that, but that has not been proven either.
Okay, we'll deal with that too. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like receipts. I want, it's rumors until it's proven. You know what I'm saying?
There is receipts out of the fact that
okay, well, I'm not saying it's not true. I just say
their name is on it. Their name is on it. They funded it. They're the executive producers of the fucking show. This shit crazy, bro. This shit.
Yeah, I know that Jay-Z.
They're obsessed, and you know that
in the case with Jay-Z because they got the fight backstage or something.
These people are really obsessed with being number one. I don't
understand. And win, so I'm pretty sure Jay-Z probably wanted to get some revenge off of him the same way he did off of Tory. So for him to have to be involved in some way with giving some type of statement in Tory's case, that absolutely doesn't make any sense. So Tory deserved a retrial or to be pardoned. Period. Like. It is what it is.
What was going on Danny's show? What they was talking about over there? They was being funny. She is too funny.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even watch Danny today. I don't even know what they were talking about.
You was just in the chat moderating, but you didn't know what was going on.
No, Dana. I was in my girlfriend's name Dana that has a channel. Dana, not Danny.
Dana. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I moderate for her on her channel. She be her channel. She be on with Judge Joe Brown.
Yeah, Dana. Oh, that Dana. Okay, I know her. I'll be watching her.
Yeah. I'm mod on her channel, so I was modding for her.
Dana is cool. She be. I don't like how sometimes she be talking to Joe Brown. She need to chill out. She be going. Everybody disrespecting the elder. Come on, that man old. Come on, Dana.
They be going at it. And they be going at it. I don't say nothing to him no more because he be like, let her talk. Because honey, look, they be going at it. I met Judge Joe Brown in person in Atlanta, and I said, Judge, why you be letting Dana talk to you like that? He said, oh, it's a part of the show. He said, but we go at it like that for real in real life. I said, oh.
You can tell. They be up ahead. They don't be agreeing. So it's cool.
Oh, no, they definitely don't. They definitely don't. But no, Dana cool. That's my girl. She cool.
Yeah,
but yeah, I met Judge Joe Brown a couple of years ago at an event in Atlanta where he was speaking. And I went out there because my good friend Angela Stanton King was speaking too at the same event.
Angela Stanton, that's my girl too. I love Angela.
Yeah, that's my girl. I just text out for Mother's Day. We text each other Happy Mother's Day. So I went out there and I support Auntie Angie's house, when she for her house for the babies, for the women, the single.
Oh yeah.
I went out there. She was speaking at an event, and Judge Joe Brown happened to be on the bill. So I was like, "Oh, I get to meet Judge Joe Brown." So yeah,
Judge Joe Brown be making me laugh. The things he says. I like when he talk about Kamala. It's so funny.
Yeah,
so funny.
I was asking him the question about the whole Diddy situation. I say because I know, they was talking about the Mann Act. I think that's what the same thing they got R. Kelly on. I think they're going to try to get Diddy on too, which is a part of the sex trafficking, which is taking someone across state line for illicit, illegal purposes. And it doesn't have to all be sex. It could be anything illegal or illicit. So I asked him, I was like, okay, this is the scenario. This is what I heard today in the court. I said, Judge Joe Brown. I said, so Cassie is the one that made the calls for the for the sex workers to come. If they come from one state to another for the purpose, even though this is their job and they get paid for their job, but if they come across state line for the purpose of to be paid for sexual acts, I said, okay, Cassie made the call, right? I said, but Diddy is the one with the money, the funds. He supplied and paid for the services. I was like, is that trafficking? He said, yes, because it's all illegal. I'm like, okay. I thought I was right.
Yeah, Diddy is the mastermind behind it all.
Well, she would now if she was stand trial, she would go down for being a part of the trafficking now because she
going around
to get the money.
Fucking free. Love this
person.
bullshit. At least watch the Game of Thrones. I wanted to watch you.
Go ahead, Charlotte.
I love you guys. I thought I was muted out. I'm so tired because I had some other stuff going on. And half of these people, I love you both. Half of these people, I do not know what you guys are talking about, but I'm trying to follow.
No. I was asking Judge Joe Brown where the sex trafficking come in and the Mann Act and how it applies to, it's going to apply to Diddy. If it could be proven that he paid for the service of the sex workers to cross state line.
I apologize because I was talking to my friend that's here in my house, and so I wasn't even talking to you or Sheron. I wasn't muted out, so what I said had nothing to do with what you were saying. I apologize. I thought I was muted out, so I came to my room. Yeah, I apologize for that.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to know, was that illegal? And he was like, yes. I was like, it's a lot of things that fall under the Mann Act. It's a lot of things fall under sex trafficking, not just taking somebody across state line. It has to do with transaction, interaction, coercing, force. It has to do with a lot of things within that. And he said that bill of the Mann Act, that is a part of the sex trafficking that Diddy absolutely can go down with. Now, if we can get other things proved with that, like receipts, like other people was involved, who fed them the drugs, who made calls to get them there, who paid for this, who cleaned up, now you got Now you got a RICO. Now you got a bunch of people involved in this whole machine, right?
Diddy is going to jail for life. If not life, he's going to jail for a long time.
So I have a question. You all, because I know, I haven't been following this like you two. So I just have a question. Do they actually have witnesses that, for all those things that you just mentioned, OG? Or even witnesses that can place the babies? Because my concern was like, what about the babies? Like these grown adults, they all made choices and and they claim victim and whatever, and with all their different stories and whatnot. But those babies though, what about the
babies is not in the
youth
case.
the youth that were there? But so there's nothing, they have nothing to,
This
and
is
that's
this
why I wanted to know, because I don't know anything about this. I haven't been
case.
following it but this is what my concern was, is these adults, they made a choice to be in this situation, but like those youth, those teens, those children, those young adults that they traffic, they don't have the choice to be there. So they're not even involved in the case at all. That's the, I apologize.
To my
I don't
knowledge, there
know.
ain't no children in no cases with Diddy. Odie, Adi, that's another thing, Patrice. These people are adults. The
But
sex
at those
trafficking
freak
is tied to
offs though,
adults. These people are free will. This is what everybody's saying. That's confused and like, yo,
but
these
there's
people.
there was youth there at those freak offs though. That's what I'm saying. Who's talking about that?
Nobody.
So, and I didn't know if that was a part of the case or not. So that was what my question was. So you're saying, Sheron, that the children, that the youth are not a part of any of this.
Well, the case.
So far, as far as I know, he has no charges of minors at all.
No.
Okay.
And now we all know that we heard that it was minors at these parties, but no, there is no charge regarding the minor in what he's being charged.
Which is what I'm wondering, like, how is that not in play here? Because for me as an outsider looking in, that seems like the most important thing to me. The most important thing to me, because like I said, all of these are grown ass adults. If they want to say victim or whatnot victim, each one of those adults made a conscious choice to be a part of them freak offs. Okay.
Right.
And subject themselves to that self. I mean, like they might not expected to get what happened, but they made a choice to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is these children, these youth, these babies that weren't supposed to be at these freak offs. Why is nobody talking about this? Why is this not in play here?
That obviously could not be proven by the feds, or else
there was nobody that made a witness or a statement. There was no witnesses on that spoke up.
What nobody said, they don't have a witness regarding any minor.
Wow.
They did a raid. It started with the raid because they're on the motherfucking tapes. They did the raid in California and wherever they did the raids because of the high profile figures like princes of fucking countries and presidents and politicians.
Exactly,
so they started
baby.
this bullshit to humiliate them. This whole trial, if these babies are not embedded in this trial, this is some bullshit, okay?
Then this is what I want to say. This is the stuff that I want to bring up, because in this is there needs to be solutions to this shit. Okay, this is what my passion is and my concern and why I'm involved with, because I could care a damn less about the drama of what these people are going through because they put themselves in the places that they choose to put themselves in. I don't have as much compassion because I've cried for the world. I've been that victim, to that celebrity. They wanted me to be a blood sacrifice, me and my babies. But I know that the trafficking that's involved, and I think this is a whole front and a fake and and it
Distraction, that's
irritates me
what's
because
really
why?
going on. It's a
Because of what's
distraction.
really going on. Exactly. He's
Exactly.
just a puppet. He's just a face.
Exactly.
He's just the fall guy. And this was all planned out. And
Big time.
yes, he is going to get off on a lot of stuff because, I might not be following the case, but like I said, I'm into meditating and of the spiritual things. And what I see is there's a bigger, darker, bleaker, horrific picture behind even all of this stuff that seems so horrific that
It's a
is being
humiliation ritual.
overshadowed. Yes, it's a humiliation
It's a
ritual. Yes,
humiliation ritual. This is
absolutely.
what this
And so, but
is.
but the bigger picture is the pedophilia and like those princes and those so-called people that call themselves royal no, these people need to stop getting away with and that's what took them so long to put out that list of all those people that were on Epstein Island, because those high profile people, the princes and whatever, they wanted to be removed. They have enough money to be removed, but it took a while to do that. But I saw the lists. I had access to that list with dealing with some people that I was dealing with, somebody that was extracting people from human trafficking, and she supposedly worked for the FBI. But what it came down to is she was another false prophet, the way I see it, serving a God that I do not serve, that is not a goddess of all creation. And the government is involved in all this human trafficking. That's why they get away with it. That's what this nation and America was built on. That's exactly what it's built on. The pedophilia. And it's not the wives, it's the babies, it's the children that they want and that has been exploited so badly. And and if the mother wants to exploit the baby, well, they pull the mother right along in there. They chop these people
sex
up.
trafficking.
Yes.
Sex trafficking. You got a bunch of grown ass motherfuckers fucking. You got a bunch of grown ass people fucking, and they want to call it sex trafficking. Man, stop playing with us like we some dum dums. Where the fuck the children at?
So
Who are
who's
the
being
babies?
trafficking? Exactly.
Where the little boys? Where the little boys that was in the picture with Diddy? They had Diddy. They had pictures out here with little children and pictures with this man. We got people testifying, talking about they went to the party. They saw little girls dressed up. Where these fucking children at?
This is what I'm talking about, and nobody's talking about that.
They playing games.
Did you see, Sheron, that I saw a video, because I've seen little bits and clip, because, it was Diddy. He was on the phone. He's talking about, did you get rid of all the pizza boxes and the pizza, the pizza box, and that's code. That's code. They're talking about pizzas in relation, when they're talking about kids and, what kind of kids they're ordering to have sex with. You want the pizza, you want the pepperonis as,
It's
the
like
boy,
they're trying to make this about Cassie. They're trying to make this sex trafficking centered around Cassie. Now, y'all better come with some real ass shit and stop playing
they're
with
fucking fronting. They're hiding.
People are waking the fuck up. People not stupid. People know it's deeper than this fucking Cassie shit and this sex trafficking shit with
That's
Adi.
that's what I'm saying. Where's the babies? Where are the babies? And I say babies, I mean young adults too. You know what I mean? They get these young adults, so it's the mothers who are willing to give up the babies. They fucking put them in these sex homes, and then they're trafficking these babies, and they take the vital organs of the young adults. And they're shipping, so it's about the drugs they're making out of the blood of the brown babies, and it's about and these people, you see, when they get off of this adrenochrome, they're looking like hell. Okay, so I want to know, where is, like in the Clinton administration, for example, over 6.5 billion brown babies from Hades. Where are these babies at? Where are the babies? Where are all the missing babies from Oprah's fucking schools? Where are the babies? Where are these babies? It's about the babies, the baby's blood. It's about the mamas and the young adults And these men, this is what it comes down to, is this patriarchal shit has got to die. These men that are hating on women, the mother, everybody came through a pussy. I don't care. Everybody came through a womb of the mother. And it's the dishonor. This system is set up to dishonor the mother. That's what the bottom line is. And these men that are acting like women are property. And Sheron said these statistics in all these, almost 40 states where it's legal to beat your wife, and you could probably kill her and you ain't gonna go to jail. What about this? It's like they're trying to regress in the time of ascension, when we're all supposed to be ascending in consciousness and coming together in unity, and the planet's supposed to be healing along with the people. They're actually trying to regress back to olden days shit, when women couldn't vote and their place was in the house, and all this type of like bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my language, Sheron. You know me. We're older. Some cuss words come out sometimes. Excuse me. Sometimes I forget we're on a live because I'm not used to this talk show live stuff. This is not what I do.
Narcissistic, chauvinistic point, narrative that's being pushed by men on social media called the manosphere, especially specifically on YouTube. The red pill men, and then they got the blue pill men.
What is this now, G? What are you saying about this? I don't know.
What is it?
The red reason why I know is because
out of Brooklyn called the red pill.
Let me tell you the reason why I know.
What is this about? What?
I don't know.
Y'all let me talk. I can tell you what it's about. So I come from the other. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just laughed one last time. I just laughed. I'm good. We're ready to hear this, OG. School us on this red food. Yeah.
Before I came over to the black tea / Jaguar rice sector, whatever, I was in the what they call the gender war sector, right? Where the men and women were fighting the fight. They claimed they were fighting to find solutions, but they weren't. They were just fighting and talking and downing each other and dragging each other to be heard. They wasn't trying to find solutions. So you got men that comes from the manosphere, right? Which are a bunch of jaded, bitter, angry men that come from either the red pill or the blue pill, but they all in what is called the manosphere. And the red pill men don't like the blue pill men, because the red pill men supposed to be these very male chauvinist, misogynist men, and the blue pill supposed to be the simps. Okay. That's what they call it. So you take a man like Russell Wilson, when he married Sierra, he became a simp because you married what they call Sierra was a 304. But Sierra had been dogged and dragged by black men like Bow Wow and like Future, with a bunch of baby mamas and stuff. Hey, Ahmad, how are you? And so I come from that sector. So I'm a older person trying to tell the younger generation behind me, listen, y'all stop this fighting and y'all not coming up with solutions. The solutions is this: you have to first compromise with each other. But you got a bunch of men that were online, and they still online now, from this manosphere, talking about particularly black women need to submit. They hollering at, they screaming at off the top of their lungs. They want to they want to browbeat it out of women. They want to physically beat it out of women. They want to scream at women, call women all kind of names. And this is happening for real in that sector online on some of the platforms, right? So women are coming and challenging them, and they dragging each other. So then you got this guy that recently passed by the name of Kevin Samuels, who was doing nothing but dogging and dragging and talking about black women, calling us fat and ugly. And he was rating these women.
You know, you would have to come up on his platform and he want to see you. How old are you? You better not have a little bit skin on your bones. You're fat, you're ugly, you're dark, you're this. I mean, it was just a bunch of dragging of black women. And you need to look like Kelly Rowland. So Kelly Rowland was his ideal girl, and when they would rate the women, he would rate the women between 1 and a 10, 1 being low, 10 being high. And so he would ask these women that would come up on his platform, how would you rate yourself? And for the most part, women are going to rate somewhere along the line of 7, 8. And he will tell them, you can't say 7. How are you going to tell them to rate yourself from 1 to 10, but you can't say 7?
You talking about Kevin Samuels when he was disrespectful? Bro, I watched that shit during COVID. I watched that shit for a little bit, and I stopped watching that bullshit.
Yeah, so it was just disgusting of how
some man to justify who you are, and you is the fucking god. You.
So they start calling them. So they start calling him the Godfather. Oh, these black men were worshiping, and I'm gonna tell you because
I heard a little bit about that. Then the Godfather. Now it's starting to ring a little bell.
This is when I realized that so-called heterosexual straight men have a gay psychology.
Yes, they do.
Let me tell you what I mean by that. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So this Kevin Samuels guy and the manosphere that bash, they love to bash and drag black women. Now need to say, we know that there is a percentage of women that are no good, just like there's a percentage of men that are no good. So instead of you coming on your platform, dragging and talking about the women you don't want, why don't you change the narrative and talk about the women you do want? But see, they had fun talking about and dragging what they call the thoughts and the 304s and so forth, right? So Kevin Samuels' ideal woman was Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child, right? But lo and behold, when he gets caught and has a heart attack on top of a woman, she looked nothing like Kelly Rowland.
I remember that.
Okay. So now when I say these men from the manosphere, the red pill, blue pill, Kevin Samuels world here on these YouTube streets, when I say that they are supposed to be heterosexual men, but they are psychologically gay. You know why? Because their alliance, their devotion, their need for acceptance are with other men.
Yeah, they are with each other.
They are not with the woman. Listen, they are not with the woman that they sleeping with every night. They're not with their wives. That's who you should first and foremost have your alliance to. But these so-called heterosexual men are psychologically gay because they go above and beyond for the acceptance of other men, whether it be their friends, their father, their brothers, their uncles, whoever that other man that they trying so hard to please and need acceptance from other men. That's why I say they psychologically gay, and that's a real thing. And most of those men in the man or that was a follower of Kevin Samuels are highly narcissistic. Okay, highly narcissistic, and narcissistic men are psychologically gay. Their alliance, their approval, their acceptance, and everything is lined up with their own sex, and they could literally have a wife or a woman that they lay down with, sleep with, marry, have children with, and they will seek the approval and go outside their home to seek approval for acceptance with that other man dragging their wife or woman at home. I see them do it all the time.
I can totally agree with that.
They're online doing it. They're disrespectful. They're chauvinists. They're misogynists. They're very disrespectful. When I tell you some of the arguments that these men, and they still doing it. I went over there and took a peek the other day, and they still talking about the same shit. Ain't found no solutions to nothing. So at the end of the day, you just want to hear yourself
talk. You're not coming up with what is the solution to keep the Black nuclear family together. What is that
That's
solution?
what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Where are the solutions?
Healthy relationship marriages. What is that solution? Tell me the goddamn solution and let's get to the solution, not the problem. You are a part of the problem when you are on here dragging and talking about the women that you say you don't want. You don't want the Meg Thee Stallions. You don't want the Cardi B's. You don't want the women from the reality TV. Well, why are you talking about somebody you don't want? I'm not talking about no nothing piece of ass man I don't want. So again, your alliance, you're psychologically gay, straight, heterosexual men. You're psychologically gay because your alliance belongs to other men. It don't belong to the opposite sex. Wow. And I land my plane right there. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, it's true. It's really true. And that's why they have these brotherhoods. And then there is more loyalty to that. I mean, for years and years and even decades, you know, women weren't even allowed to walk up into these places that, you know, where they gather with, you know, their men. And even in that, you know, the political aspect of, you know, that Bohemian Grove shit where all the presidents run around, you know, butt ass naked doing debauchery, weird ass things, and there was no women invited to that for the longest time. What did they have? They have men dressing up as men. And I just remember, you know, just not too long ago looking at Barbara Bush.
Women? You have men dressing up as women?
Yes, these presidents. Oh, honey, Barbara Bush, Barbara Bush, because women weren't fucking invited, and so who the fuck do you think they're fucking while they're running around doing drugs and deciding the fate of the whole entire world? Okay, these are the people that were deciding the fate of our world and our reality as a whole. You know, and this is the things they're doing.
With wigs and lipstick on. So they be naked with wigs and lipstick on.
All of the presidents' wives were men, most of them. That's why they were always talking about, oh, Jackie, she's so beautiful. Well, shit, because all the other fucking president's wife was mostly men. Like, look at Barbara Bush. Barbara Bush is a man. That is Betty White's brother. Okay, and that's what. These are the founding fathers of this shit.
OG, did you hear what she just said?
Yeah, I heard a girl.
Barbara Bush.
Yes, Barbara Bush was a man. Barbara Bush was Betty White. You know Betty White of the Golden Girls. Betty White.
I know they related. Bush Senior wife. Bush.
Yeah, Bush is Barbara. Her name was Barbara.
Her name was Barbara. That's a man.
That's a man. Look at it. Look at it.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
There's your receipt. Look at it, okay? And that is Barbara. That is Betty White's brother. Okay, just like Obama. Just like Obama is a nephew. He's related to Hitler.
They saying the same thing about Michelle Obama, that she was born a man, and that's not true. It's absolutely not true. It's not. She was born. Well, there are women.
I don't know about all that.
There are women that have strong features if they favor their father, like they say about Wendy Williams. Like a lot of people say she looked like a man. There are women that have strong features, structured features. If they look like their father, they can.
Yeah, there's women with Adam's apples. Yes, absolutely. I agree. There's women that have Adam's apples, and my daughter has an Adam's apple. That's
so I'm not. I don't know that about Barbara, but I know people that went to school with Obama girl. I just named Michelle Obama. Ever since they were in middle school, she was a girl then. She was born a girl. She's a girl. But those are the things that rumors that people start. I was saying that getting back on this whole thing because I come from that sector. and realizing that you can't solve problems with people that don't really want the problem solved. They just want to talk about, they don't want the solutions. They just want to talk about the problem and talk about. Now, why would I constantly be on a platform dogging and dragging a man that I know I don't want in my life? Like, that don't make sense to me. And I said that. I said, why are y'all talking? Y'all whole subject is 304s and thoughts and women like Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B and all the reality TV women. I said, I don't never hear y'all talking about the woman you do want. Why aren't you talking about the woman you do want? I say, because to me, you really want those women you constantly talking about, but I think those are women that probably wouldn't give you the time of the day.
There you go.
I say, I think that's why a lot of y'all go on OnlyFans and y'all pay for these women. Y'all pay to look at them. Y'all pay to have them dance for you or model or whatever it is they doing, because these are women that you are not in close proximity with and you don't have access to. So you're mad because given the chance, you will probably pay for it and sneak and pay for it just like the average man would. So I'm gonna need y'all to quit it. So you getting on and you constantly dragging these women and talking about them, but in secret behind closed doors, you will sleep with them.
Sleep with them. You sleep
so
with
stop
them.
it.
They sleep with them. They sleep with them. They'll sleep with anything. I seen it.
And then they'd be like, "Oh, well, we might sleep with them, but we ain't gonna bring them home to mom and marry." I said, well, why you not talking about the woman you want to marry? Why you're not talking about why y'all trying to verbally abuse, physically abuse, and browbeat submission into women?
Yeah.
I say a woman naturally submits to a man. I've never had a man ever tell me, "You need to submit to me. You need to do this, and you need." If he's a natural born leader as a man, I naturally know how to curve and know my place and position in a relationship as a woman or a wife. That's automatic. You don't have to. You first of all, you ain't gonna train me because I'm not your dog. Okay, and then second of all, you're not gonna groom me because I'm not a naive, gullible kid or immature, low self-esteem woman that you're gonna feel like you got to groom or train me into something. Because if you have to do that to a person, that person is not for me. That is too much work. And I'm a grown woman and you a grown man that I'm gonna have to beat submission into you or train you or mold you or come on, what we doing? This is 2025. If I got to do that at this day and age to be in a relationship with somebody, that person is not for me.
So somebody picked up what Kevin Samuels left off, or they just have a whole.
It's a bunch of them over there trying to. They trying.
No. Because that last time
Kevin Samuels sat on his platform and drugged so many women and disrespected and talked about so many women, and then he died with a woman that looked nothing like the one his ideal woman. They faked.
That was a shock to the community.
Somebody gonna say to me, I was on a platform, well, you don't like Kevin Samuels? No. Well, you shouldn't talk about that way like the dead. I said, let me tell you something. If I don't like you in life, I'm not gonna pretend like I like you in death. Because I don't want you to feel like you like me in death if you didn't like me in life. Hello?
Girl,
no.
After Kevin Samuels and that other man.
Honey, when I tell you, I talk about the psychological, how these men are gay psychologically. I mean psychologically. Yeah, I don't mean like literally. They psychologically gay. Their onus was to that man. You should have saw how some of them men act when that man died. You would have thought Jesus Christ himself died.
I saw how they was behaving when he died. They was really, they felt like he was their leader.
I know that these men are psychologically gay because and majority of these men have never ever in real life, in real time, met Kevin Samuels.
Okay. So he had them going like that with conversation.
They're calling them Godfather. I mean, the man was
They was
making
calling
all.
Kevin Samuels God. Is that what
Yes,
you
he
were
was
saying
the Godfather. Yes.
Girl, bye. I watched his show a couple times and saw how disrespectful, and so that shit was embarrassing. How the women was going up there, and he was breaking them down like that. I can't get into stuff like that.
Breaking them all the way down, and then Nicki Minaj went on his platform. He talked nice to her, but see, Nicki Minaj is the type of woman he would normally drag, but because she was a celebrity, he talked to her real nice.
Are you serious?
But I tell you, these men are so. That's why I say they are psychologically gay. Okay, and then they had this manosphere get together, right? Where all the men, not all of them, but a lot of men from the manosphere would get together, and they would have, they had this weekend thing. They had people speaking. Some of the content creators were speaking, and a lot of the women went to it. Them women was coming back talking about how them men look. The main ones that's on their platforms, dragging women, say they was fat, out of shape, ugly, this, that, and the other. But these were the same men that talking about, and the other men is the passport bros. That's what they call them, the passport bros. These are the men that dragging black women, and they say they want to go overseas or in another country and get them another woman because black women are too aggressive. We too this, we too that. Well, good riddance. And a lot of them are going over there, and guess what? They get murked, they get robbed, they get messed up because they want a nice, gullible woman, like come from certain cultures that would submit to them, and they can easily run over and drag those women. When you are outspoken, when you speak up for yourself, when you cover yourself and protect yourself from verbal abuse or any other being cheated on and lied to in a relationship, they can't stand women like that speak up for them. Rather get a woman that they can have lay the mat down and just dog walk her. On over there, because you the type of man I don't want anyway. So go over there in Dominican Republic or wherever you need to get that woman, and good luck. And a lot of them going over there and they ended up DEAD on arrival because they going over there buying them women and getting caught up in women, setting them up and everything. A couple of them men that went over there trying to find a wife and they end up dead.
I heard about that. The passport boys, that was back during COVID.
The passport bros. That's what they call it.
I remember about them. Yeah, they was going overseas. They was talking about they going. I remember that shit. It pop up in my timeline. So, I'll just start paying attention for a little bit till I'm not interested no more. I get bored fast with shit like that.
And I just got tired of the arguing, and I went over there to a couple of them because I'm still subscribed to some of the platforms that I used to sit on, and a lot of them are from the younger generation. So I'm giving my wisdom. I'm talking to these black men, about, listen, y'all foul how y'all talk to women. Y'all foul how y'all treat women. Y'all are habitual liars and cheaters in relationships. Let's talk about all these baby mamas y'all dragging, but y'all are the ones that's putting y'all penis up in them, leaving them baby mamas. But you want a woman. You want a woman. You don't want to take any onus on you leaving that woman a single mother, but you slept with her unprotected. But you talking about, she cocked her legs open and she got 4-5 different baby daddies. But you are one of those baby daddies that slept with that woman and then slept her. So you didn't protect your seed while you talking about how she didn't protect her egg. You didn't protect your seed. You stuck your penis in her naked.
My daddy
and
said
that woman, and then you left her a baby mama. So let's talk about that. But see, them the conversation that they don't want to talk about. They just want to talk about the lady that got 4-5 different baby daddies. What about them 4 or 5 different daddies that laid down with that woman?
And you're one of them.
No onus is on him at all. See, I was going to teach them something, but they don't want to listen. They just want to argue with each other.
They get mad when you tell them the truth. When you flip it on their ass, they get mad.
I said, you don't want to hear the truth. Where's your part in this? I said, yes, there are no good women in the world. I said, but guess what? There are no good men too. I said, y'all dragging women for filth 24/7. I never hear y'all hold another man accountable for his actions.
Right.
What they be saying when you speak, OG? They don't. How they be responding?
No, because they respected me. You know, I had a couple of them, you know, got out of line, but for the most part, that's why I said I was respected even over there on that sector. I just got tired of the drag and no solutions. I was giving them like real life solutions. Like I would talk to the young ladies.
Girl,
You shouldn't.
Them motherfuckers, they don't want no
I would
solution.
tell the young ladies. I said, you shouldn't say you don't want or need a man. You shouldn't say that you this independent and you know and you talking about you want to have a child and here you are and you're single and you don't have children and you should want
a man.
Want to create the Black nuclear family. You should want to procreate in the world. You should want this. You should want that. I would talk to both sides. But both sides didn't want to do nothing but argue and drag each other with no solution.
How long was you over there on that side? How long was you into them sectors?
I was over there for a couple of years before I.
Hell no, girl, they should have drove my mind. I couldn't do it.
I'm telling you, I left and then came over here to the Black Peace sector and the drag sector, and then I peeked over, like I said, I just peeked over there a couple of days ago and they still having the same conversation. Can a Black man do this with a Black woman? Do we need to go outside this way? Can a Black
retarded.
I don't know how you do it, baby.
I don't know. I told you I peeked over there. I didn't even, I just laughed. I just laughed. And I left. I said, here we go. I said, they talking about the same thing over and over.
Stuck on stupid.
No solutions at all. No, I don't hear nobody talking about solutions. All they doing is arguing with each other.
Their solution is that they can't fuck with Black women and they just feel the need to continue to drag us through the damn mud and shit that they create.
First of all, they need to quit saying Black women like it's all Black women. Just like Black women.
What they do. That's what they do. That's what just happened to me and my sister up in that house we were talking about, not naming no names.
And when we talking about the part of our culture and communities that are no good, it's really a small percentage of those people. And then when you take celebrities out the equation, it's even smaller because listen, celebrities don't live our life. They are a whole different reality and lifestyle than what we are. So first of all, you shouldn't even be coning and honing your life or your lifestyle on what the hell you see from a celebrity in the first place.
Right. That's just not reality. But the other thing, OG, like you were saying, is like, you know, they really just, what strong, see, this is the issue, is they're insecure and we are strong. When a woman is strong and confident and, you know, and knows how to create her own positive energy, she's rolling in her own vibe. They don't feel needed. That's when they start tripping, is when you're in your own zone and you don't need a nigga for shit. They start to get to realizing, oh shit, like she's solid. She don't need me for shit. And the whole thing of it is we ain't gonna sit down. Any strong goddess is not gonna sit there and take that shit. We're gonna speak up for ourselves. We're gonna speak our mind. We might sit there and be submissive and be the good wife and whatnot, but we are going to speak up. We might let it roll over sometimes and whatever, but we're going to stand up for ourselves. And that's what they don't like. They don't like it. They don't like it. And they're jealous. They're jealous. And when the man's jealous of the woman, and even the men, like the women, women, you know, making more money than their man. The man, you know, he starts getting to feel a little less than because he's making less money. And they're just like that. You know, we're different. The women don't look like it. We don't care if our man's making more money than us. You know what I mean?
I said this to that sector over there. I said, let me tell y'all something. I was married for 10 years. I always made more money than my husband. Always. But guess what? My husband was the man of the house. I still knew that as long as he led in the way a man's supposed to lead, I didn't throw my weight of the fact that I made more money than him in his face.
Yeah, we're not like that. We don't do that, but they are. And that's what they do. And so, you know what I mean? That's not our mentality. That's what I'm saying. That's our mentality.
And that's why they insecure when the woman makes more money than them, because you know why? Men, and I told them this and they got mad, but it's the truth. Men like to lead with their wallets and their dicks. That's how they lead. They think leading with their wallet, which is their money, and their dick is going to maintain the leadership in a relationship. And that's far from the truth. Just like Kevin Samuels came with this high value man. So a high value man, you put the equation of a high value man. You put the equation of a high value man as to mean a man that is a 6-figure man. Okay, guess what? I don't
either. You better come with some qualities.
Your average woman wants a man with morals, values, scruples, leadership, protection, security, all of the other attributes that don't even equate to money. But because Kevin Samuels came up with this high value man, I'm a high value man, I'm a 6-figure man. Do you know how many 6-figure mans ain't no goddamn good? Do you know how many 6-figure men are woman of beaters? Do you know how? Oh, and then they think because high value man deserves to have options, meaning that because I make more money than you, now I can afford to have 2 or 3 women on the side, and you should just sit down and take it. It's a sickness that, like I said, they are psychologically gay. That's the science and the psychology behind men that think like that. If you ask,
they're even gay, full on, and don't even know it.
If you ask the average woman what is a high value man to them, money ain't gonna be the first thing she say, unless she's a gold digger.
Right.
And that's true. That's just the truth. But again, this man had these men so brainwashed with that high value man crap. I say, y'all love to lead with your wallet and your dick, and look how far it's gotten you. It's gotten you in a whole bunch of trouble because you end up paying out millions to baby mamas, broken marriages, alimony, palimony, child support. Look what that being the high value man has gotten you.
They blame the woman for that, though. You know what I mean? It's not their fault. You know, they don't take responsibility for their actions. So it's a woman's fault.
They are allergic to accountability.
Exactly.
I say, y'all allergic to accountability. You want to put all of the blame on the Black woman, and you don't want to talk about the fuck shit you have done to break the Black nuclear family up. You don't want to talk, well, the women are the ones that took the public aid and then put the man out the house. I said, that's only partially true. That's not all the way true. Let's talk about the men in the 50s and 60s and 70s that was walking out on their families, going to the store and get a loaf of bread and not coming back because he done went and lived a whole nother life with another family. Let's talk about those.
Let's talk about that shit. Oh my gosh. Shit. They get, you know, they get the love for the drug too. What about the ones that get the love for the drug and just go and chase that shit? Oh my goodness.
I know it's late, but y'all, it's so deep. This woman's story is so powerful. DMX wife, OG, you just hit something on the nail. Oh, that woman's story, y'all, is deep. DMX wife. You just mentioned her daddy left. Her mama left her daddy and left them and went and
lived a whole nother
mama
life.
out the house to live
Lived
with
a whole nother life.
live with her grandfather. Her mama went and lived with her granddad. This lady life is so deep, dear ex-wife. She told
That
us.
happened to so many people, though, Sheron. Like the people when they came and
But
settled
there was
over
so
here
many stories.
in
There
this
was so
state.
many
People
stories.
went overseas and left their whole family, and they come back talking about you have a wife and da da da. And they've been talking about no, they came over here to America, found another woman, it
What
started
about
a whole nother life, and they got left their kids behind and didn't
just
look
in our
back.
culture alone, in our neighborhoods, in our cultures? It was men, married men, and they had whole nother families on the other side of town, child.
Right?
No,
That's been going on ever since.
I was pregnant by the man. My baby daddy had me pregnant, and another woman pregnant at the same time.
So when you have those conversations with them, the men get quiet, see, because they know that those same men were them, their fathers, their grandfathers, that shit, right?
Right.
Let's talk about it.
Let's
talk about it. That's the sins of the fathers. That's the title right now. It's the sins of the fathers, marital rape, and you know, and it's
violence. Don't leave that out, because the men were beating the crap out of our mothers and grandmothers and aunties back then.
Yeah, and the domestic violence, and that's where we're at right now. Why are the men thinking they can rape the women? You know what I mean? And treat them like their property. No, that is not okay. And yes, it is rape if she's your wife or he's your husband. It is.
What I noticed is that growing up in the South, in the country, all of my aunties, all of my cousins that were married, they were so submissive. They didn't talk back. They took care of the children. They did everything for their husbands. Okay. And my grandmother was impregnated by my grandfather 20 plus times. And my aunt said that my grandfather should have been arrested because all my granddaddy did was beat and impregnated my grandmother. So my aunt to say that my father should have been in jail for beating all that. So that means my dad and my auntie and them witnessed their father beating their mother. And this is where my dad learned these habits. And my brothers and sisters said that they used to jump in front of my father to stop him from beating mother. So
same thing happened in my home, baby. My grandpapa raped my grandmama. You know what I mean? Same thing. My grandpapa on my mama's side raped my grandmama, and that's how I got my bitter aunt, who is so bitter and angry to this day. Came out with one leg shorter than the other. She just fucked up. Product of rape.
I mean, can we watch a little bit of Shakira, because I like her spirit, but y'all, I ain't gonna play the whole thing, but since we on this topic, can I play just a little bit of this shit?
Yo, we need to, don't you guys get some sleep?
I'm done.
Mama.
Girl, people be on here 8 hours. We just talking. Nah, it's one. But I just want just a little bit. This shit deep since we on
It's 12. It's 12 here where I'm at. We're almost 10 minutes too.
Yeah, it's almost 1 here.
Just a little bit.
It's literally the definition of generational trauma.
I went from this excited 14-year-old girl to a mother overnight. She not only left them for a man, but it was for my father's father. So she kicked my grandmother out. Someone said to me and asked, someone who rubbed her stomach put something on your baby. Wow. And we were like, this was the first intro to devil. I'm going to sleep every night and a presence is coming in.
Yeah, you don't let nobody touch your stomach.
I was like, this is a spirit? I was like, what the hell? She was like, is that your husband? I said, yeah. She's like, there's a woman that he's with. She sent a warlock here. This is beyond repairing. Like, you need to make a choice. You or your kids. But I didn't love myself enough to do it for me.
So God hit us up the day before she flew into Atlanta. Thankfully, we shot this just a few hours before she flew out. So we didn't have much time. But what she shared is a life-changing testimony you don't want to miss. And the timing couldn't be better. because we're about to launch our brand new private community for men and women serious about growth in 3 areas: faith, your spiritual foundation; family, your relationships; and fitness, your daily habits and discipline. So look, the doors are about to open. So click the link in the description to join the wait list. The seats are limited, and those on the list will be the first to know. Looking forward to it. Let's get it. Welcome to Hardly Initiated. It is your host, Tyshawn Jackson, in here with another episode with my co-host, Ryan Ketchens.
Yeah, listen, if y'all know Hardly Initiated, y'all already know this one is about to be special because let's just say we're going to dig deep.
Woo!
Yeah.
That
easy.
Is a fact. I'm so excited about this show, y'all. I was born in Brooklyn, New York in the 90s here, so I am deeply entrenched and I understand the culture and the impact that this sister has had on the culture in the background. And today we're about to shine a light on this sister here because we have a powerful woman, an author here, actually the author of Dying to Self, that is out here in the streets now. We're going to do a special giveaway for our people. This was the wife of the legendary icon, DMX. And she's got a powerful transformational story here that's going to change the lives of the viewers here that are tuning into the episode. We are in here rocking with Tashira Simmons. Welcome to Hardly Initiated.
Thank you for having me, man. What an intro.
Yo, he blazing with that intro. That was excellent. Excellent.
I can't half step on that introduction because I've been doing my research before I met you, and a lot of people don't understand that, you know, a lot of us saw DMX throughout the culture, and that we saw the impact he had on the culture, but you were really the battery, you know, in his back. You were like that secret power,
ingredients and power. Yep.
That was, you know, working behind closed doors. And I want to talk about that because you have an incredible story of transformation and redemption that I want to get into today. But again, there's a giveaway. She blessed us. She brought some books for us that we're going to bless you guys with. I want you guys to go ahead and purchase the book yourself. The link is going to be down there in the description. But for a couple people, we will be doing a giveaway.
And y'all already know, guys, listen, buy the book first. And if by chance you also win the giveaway, we always set you straight and make you whole. So get the book first, then go ahead and get the giveaway.
That's a fact.
And this is the thing. I want to remind people because we're going deep, right? And you got to have your journal. Listen, all the secrets that you got this journal between you and God right here.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. So look, we taking notes. We documenting the full transformation. So make sure you get your Renew the Mind journal. And at this point, I feel like I want to call it the Renew the Mind Luxe. It's the Luxe edition.
Ooh.
Yeah, real class. It's velvet. It's gold. You know what I mean?
It's sexy.
It's sexy.
Absolutely.
But you know, like Tyshawn stated, Miss Simmons, we want to dig into it.
Please.
And we want to really start all the way from the beginning.
Let's go.
So let's start at childhood. What did that look like growing up?
So I was born in Manhattan, in Harlem, in Flower Fifth Avenue Hospital, which is no longer there. But my parents moved from there when I was 6 years old to YO, Yonkers. And I was a strict Muslim family. My mother and father were Muslims. I took my Shahada when I was 7. Wore the whole, you know, always covered, always messed the name up, but always covered up, you know, picked on because I remember kids saying, oh, what is Halloween every day? Yeah. And I still remember
know how
that.
it is growing up.
Yeah. Especially in them times. And, but so I could never come outside. You know, it was always very, you know, only unless we had to go like someone's birthday. So I'm the oldest of 7. So when it was someone's birthday or something, they, you know, we could go out and get some ice cream and cake. So when I was 11, particular time, I was going to the store, one of my siblings' birthday. I came out my building and I looked to my left. I saw this little boy, well, my age, 11, giving a command to a black pit bull. And I seen an old lady and they were like kind of creeping behind her. So because I grew up when there was only 5 stations, 2, 4, 7, 5, and 11, I didn't really have any real entertainment. So I'm looking like, what is that boy doing? gives the command, get him. Grab the pocketbook from the old lady, the dog.
Wait, the dog grabs the pocketbook?
Grabbed the pocketbook from the old lady, and they take off jogging. And they pass by my building. I'm standing there watching the whole thing. And because of no entertainment, like real entertainment, I was like, what? Like, wow. It was the fact that he connected with the dog and was able to, the dog knew exactly what he was telling him to do, was so intriguing and like amazing to me. But so I'm looking like, wow, who are you? Like, and he looking at me with this smirk, like, you better not say nothing. Like that's what he gave me. Like, he was like, yeah, like you better not say nothing. But I've never forgotten about him. Okay, and that was Earl Simmons.
That's your first introduction to DMX.
My first
introduction. In
a trained dog robbery.
Right, that's crazy.
Trained dog robbery at 11 years old. Then I'm 14. Now my mom and dad is kind of letting the leash up a little. They let me get a job, and there was a block party. That's what block party was in then. They let me go. My mom was a seamstress. She said she was gonna make some clothes for me, and that she'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the store, pick up a few things. I said, okay, Ma. She never came back.
Okay, so let's pause right here for a second. So you're the oldest of 7 siblings.
Yep.
And are all 7 from both mom and dad.
Yep.
Okay.
The youngest was 1. I was 14.
You don't even hear that anymore. That's
you don't
incredible.
Hear that.
And you 14 years old, the oldest kid in the family right now, and your mom
just went to the store. The sweetest, kindest woman, always very loving. I don't think I've ever got a beating. It was from my dad. He's from Brooklyn. Red Hook projects, real fast talking. They were total opposite. And she went to the store and she didn't come back. And she did come back one day, but it was 5 years later.
Okay, so unfold that for us. Like, how do you find out she's not coming back? Like, what's the communication like in the household? How did the rest of the family, find out about it?
So that night when I came back, because she never came back and she was seeming like she was making my pants for me. So I had to wear something totally different. I waited. My friend came and got me. And we went over to Slow Bombs, which is another project where the block party was. And I had this feeling in my stomach because it wasn't like her. Everything she said, she did. She was very big on family. I went down to the corner. She wasn't there, the store. I went down to the other corner, then another corner. I didn't see her. So I was having a really sick feeling. My friend came. I told him my mom never came back. And he said, well, I'm sure she'll be back later. They kind of brushed it off. We're only 14. I comes back. We had to always be back home before the sun went down. Mm-hmm. I gets back. We're in front of I went in. I felt this eerie feeling. Normally by that time she's making dinner. My siblings are in there. I come on the block. The siblings are still outside. Just everything out of order. And the house felt so eerie. No lights was on. So I had to go in, turn the lights on. Just trying to give you a real visual that I was just like, something ain't right. So I went and sat in the stoop in front of my house. I waited till my dad got home. My friend wound up leaving because it was like 9 o'clock now. Before it was so much structure and order. Now I'm just sitting outside. My dad walks up the block. He's stench of liquor, you know what I'm saying, and drinking. And I said, Dad, Mommy never came home. And he said, what? All right, just went in the house. And I was like, you know what? No one seems to care about me. So, I'm going to go to sleep and she going to probably be there when I wake up. Nope. I remember smelling food and kids running around and playing and laughing. So I jumped up like, I can't wait to see my mom and see like what happened. Like you didn't make my pants. You got home after hours. Like what's going on? No, it was. And I heard my dad talking a bunch of his friends and they were like literally like talking about like, where can we go? Like, we got to check morgues, emergency rooms, jails, parks. Like, and I'm like, Dad, what's going on? Is Mommy here? No, don't worry about it. Just make your brother and sister something to eat. And I was like, he said, finish up. Cause I guess he started. And I remember that was not good.
They forming a search party.
Yeah. They forming a search party. Yep. And I'm like, what? Like I could it's unexplainable how I felt. And, because I've told this story now for years, but before I used to get emotional because every time I go back to that time, It was when my life literally changed. I went from this excited 14-year-old girl finally getting a job and getting out there to a mother overnight, basically. I was the oldest.
Because and the oldest, they always tasked with the biggest responsibility on raising the younger siblings. And was there any indication that there was stress, that this was going to happen? Like, what kind of relationship did your mom and your dad have?
So they always showed love, like, you know, like when we were paying attention, but I mean, not paying attention, when we were being amongst each other. But when I look back now, I didn't think about it then. I remember a woman coming to my door, knocking on it and asking for my mom. I opened it, and then she said, is your mother here or your father? So I told my mom. My mom goes outside, talking to her for a while, closed the door behind me. So I'm like trying to see what's going on, because my mom was very introverted. And then she came back in crying. I remember that. And then I remember they were fighting. One time arguing, but then they closed the door because me and my brother is 2 years apart. Me and him trying to listen, they closed the door. And then one night, like maybe a couple of weeks before that happened, she used to always drink tea. And I used to kind of drink tea together with her. And she just said, you know, I love you. And I was like, yeah, I know you love me, Mom. And she was like, you know, just never forget that. And I said, is everything okay, Ma? Because she seemed very sad. And she said, I'm okay. She has an accent. I'm okay, Tashira. And I was like, so I like all of those things I would put together, but it still wasn't enough for your mom to walk out on these 7 kids, you know? And that was then. Now as a parent, I know that, you know, I'm grateful that she didn't kill us. You know, that she didn't go somewhere and leave us or sell us off, or, you know, there was other ways she could have went, but she decided to just walk away. But, you know, the crazy part about it is, I hope I'm not going too far, but, you know, up ahead in the story, but, you know, we found out 5 years later that she not only left them for a man, but it was for my father's father. So she kicked my grandmother out. They lived in Jersey. She went there. They had it planned. My dad didn't know.
Okay. I think that one. Okay. So your mom leaves and you don't find out till 5 years later where she was actually at.
She walked in with a baby in her, like she never walked out.
And this whole time, nobody knew where she was at.
No, the adults knew, but we didn't know. My dad found, well, his family knew, and he never told them until someone said something to him. He went out to Jersey because he didn't believe it. Trenton, New Jersey. He said he brought a 22 with him because he was going to kill his dad if that was the truth. And because he was like, why is nobody saying nothing? Like, what's going on? And he was like, we've been seeing her around town. She went there. And my grandmother's a backbone to the family. Went out there, grandma, you know, kicked your mother out of her house, and your wife and him is living together right now.
That's insane.
Yeah, and he went out there and he said he had this 22. He was hiding between, he threw a smoke bomb in the house because he wanted them to come out. He stood to the side and he said if she ran out, he was going to kill both of them. And he said, true story, and he said that while he was on the side, someone looked at him out the window from the other house that he was hiding in between. And he said right there, he knew that he couldn't do that because he would have been seen. And then he thought about his 7 kids that he had back at home. And he put it away, but he saw my mom run out with a tank top and some shorts.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. This is real life.
Yeah.
This is a lot. It is a lot.
What do you have any idea at that time what because, and I just want to make sure the audience knows what's going on. Your mom leaves the family and her husband, your father, for his father. So the father-in-law, and then your grandma moves out.
Yep.
Did you have any idea what kind of relationship he had with his father at the time? Is that something that, you know, looking back on it, that is like, okay, you know, something like that could have happened, or it was a complete surprise to the family? Like, how does that?
Well, now, because I've asked a lot of questions, you know, as I got older when I found out. But one, I found out that was not his biological. but it was the only father he knew from 7 years old.
But that's the father that raised
But
him.
it was the father who raised him for sure, right?
That's still
So
his
that
father.
don't make any difference. But you
Right.
know, I found that out from that research. Then they had a great relationship, but he was known for messing with a lot of younger women on my grandmother. And you know, my mom was a perfect target for him because my dad was cheating on her. I found out, you know, that the woman was one of them who came to the door, who I answered it for. So I guess it gave my mother, I guess she was tired. My dad was very verbally abusive when I think back. You know, just really keeping her in a capsule. She was very submissive. That's what she believed, her culture. I guess that time, you know, old school, you know, you don't really challenge your husband on things and, you know, you allow them to be them. Because, you know, and how I know this is because I had a conversation with her way down the line. And I asked her, you know, why did you deal with the stuff that you dealt with? She said, oh, because it's the American way. I'm like, no, it's not. Because she never could understand why me and X broke up. She was like, that's your husband. Wow. And I was like, yeah, but he messed up. I'm not supposed to. That's not what I signed up for. And I gave him numerous chances. So, but I realized her mindset was definitely way different and it all made sense. But she's obviously a little off because you don't leave your 7 kids and then, you know, kick out a grandma. But can I just tell y'all though, is it okay that I just be, because I don't want to miss this part. So I started doing a lot of research just on, you know, family generational things, like on what happened before. So I found out that my grandmother, my mother's mother, abandoned my mother. I found out that my father's father did the same, and my father's mother abandoned him when he was like 17. Wow. She was, I guess, being bad in school, and her mother sent her away to our aunt and uncle's house. And she had an affair. She was only 17, and she had an affair with her uncle. It wasn't her uncle. It was the same kind of situation. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's literally the definition of generational trauma.
And curses.
Right.
Because this same generational curse came to my door. And we'll get down to that. But I'm just trying to paint a really good picture for the audience that if you don't do your research on your family's history, if you're wondering why is this happening to me, how is this happening, no, do some research. Not all the time, but a lot of times it's a generational curse. And my grandmother told me this on her deathbed, that karma came back for her because she broke up a happy home with her aunt and her uncle when she was 17, which ultimately became my father's father. Wow. He was 70 years old and she was like 16, 17.
Wow.
And
that's very wild.
Now my mom at the age of 30 something takes her husband from her and kicks her out the house. And it even got worse because, you know, they said it gets worse as it goes. It heightens. And now and because of her decisions and choices, it left her son's 7 children desolate with no mother and went over there and took over her home.
See, you know, I'm happy you brought that up because this show has encouraged some of the realest conversations in my family personally.
Right.
And most people don't have an opportunity to have real conversations with their family members because you got to really create a culture to have vulnerable conversations in your family, or somebody just got to have the gumption to pop it off, because usually family is all about secrecy. And you, especially for the parents, because they want to appear a certain way to their kid. They want to protect their kids from certain things. But you'll probably be shocked to know that everything you battling and fighting is the same battles and fights your parents had.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And definitely.
It's so crazy. I'm talking from sexual assault, from violence, alcohol, drugs, whatever it is, you probably sex, you struggling and dealing with, it came right over down the bloodline.
And they try to protect us by not telling us, and they're not equipping us.
You're not prepared.
Not prepared, because we don't even know. It's like, this sounds crazy. Oh, I just went through that. That's why they could relate and speak to it to us, but they won't tell us we went through that, or your grandmother went through that. I don't get that thinking. My dad was the same way, but I'm here to break that generational curse. My kids know everything. I want them to be equipped for the tools, because the enemy is coming. He is coming for us. Sorry.
No, I'm with you. It's crazy because, you know, you get so desensitized, you know, in terms of like when the father walks away from the family, you know, because you hear about that all the time. You know, you got guys, you know, obviously myself, I'm sure, daddy issues, but you still always kind of like, well, nobody, you know, most people I know don't have a dad, you know, so you can kind of overlook that you and the people you know got issues. But I could not imagine being in a situation where I found out that my mother actually walked away.
Yeah.
And I know that, you know, the entire family dynamic changes when a parent leaves the home. You know, me personally, you know, me and my mother, that's, you know, I was her baby. It was everything. That was a very tight relationship, probably much tighter because my father was absent. But what was that for you? Like, how did that impact you at the point you realized your mother was not coming back? And how did it also impact the relationship with your father during her absence?
Well, it broke me. That's when all my insecurities started to seep in. I know that now. I felt very worthless. I'm like, if my mom, who carried me, you know, for 9 months, walked out on me and don't love me, then I'm not lovable. You know, I know that now. That's what I felt. And my dad, who was my best friend, and I talk about it in the book, my book opens up with betrayal. And I talk about how that spirit of betrayal tries to come in our lives and take us down. And my first betrayal was my mom and my dad, because my dad was my first teacher. We went out together. We spent a lot of time. He talked to me about men and my value and never give your cookies up. This is what he called it, because I was only 11.
I'm just a talking OG. I know you got to get your rest, and I got to get my rest, and Charlotte got to get her rest. But thank you so much for coming as usual. But she was so good. I love her. She's awesome, right? Can you hear me, OG? Okay. Well, thank you guys for listening tonight. Thank you for attending for so long. Ooh. It's been a long night. It's so much going on. We covered so much. I guess OG, she couldn't hear me. But I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel, and thank OG and thank Charlotte for coming out. OJ, you good?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Oh, I was just saying I want to thank you for coming out, but I know it's time to go.
Yeah, I just think we probably should do one video at a time and then have a conversation, because the videos are long and then we can talk. So.
And then you can chop it up. I'll chop it up.
Yeah, that actually was a great video to have a conversation. Yeah. It's long and
Sometimes you want to get things up. People want to get things off their chest. You know what I'm saying? I can chop it up. I can chop it up. We have some good points. We did good. Everything was great.
Can be to be continued on that because that is definitely a good conversation to have, as is a lot of the other videos that you made. A lot going on, so
a lot more.
We try to do 1 or 2 videos at a time, and then we talk about them that way. Because girls, you've been on this thing for 6 hours.
Girl, I've seen people on here for 8 and 12.
I know, but I ain't never on no panels for a long. Well, I wasn't on it the whole time, but this is a long time.
But when you talk in the conversation, this is like being on the phone, saying it's being on the phone, talking. It's all good. But thank you for coming out.
And definitely, thank you for having me. And I love talking to you and Charlotte. We will have
Samuel's is a mess.
Yeah, listen, that's a whole, like I said, that's a whole topic show in and of itself, honey, talking about that.
I'm over there with them folks.
But anyway, have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.
Nice, peace and love, sister.
All right, peace.
Well, there you have it. You've been watching Sheron's Voice, Street Talk Daily, where healing begins with truth and cycles break through revelation. So, in this episode, we face one of the hardest truths, that marital rape is real. Generational sin opens doors to demonic influence. So, hear this. You're not your past, and you have the authority to break the cycle. So, stay grounded, stay empowered, and stay in the light. Until next time, let's talk about it. Thank you so much for coming out. And you have a great night. Thank you for coming out. Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night.